Go. Go.
19 already? No weighing.
Hello everyone, how's it going? Welcome to the Friday stream. It is that day of the week once again, and we're finally getting back to more tier lists. It's been like what, 3 weeks now, I think. So yeah, a bit unfortunate, but yeah, hopefully we can pick up the pace from now on. Today will be a good indicator as to how well or badly these will go in the future, because obviously my throat is still, it is what it is. But again, my doctor told me I can still work, so it's not gonna make it worse or anything. It should be okay. So let's just hope it goes well today. Hopefully you guys are having a nice little Friday as well. I'm guessing today's stream will be a bit overtime, considering it's quite a bit of servants to go through. But you know what? Bring it on.
Go.
Ooh.
Go.
It probably won't take too long for my voice to start dying though, because these streams are very talk intensive. Hey, first of all, Beto, thank you for the 19 months. Shatter with the big 42. Blessed with the 24. Welcome back to the Go Gang, everyone. Thank you so much. So yeah, speaking of which, once I switch scenes, I will have the alerts disabled again. Since, you know, is to make the archiving better, I suppose, for YouTube's sake. So I won't have to, like, pause myself to, you know, focus on things other than the tier list. But at the end of the stream, I'll go through all the resubs, etc. again. For sure. And speaking of which as well, yeah, you can still vote for Subsat. For subscribers that have not done so, you have time until the end of this stream. So there you go. Your last reminder, I guess, for this week. And yeah, we'll go from there. Hey, Gay Bulk with the 18 months and Mr. Biku with the 40 as well. Big welcome back to the Go Gang. Thank you so much. So yeah, Plushie will actually be joining me today again, which is great, because, you know, I can probably pause a bit more then, and have him say a few words as well. Especially because, you know, I guess I was interrupting him a bit too much on the Saber one. So I'm gonna try and let him talk as well. A bit more than last time. Ooh. Okay. Alright, let's see here. Probably shouldn't delay too much, because again, this will definitely take a while. How am I feeling today? Well, I'm optimistic is all I can say. I can already kind of feel my throat being like, oh, bro, is gonna be a bad ride. So again, you will hear my voice start dying probably before the first hour is over, I'm guessing. I'm gonna start coughing a lot, I'm gonna start clearing my throat, but, you know, it is what it is. I just want to get back to the grind, you know? Okay. Ooh, there you go. So, I'm probably gonna ring up Plushie right now. And we'll see what happens. Let me know how the audio will be, by the way. Alright, let's see. Ah, there he is.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Hopefully you can hear me as well.
Yeah, definitely.
There he is. So we should probably do an audio check from the get-go immediately before anything. So you can say a
Sure.
few words and check and let me know if you're being too quiet or too loud or whatever.
Okay. Hi chat. Is this voice okay?
Let's see. We want to make sure he's definitely audible.
Yeah.
Okay, people seem to say it's okay. I'm gonna maybe bump you up a little bit more because I think it's on the same. I think it remembers from the last sesh, and one of the feedback I got on YouTube from the Saber tier list is that I could have maybe bumped you up a little bit more. So there we go.
That's fair enough.
And it also helps me hearing you more because the other feedback, the main feedback was that I was cutting you off a lot apparently, which I wasn't even realizing.
That's fine. I usually don't have that much to say, especially I'm not sure about today.
Okay.
So yeah, a little bit tired, but yeah.
Oh yeah, it's like very early for you again. What a way to wake up with this.
Yeah.
Ooh. Do you have any hot takes ready for any of the Lancers we're gonna cover today?
I don't know.
No need to say anything, but like if you have something in mind for someone.
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Okay. I don't know. Actually, I'm gonna wing it mostly myself. I didn't do too much prep. I'll just have some reference data from my last year's list, and that's pretty much it. But again, I'm probably gonna try and be a bit more savage this year, and just go with like be real. What like yeah, this unit might be decent, but are you really gonna use them that much? Like if the answer is no, then probably down goes the tier.
Yeah, it's a common question to ask yourself sometimes, I suppose.
Yeah.
Like
I have a feeling even nowadays, even like free-to-play accounts have a good amount of options usually.
Yeah.
And I feel like most of the new welfares are also very solid.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, probably shouldn't delay this too much. Some requests are playing live, and I can hear you loud and clear. Very good. And hopefully the audio levels are fine. Again, if at any point to chat, if at any point during the stream, something I'm like too quiet, Plushie is too quiet, just let me know. And we'll adjust accordingly. I won't be reading chat too much today, obviously, because I'll be just chatting with Plushie for the most part. But I will be gazing at chat here and there, especially during the placement period. Bad streamer right here, not even reading chat. Okay, I'm mostly gonna mimic my intro from the previous stuffs, so I don't have to write new notes every time. Just change some classes up. Let's see. Now I just have to find my notes. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna do like a brief little intro for YouTube again, and then again I'll give you like a cue again to say something, introduce yourself, whatever you want to say, and it should be pretty obvious when that happens. And then I'll read a few more things, and after that it's like all off script, and we can just vibe. We can start going through the servants.
Okay.
Okay, then let's see. Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2023 tier lists. It's been like 3 weeks or so? Yeah, not what I originally had planned, but I am back now. So hopefully gonna have these weekly again. Today will be a good indicator as sadly my voice is still recovering. It'll be a long process, but again my doctor has given me the green, the go that I can stream, even if it means I use a lot of my voice or even if it means I'm loud. It won't make the issue worse, so recovery is still in process regardless. And I'm happy to do this because I've been missing streaming for the past 2 weeks. So yes, indeed, we have Lancers this week, the last of the night classes. We got 45 entries here, so a bit more than Archers, but mostly comparable to Saber, I suppose. And again, for all the disclaimers and criteria for placement, it should be top right corner somewhere here in the video right now. I'll link to a video that explains all that, so I don't have to, do the explanations for those every single time in one of these tier lists. So for that, to refer to that video right now. Very cool. So, yeah, if you're here to watch the full thing, I would very much recommend having a drink or maybe some snacks as well, because if I had to guess, this is another 4 or 5 hour session here, so buckle up. But for those that obviously don't want to watch the full thing, which again, I don't blame you at all, if you just want to see certain servants, I will write down timestamps into the description of this video, where you can just click on all the ones you want to hear about. So use those if needed. I will also be leaving templates to the tier list this time, because if you guys actually, this is a cool little thing I was told about. If you guys make your own tier list, there's like a community rank button here where it gives like an average based on the results of everyone doing the list. So we can maybe someday look back on those and see what my viewers think, etc. So yeah, if you want to make your own, you can do that, and maybe someday we'll have some nice comparisons to do. So, another final announcement here. I finally have my partner in crime back, Plushie. He sadly couldn't be there for the Archer tier list, understandable, but now he's back again on the Lancer tier list, so let's have him say a few words now as well.
Hey everybody, Plushie here, and I'm glad that I get to participate in one of this. It's really fun, and yeah, hopefully my takes aren't too hot this time, or maybe hopefully they're more hot this time. I don't know.
About to spit that super hot fire. Now, regarding Plushie as well, a lot of you guys gave me feedback on the Saber tier list that one, I should have bumped his audio up a little bit more, which I did, so hopefully he's more audible now. And two, the big feedback that a lot of people were saying that I was cutting him off a lot of the times, didn't give him enough time to, say what he wanted to do. So I'm gonna try my best to give him more room this time around. And honestly, it's a good idea anyway, since I will be talking for hours on end, so it's good for me to pause once in a while to preserve my throat and voice. Now, I think, oh yeah, shoutouts, of course. Plushie, very cool of him to join, because, he's still busy and this is a lot of time he's gonna take off his day. So I'll be linking his channel in the description as well. Do check him out. Very good content, lots of gameplay, lots of cool stuff. Jord for making Jord for the AoE looping sheet that I will be referring to again as usual. We have the single target looping sheet as well, which I won't be using that much, but it's there by Li-Fi. I still don't know how to pronounce their name, I'm so sorry. And then Mr. Copy for making the template to this lovely tier list. Very cool. Alright, I think with that we could start. As usual, we're gonna go from lowest rarity to highest, and within the rarity we will have them ordered based on release date. So that's the plan. We got, again, 45 Lancers. Let's do this thing. So we do actually nowadays have a 1-star Lancer. I believe she wasn't released when I did my list last year, so this is a new entry. So I'm obviously talking about Miss Mary Anning here from the Bunny and Collab event. Now, what would I say she is like? I guess I could say she's like a AoE arts looper, or I could say she's like an AoE arts support. She's kind of like both. So we'll go with that based on the description. Now let me pull up my stat references here as well as we begin. Now, as she is a DPS, you know, sadly as a 1-star, her numbers are not looking too hot. In fact, even the attack is around average among the 1-stars. So, not too hot there. That's why maybe you want to use her as a support instead. Got the double buster, double art stick, which I think is fine. No worries there. Good modern numbers on the hit counts as well. Now, regarding the skills, we actually have a lot of cool stuff, especially for a 1-star, I have to say. So she has like a special charisma, which only works for female or unknown gender allies for 3 turns. You get 15% attack. Then for the same like niche, you get 15% arts up for 3 turns. And for the same niche, you also get 10% MP gain for 3 turns. Now, honestly, it's not hard to hit these niches. You can easily build a team around this. It also, all of these buffs apply to herself as well, which is great. So on a 5-turn cooldown, I do think this skill is actually very strong. And especially for a 1-star, it is like insanely good. So definitely, I would say, if anything, this is the highlight of her kit here. Second skill, we get a pretty fat 30-star bomb. It's not Mozart level, but no one is, so, you know, I would say it's a pretty fair. On a 4-turn cooldown as well, which is pretty nice. A measly 500 self-damage demerit, so no real problem. Pretty cool skill, I like it. Lots of stars. And then we got the third skill. It's an AoE drain, guaranteed, very cool. A party, 10% battery, and then 30% crit damage for the party on a 6-turn cooldown. I think it's also a fair skill. Not terrible by any means. So honestly, I think her skills are very, very good for a 1-star. Probably top tier among the bronze servants. So that's nice. Again, highlighting more of her support potential. Now, Magic Resi is her only passive, so you can't really go worse than this, I suppose, but it is what it is. Alter Ego on the anti-append actually could be useful, considering night classes are still a very viable option against that class. Now the MP then, it's an AoE Arts MP like I said. You have a 1-time 3-turn buff block, which I like on the normal effect. I always like buff block, I think it's pretty strong. And the OC is a 10% arts up on base for 1 turn before damage, helping her loop a little bit. And with a 4-hitter MP, she can do it, I suppose, but is she even on the sheet? I don't think she is, right? Oh, actually, she is in the sheet, so okay, we do have the numbers, but as I was about to say, yes, you can do it, but would I recommend it? Especially considering basically all, if not most of her, you know, competition can just do it with the Black Grail as well. And with the 1-star stats, unless you're like the biggest Anning fan, I would not recommend using her to farm, honestly. Not the greatest. And again, now I would mainly rate her based on support capabilities here. Now, a lot of people, she could actually replace Castoria in some comps for, you know, the people that don't have her. But honestly, I don't think that boom lasted for too long, because last year they also released a servant called Shufu, who is honestly just a better budget Castoria than what Mary Anning is. So I don't think she really has all that great of a place in the game right now, besides being like a rare limited 1-star. How do you feel like about her, Plushie? Like any cool strats, DPS support, anything comes to mind?
I mean, first and foremost, as you mentioned, it's just not worth sort of discussing her ability to do DPS. And also, as you said, Shufu is a really good budget support. I will only use her if, you know, like, it's once again for like esports stuff, maybe because she dies really easily.
Oh
As
yeah,
a
and he has a
1-star.
1-star cost as well, which is nice for the party. That's true.
Yeah, she also has 1-star cost. Usually you don't need to squeeze your cost that much, but sometimes it does happen. And she also has the Star Bomb. I think that's the only thing sometimes you might need it, especially in
Yeah,
arts
true.
teams. Yeah, it's not like Buster teams
I
where you
guess
get
she
just
maybe got a little
coins
bit more
spinning.
value with the release of Johanna, but eh.
Maybe, yeah. It's hard to it's hard to justify her outside of Minturn stuff that needs a easily killable support.
Yeah.
And like her numbers are just decent. Her numbers aren't like over the top, right? And the 10 battery is usually not going to do anything.
Mm.
So like once again, as a 1-star, she's very valuable. She's like one of the best like supporting bronzes, but
But
yeah,
the
I
pickability is
don't
still
see
not
no
super
more.
high, yeah.
Yeah, like a lot of her, let's say, apparently good like pluses, like her second skill only being 4-turn cooldown. Sometimes you can't really keep her alive for 4 turns. So
Mm.
like, yeah, it's hard. It's hard for 1-stars basically. I think it's just how it is. Like unless
Yeah.
you need a cannon fodder that would just die off really easily.
I think she would
So
actually have a solid place if Shufu wasn't released, honestly, yeah.
probably, yeah,
She
Shufu is
just
just
kinda
too
got power
strong, right?
crept, yeah. I
Yeah.
think it is worth mentioning the bouncing as well, which I forgot. It's actually very good. It's an arts aura by 20%, which is higher than most bouncies, even among the supports. It only works on female and unknown gender again, but since her first skill already needs that, I don't think it's a problem because it already factors into the same niche, and yeah, it can actually help with her supporting as well.
Yeah,
Very solid
20% is
bouncy.
pretty high.
Mm.
Yeah. I have used her for min turns specifically for with the Bond CE, but yeah,
Mm.
it's,
Now the placement, I suppose. Like I would say she's a top tier 1-star, but if I'm gonna be as savage as I kind of want to be, I still have to put a lot of emphasis on pickability, right?
yeah,
I think just the big problem is Shufu. She's a permanent 3-star who is just that much better.
pretty
So,
much.
would a C be too cruel? Or would you?
Probably because
Yeah, maybe it's too cruel.
it okay. Like I know we shouldn't like reference old lists, but like yeah, like Jason was what? Jason was like A. Like
True.
maybe Jason should have been lower. I don't know. So I
Yeah.
think C is a little bit too rough. C is a
I,
little bit too
I
rough.
could maybe see a B, honestly.
Yeah,
But I don't
because
really want to place her too much higher.
yeah, there are still like even 4-stars where you would just never pick, and she's not like a never pick, pretty much.
Mm.
So I think that's yeah, like
Mm.
I don't know.
I think I'll start
I
with a B, honestly.
yeah, we can move her because it's always
Yeah,
hard
it's easier
for
later when we get reference data as well, and once we,
bronzes.
do a full recap.
Yeah.
All right, now we're going to talk about a 2-star Lancer that definitely doesn't see a lot of picks. Oh boy, so it's Benkei time next. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I love this dude. He's a great character and whatnot, but I'm gonna be real. He's not good. he's kind of trash. So what is Benkei? He's a tank. That's what he is. That has some utility with his tanking as well, and even his tanking is not good. So he's a kind of a tragic servant. Now among 2-stars, he has 9k HP, which is actually way above the average, which is good because we want your tanks to be tanky, right? But in the grand scheme of things, it's still a low amount of HP, right? Even if it's high for 2-stars, so he can still die quite easily outside of the defense up skill with the taunt. Now his deck is a double quick double arts, and he has an arts MP, which is a supporting one. I mean, yeah, sure, it's like emphasizing gains, but even after the buff, I don't think the MP is all that, crazy good. It's nice to have, but it's kind of whatever. Now skills then. So he has a single target skill seal for 1 turn on a 100% base channel max rank, which again doesn't factor in innate resistances, so it could be it can whiff absolutely. And on a 5-turn cooldown, this is straight up a garbage skill. Flat out, it's a garbage skill. For one, skill steal is sometimes a demerit too, depending on the encounter. So sometimes it's a dead skill. And when you do land it, you know, that's all it does. For one turn, it's a big downtime. It can whiff as well if they have some resistance. It needs to do more. It's just, it needs to do way more than this. Like we saw Anning, she's a modern bronze servant. She has a cracked kit. Benkei has the opposite. So the second skill is why he's a tank. It's a taunt for self for one turn with a big 60% defense for one turn on self. Now with this active, he can actually soak a lot of damage. This means he can absolutely tank fat hits. But again, it's all one turn on a 5-turn cooldown. So what is he gonna do those other 4 turns? I would say he's mostly a demerit on the field. You know, putting his cards into the deck that you probably don't want to see, and yeah, maybe even stealing some stars depending on your roster. So while it's up, it's a great skill, but when it's down, he's just looking horrible again. And then the third skill, they did make this AoE, but sadly, I guess they thought it was too much, so they nerfed the MP seal chance to 80% on max rank. I do like a MP seal. I do think in most cases it's a lot better than skill seal, but it can't even always land on base. It's one turn, and he's on an 8-turn cooldown. Who in their right mind thought it needed to be nerfed this bad? So when they designed year 1 servants, they were like, AoE MP seal? Okay, it has to be nerfed badly. So there's no other effects, it's not 100% base chance, and it is a disgusting 8-turn cooldown. Also a garbage skill because of that. So he is looking pretty bad. That's all of his stuff in his skills. That is like nothing and a half. Magic risk C+, could be higher, but I guess it's better than Anning's. He actually needs this because, you know, he's supposed to be a tank. And I guess in some cases you could bring him for esports, but you have better options in most cases, I would say. His anti-append is Rider, which is kind of relevant. Now his MP has been buffed, the only buff he has ever seen. They did buff the curse damage from the OC, so again, that's like completely irrelevant. I don't really ever see this being a real thing unless they fix how dots work. The stun, AoE stun that it does for one turn is still sadly an 80% base chance on MP5, so again, another unreliable thing in his kit. And they did add one new thing with the buff, which is a full buff strip. Now, this is cool. I like this. It is great utility, but let's not forget that subservants even have this on command in their skills. So while it is nice to have, it's a great utility. It's not even a debuff, you know, hampering, I don't know what to call it. It's not like it's gonna suddenly make him like very pickable. No. So I would say a fairly tragic servant. I think last year I gave him an E+. I literally made an E+ tier because I felt bad, but I would probably just place him at E. Do you have any comments on Benkei, Plushie?
I mean, I don't know. He's the only times I don't even know if this situation will arise, but like maybe in a challenge quest where you would need skill seal and buff removal, you can keep him at level 1 and then use a max limit broken K-scope on him or something. I don't recall this ever
You would
being a
probably
thing
level him
yet.
to like what, 20 to get the taunt as well. I feel like so you can free up a CE slot for that.
Yeah, but sometimes the taunt. Okay, like this is a funny thing. This is probably like irrelevant in most discussions, but
Okay.
he's very anti-TA. His buff removal is tied to maybe a stun on the MP, and then his taunt has a giant defense up, so sometimes he doesn't even die. So like it's annoying. I don't know how to use this character.
To be
I have
fair,
no
that
idea.
also happens sometimes with George as well, because he has a massive defense up as well, but yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, but George has 3 turns, right? Like I don't
Yeah,
know.
and it's on
It's
skill 1
very
as well, which helps.
yeah. It's on skill 1 as well. You don't have to level him, so I don't know. Very hard to use. I can't.
Like,
I
like
don't know.
even if he has some cases, I would still say bottom tier, honestly.
You will never use him, yeah.
Yeah. Like we're trying to think of ways, and even then it's hard.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about a better tank. We got Leonidas next. Very due for an animation update, for what it's worth. Let's see. So he's also a Lancer tank. similar stat line to Benkei, which again could be better, but you can't really get too much more out of a 2-star, so Double Buster, double quick deck, I think is fine. Double arts would maybe be cool because his MP gain is really good when he has the taunt active, but I think this deck is fine. It's the standard Lancer deck. We're gonna be seeing this a lot today. It's okay. Sadly, the hit counts obviously are bad because it's day 1 Servant. Now his taunt is on a skill 1, which is why he's used in a lot of solos when you need just your other servants to die immediately. It's a 1-turn taunt, but he does not get defense up. Rather, he gets 3 turns of 100% MP generation. So yeah, a lot of people don't realize how high that number is. With this active, he can actually get his MP up a lot of the times. And there's been these crazy level 1 Leonidas solos as well. This skill helps a lot with that, when you can stack your MP high enough. So, you know, the defense up stacks to a point where you start taking 0 damage. So, I actually like the taunt. I do wish it had some defense up as well, besides the MP, you know, but yeah, it's a cool skill. 6-turn cooldown is kind of brutal though, if you actually want him to go the distance. But again, the MP kind of, like, the MP solves the problems of this skill, for better or worse. Now, they did buff his guts. I forgot if this buff was live last time I did the tier list. Maybe this was the anniversary before, because I'm pretty sure this was the anniversary buff, but regardless, his guts was buffed. So, let's see, yes, they made it stackable, yes. So it's a 1-time 5-turn guts on a 6-turn cooldown, which is amazing for the uptime. That's definitely better than most guts as is, even before the buff. But they made it stackable, which is great, honestly. If you want him to go the distance, this helps a lot. Then they also give him buff for 3 turns. So when a guts procs on him, any guts by the way, he gets a free charisma, so 20% party attack for 3 turns from every guts proccing on him in those 3 turns. And they also reduce the cooldown to 6 turns, which very good. And his guts actually is a 5k HP one, so you can actually kind of recover from that. And yeah, this skill is great. Honestly, for some other servants, this skill would be absolutely bonkers. But I still feel like it matches his playstyle as well, so I actually really like this skill. It is really strong. Third skill is AoE Buster Up for 3 turns. On a 5-turn cooldown, so good uptime, and it's actually a very solid 25%. Usually it's like 20%, especially for low stars, but he gains a bit more. So while it is a very basic skill, I don't hate it, honestly. I think it can very well be utilized. So nowadays, I think the kit combined with the MP, it makes sense. But I do think I think I mentioned this last year as well. I think his main problem is that he's a 2-star servant, right? So we'll get to that soon, but let's cover the MP first. Alright, Magic Resist C, again, could be better, and maybe more passives as well, but whatever. Anti-Berserker Append is lovely, always useful. The MP then, so on base, you get 25 stars. Because everyone has MP5, right? Pretty solid. And then on base OC, you get 30% defense up for 3 turns on self, which again, very good amount. And then a 3-turn taunt this time for self. So yeah, it like makes up for the tankiness of the first skill being kind of lackluster. This MP really is the tank focus. So honestly, I think his kit makes sense, but problem is that, again, he's a 2-star, right? So even if you want him to tank a while, you have to protect him as well. In his own kit is not enough for the harder content. It just isn't. He will just fall regardless. And if the enemy happens to have stuff like ignore defense, he's just naked with his gutses. What do you think about Leonidas in like any uses, whatever?
I mean, so there's like 2 main ways I usually see him being used. Of course, the normal way, which is as a tank. The thing with this is a lot of people is going to bring up St. George. I think if you actually manage to keep Leonidas alive, and get his MP rolling, he's a better tank than George. But
I agree. I very much agree.
But
with the stackable guts now as well, it's really good.
Yeah, of course. And a lot of times you just feel like, oh, maybe I can just click a button on George and it'll probably work out. So I think he's really solid. The Buster Up, like his two Buster Up effects combined is like 45% for 3 turns, also pretty decent. If you can afford to give him like a K scope or something, or maybe you don't even need that, because this first skill you can taunt him on the first turn and use the MP gain up, because it also affects defensive MP gain, I'm pretty sure. And
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it
and
does, yeah.
yeah, and then you charge the MP and use the MP, right? And of course the second use case is the meme where he can solo a lot of stuff. Like I remember the Morgan Fest from last year, Morgan Fest, the last exhibition quest with Morgan herself and like a bunch of gauntlet random. It's a very annoying quest.
Sounds
A Grail
familiar, yeah.
Leonidas soloed it pretty early on as well. So like if you get to hit that critical number of 100% defense up, he just becomes kind of crazy, right? He also
And I think it helps if the enemy has like multi-hit attacks as well.
Yeah, definitely. He feeds himself stars, so he can crit with his cards. He gets the MP gain up on his first skill. So it's a really fun unit, and he's like really strong. I I don't know. I don't have much complaints for the character, because like even for the tank case, because like most people aren't gonna try to solo with him, I feel. But
Yeah.
like even
I
in
think
the
he's
tank
mostly
case,
used for like esports or tanking, not for soloing.
yeah, even yeah, for 10Ks, I still think he's pretty good. For level 1 stuff during for solos, he obviously has the advantage of having lower star weight than George. Sometimes for solos
True.
you bring like a starting C, like the 20 star start C.
Mm.
And he also doesn't have the defense up on the taunt. So sometimes sometimes you're fighting like a caster or
Yeah,
something.
he's
I
definitely
mean,
easier to kill.
yeah, it's really dependent, but I don't have much complaints for the servant. I don't know.
I think
It's
his
really solid.
the biggest flaw is like his kit is fine, even if it's basic. It's just the 2-star stats that held him back from being like a excellent tank.
Yeah, I guess so. Cause like you have to get him rolling. But it's not that easy to get him rolling if he just dies. And guts on taunt is really weird. As
Mm.
demonstrated with the Rasputin, like it doesn't completely stop the enemy's action. It skips one of them, so he can still
Mm.
die. So like
True.
yeah.
I'm
So
thinking of one
I
of the
don't
Bs maybe. I think he's a fine unit.
know.
Maybe
Yeah.
a flat B because like yeah he can be used in many ways, but I still feel like he won't be picked often for those things anyway. I think that's the main issue I have. Like even if
I
he has
mean,
many use cases, I don't see those use cases being very common.
for tank, is it because of mash? I guess it's because of mash.
Yeah, and then yeah,
Yeah.
Mashu also existing also makes it look a bit worse, I suppose.
Uh, I don't know. It's a tough one.
A lot of my chat seems to want to see B plus though. Hmm. I don't know.
Yeah, it's. I think it's hard because it's like you can't really compare. I do think though, like bringing him down because of the existence of mash is a valid point though.
Hmm.
Just because mash is so good. Like if you're trying
Yeah.
to use like a legit tank, like mash is just probably a better version
Yeah,
than
I would probably just
he
bring
is.
Mashu most of the time over him anyway. And
Yeah,
yeah, 2-star cost is cheap, but 0 cost is even better. So yeah,
yeah. I mean,
I
he
think I'll
does
leave
have
him
the
in B for
taunt.
now.
Yeah, he does have the taunt, but like even if you want multi-turn taunts, you can actually use Ortnox Smash, which is very underrated in my opinion. So I don't know.
I feel the same honestly. That the double taunt is very valuable.
Oh, I see the interesting. You can't have level 1 mash. That is actually untrue. I have a level 1 mash in my alt account, and she is really powerful actually because she
Oh my
still gets all
god,
her
this
skills at
guy.
level 1.
Okay.
It's one of my favorite solo taunt fodders. But yeah, anyways.
I think that's very cursed, but you know what? Fair enough.
Yeah.
Alright, let's move on to the final bronze servants. Again, maybe we'll move some of this stuff later, so don't lose hope
Yeah.
on Leonidas yet. Yeah, it's in the batch where they released a bunch of bronze servants. We got Gareth, so yet another tank basically, who's kind of a more DPS as she's like half DPS, half tank. They really like tank lancers on the low stars, at least on the bronze side. So stat-wise, she has a very massive 9.5k, so that is super high for a 2-star. But again, in the grand scheme of things, is it all that high? Not really. She has the basic Lancer deck, which I think suits her playstyle fine. Even gives her a little bit of Saber Scotty synergy as well. Not too bad. Now, she has seen some buffs as well. Much like Leonidas, her Guts has been buffed. So it is a one-time 3-turn Guts, but on a 7-turn cooldown. So not only is it not stackable, lower HP, and on a higher downtime. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff. But well, let's see what else we get. Crit damage for 3 turns, 50%. Now that's pretty solid. And a 20-star bomb to go with that crit damage up. I really wish those were another skill because the cooldown is really high because it's a Guts skill. But for a 2-star, I do think now it's a pretty damn solid skill. I still like the Leonidas Guts more though, personally. But it's good. Second skill, it's a self battery for up to 20%, and then she has a really weird like secondary thing here. So you get a thing for 3 turns, right? It's a buff. Now every time you get attacked, you get an attack up by up to 20% for 1 attack 5 turns. Now what this means is that I originally before I understood this skill, I thought it was like one of your attacks is gonna consume 1 stack, so you can like get 20% attack for your full Brave Chin or whatever. Not how it works. As soon as you use 1 card, it uses every stack. So if you do actually manage to, like, let's say you use the taunt, which we haven't even seen yet, you get like hit 3 times in a turn, which is realistic, obviously. That's the base standard for actions. So you get 60% attack up for 1 attack, 5 turns. You have 3 of those. Then you can MP, which actually at that point probably does a decent amount of damage. But obviously the rest of your, if you have a Brave Chin or whatever, it's not going to work. Now, again, remember, the buff is 3 turns, so yes, if you get hit more, you can get more attack buffs. It's not just for the 1 turn, like, that you're taunting, so you can still get random hits here and there to, you know, boost. Did not really crash the recording, it's fine. Alright, third skill. Self-taunt, there it is, 1 turn. This is on a 5-turn cooldown, so a bit better than some taunts. 40% defense up, not as high as some of the other ones, but still very good number, I would say. The chat on screen is dead. I can't do anything about it. It comes back when it comes back, dude. MP generation for self as well, but now it's only 1 turn instead of 3 turns, and it's 20% instead of 100%, so she is very comparable to Leonidas, I suppose, in many ways. They like have different focus though, but yeah, very comparable. Overall, I would say her skills, especially for a 2-star, I like them. They're okay. Magic Resist is fine. She actually does have a secondary passive in Riding B, which is okay because she has double 4-hitter quicks. Append is Lancer, or another, not Lancer, Rider, which I think is mostly irrelevant for her. Now the MP does have a cool normal effect of Ignore Invul for 1 turn before damage. I always like that. And then the OC is base 10% defense down for the target for 3 turns, but after damage. And again, it's a single target, the MP. So the MP, it's just okay, I would say. I like the Ignore Invul, the utility, but the OC kind of stinky, I'm not gonna lie. Especially considering her MP is not even that spammable, so you can't really even stack that. I think if it was after damage, either the number should have been higher or make it like 5 turns or something. As is, it's kind of weak. At least it's not a dot, I suppose. So, Gareth, do you have any fun ideas for Gareth or comments?
I think this is a servant that is kind of a shame. I think the idea of it is really fun, which is basically you get hit, and then you MP, right? So of course, there are some use cases, but I just feel like some of her stuff is a little bit too stingy. For example, the biggest thing I think is the MP gain up on her skill 3. Was it skill 3?
Yeah.
I think that should have been 100%.
Yeah, I don't see why it's only 20% if it's 1 turn. It's pretty low. For a Lancer deck too.
as you mentioned, the weakness of that special gimmick is that you use one attack and all of it's gone. So you would really want to pile all of the buff on an MP. So ideally, your game plan would be to taunt for a turn and then MP after, but it's actually not that easy to pull off. And of course, if you want to use her as a main DPS, she has a nice info pierce, but 2-star stats, and yeah, I don't know.
And also one thing worth mentioning about the second skill is that because again, one attack consumes all the buffs you got. So sometimes if you, let's say you don't have the MP or you don't want to use the MP immediately, if you want to do like a quick chain and her card is in it, you're kind of fucked because it's gonna consume all of those and probably do very mediocre damage because you kind of want it on the MP. And another thing related to that, this attack buff you get from getting hit is the only like damage buff that helps with the MP in her entire kit. Besides the only other damage thing we have is the crit damage after the buff on the first skill. So she really needs a lot of help or just a really fat like amount of these attack buffs to do like a good amount of damage with her MP, right? So I feel like most of the time she's going to be a lackluster DPS or a lackluster tank. She kind of does both, but I just don't really see use cases for her. Like even like you want a tank Lancer, you can pick Leonidas, right?
Yeah,
I just
would
don't
never
really
use her for
see
tank.
her used, honestly.
Yeah. And her DPS is awkward, as you said. I just don't see her being used. Like maybe if you grill her, she can be a 50% crit damage Lancer with Invul Pierce, I guess. But like that's not really a fair, way to rate it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say like even for Bronzer, she's still fine for bronze, so maybe a flat C. I would say a full tier down from Leonidas is not unfair at all.
Yeah.
I think last year I had her on like C plus, and I forgot if that was even with the buff or not. Like she's for a bronze, she's better than a lot of them, but are you really gonna pick her all that much? Probably not. So
only if you do bronze only runs, yeah.
True.
Like,
Yeah, there you can
just
actually
don't
get
see it
some more
happening.
use out of her. But that again, that's definitely not in my criteria. But it's always fun to think about ideas of servants having more use cases.
Yeah.
And that's it for the bronze. Now we have a 7 and 3 stars. Yeah, quick math. All right, and then we're gonna start with the big boy himself, I suppose, because again, release order. So, Mr. Kuhurin, 3-star single target, quick DPS, and honestly, soloer / anchor as well. He definitely has use cases. So among 3 stars, his stats are looking fairly okay. His attack is just above average, but I think it's also fine for them to put some more HP onto him as well, even if a lot of times he's not going to take any damage. But when he does, the extra HP can also be helpful. So he's just above average on both of them, which is cool. No pun intended. Alright, he has the standard Lancer deck as well, which is fine. He can still do a full quick chain with the MP. And I feel like his solo is worth mentioning for servants that are used a lot in solo. They did get improved, obviously, with the existence of Mighty Chain. And in his case as well, because he's a quick servant, his quick chain is also better because he crits more now with the quick lead, which is cool. I keep saying cool so much when I talk about cool. I swear it's not on purpose. Alright, his guts, surprise, surprise, also has been buffed. They have I think most base guts in the game have been buffed by now. So he gets a 1-time 5-turn guts on a 6-turn cooldown, so it has a very solid uptime. I like it. And then we have some math. So he gets attack up for 3 turns that scales based on missing HP, right? Now, do you actually know how this works? Is it like snapshot, like when you use it, it's like that, or does it update? I actually don't know. I don't use them that much.
I don't use them either.
I would, based on the wording, I think it's a snapshot.
Probably.
But, according to Saru, it updates, so it's not one of those. Interesting. So it checks at any given point. That's cool.
I mean, okay, lasts for 3 turns, so probably only MPs are snapshots, I'm gonna assume. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that's true. Okay, more people are saying it updates. Okay, so it probably updates. So honestly, it's probably better in that way because most of the time you're not gonna go more up on HP, but instead you might go lower on HP, more likely. So it's nice that it updates. So you can get up to 50% max HP if you have like 1 HP, but on base it's a 20%, so not shabby, not too shabby, I would say. I like this skill, it's good. Second skill is his bread and butter. It's a protection from arrows, the good kind that has a 3-hit dodge with no duration. Like, there's some really great day 1 design. Most of it is pretty questionable. This one is like, wow. So on a 5-turn cooldown as well. 3-hit evasion. Like, that's just so fat for defense. And speaking of defense, he also gets up to 16% defense up for 3 turns. In case you lose those dodge stacks early, or maybe the enemy has like sure hit or invul pierce. So what could I say? It's basic, but I would say it's still like an EX tier defensive skill. Is that good? The uptime is crazy. Most of the time, especially on team environments, he's basically not really going to take any damage ever. And solos, it helps a lot too. Now, sadly, he has a base disengage still, which I'm not too happy about. It's nice that he has a cleanse, obviously, because, you know, being a guts-based servant, sometimes dots can actually, for instance, be very awkward, because they can actually kill you. So this is a good way to combat that. The heal itself is kind of not great. It's like 1500 on max rank. It's just okay. The cooldown isn't that bad, but I still think even on Ku, like this is he of all the servants, this is probably the best case for disengage. But I still think disengage is just not a very good skill. I don't like it. It's too old at this point. I think it should be buffed, honestly, even on him. But yeah, as you can see, his kit is very much about staying alive. Not so much about damage. A little bit nowadays with the buff, but mostly just staying alive, and that he does. Magic Resist is fine. Divinity B, probably a demerit again in most cases due to anti-divine mechanics, and this really not adding anything to your damage. At least nothing meaningful. Anti-Berserker Append is very good. The MP has also seen a buff, which is, you know, nice, I guess. So now he has the lore accurate sure hit before damage for 1 turn. Doesn't miss. The OC is a 10% defense down for 3 turns on base, so same as Gareth. Is okay, but not that great. And then also chance to instant kill before damage, 60% on base, which, let's be real, it for his, because he's not even a farmer, this is never going to be relevant. Unless you're willing to reset like 100,000 times. You're not going to beat a boss by that. So it's pretty irrelevant. But it's still been buffed. It has nice utility. And the defense down, especially on solos where you can MP more a decent amount as well. And it does good damage. So I think the MP is actually good regardless. Even if the insta-kill is kinda, you know, useless. So last year I had him on, I think I had him on EX. What do you think about Ku? Do you have any hot takes? He's a very popular servant, obviously.
I've been back and forth on this because I feel like a lot of people, if you go by like, oh, do I use Ku Lane? No, but I think it's hard to argue against him. It's just as a 3-star, he's providing so much. Like his survivability is insane. PFA has, they basically never printed PFA again without.
Well, they did,
of,
but in a nerfed version for Tota and Ku Alter.
Yeah, without like a worse version.
Yeah, there are 2 hitters instead of 3. Yeah.
So he just sticks on the board, and he just never dies, and also his MP damage is actually not that bad because it's an upgraded MP as well.
Yeah, despite him only having a kind of a
skill.
niche attack buff, his MP still does a good amount of damage for sure.
Yeah, so I don't know how, like it's a really hard, like, because it depends on how you want the tier list, but I'm not the biggest Ku simp, but I think he's like, even if you put him at EX, I think it's fair.
Like, I think like there's one argument that maybe you're never really gonna frontline him too much, or maybe you're not even gonna solo with him too much. But in like challenge quest, it's still like, it's always like viable to slap a Ku in the final slot with maybe even a damage scene from an event or something, which solves all his damage problems as well. Like, he's so cheap as well. And he's gonna live, in most cases, at least like 4 or 5 turns easily, right? So he's just like a very valuable anchor as well with a very cheap cost.
I remember what was this challenge? Oh, it was like Sweet Universe, where you have to like starve Mysterious Heroine X alter to death, kind of like that. That's the
Oh,
theme
that
of it.
one. That was a
Like, and
tough one
you just
actually.
yeah, and then like people just they just frontline like a main damage
I
dealer,
think
and
Honako did a full coup comp on that.
yeah, they just slap on Ku and the last three, and then they just can't kill. She just can't kill him.
Like she would normally one shot people, but can't go through evade.
Yeah. So and also like I think the one thing that makes this easier is that Hanako does content with him, so you can see that when you pump enough stats into him, his solo ability is really good. And
Yeah, I
as
think
you've said,
most. Yeah, go on.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So, like, as you said, with the Mighty Chain and Quick buff as well, I think one of my only problems with him was his face card's kind of not that good. But now that
Yeah, with the Mighty Chain and the new
20%
Quick Chain
lead,
is so much. It helps Ku a lot, specifically.
yeah. So I think EX is fair as well. Like I don't know, he's really good.
I feel like he's still a top tier 3-star, and he's still very relevant for even as a 3-star. Like among all the rarities in usability as well.
Yeah.
Just a great vanilla character. Alright, then we're gonna talk about his other Lancer version, which is Ku Prototype. So, he's got a bit less attack, but a good chunk more HP, I suppose. 10k HP on a 3-star is actually not too bad. Same deck, I believe the numbers are also the same. A lot of stuff with these two are the same, obviously. But there's a bit of difference with the skills. Because Ku Proto actually has more focus on some damage steroids. So he's got basically a interesting version of a crit skill. He's got 45% crit damage for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. So it's just under like a self-mod A. And instead of getting Absorb, he gets debuff resistance for 3 turns by also 45%. So not really going to be a reliable amount. So with the passive, you have 60% debuff res on base with this on max rank. So you can't really rely on that to, resist debuffs. But, it's, I guess, not. Obviously I would have preferred to Absorb, but, luckily he has it elsewhere. But, yeah. It's an okay skill. He has the same PFA. I believe the numbers are exactly the same. So, yeah, yay for an amazing defensive skill. Very good. Third skill has been buffed, so he's got a Wild Beast damage mod for 3 turns by 100%. If you do fight Wild Beast, he actually does very meaningful damage. If you don't, then oh well. And I believe in most challenge quests or bosses, usually you never really see Wild Beast mod. It does happen sometimes, but I would say it's definitely on the rare side. Now, he does get, with the buff, he does get the Absorb for 3 turns by 500%, so I think that was very much needed, because Lancer base Absorb hovers around 100, and his is even 88, which is even lower. So, with base Absorb and no high star generation, he really needed this to go with the first skill. Good uptime as well. So, if you're not fighting Wild Beast, it's like, but if you are, it's obviously really amazing. Magic Resist C is okay to combo with the first skill, and Divinity B, again, maybe just a demerit flat out. Caster Repent, not as good as the OG one, sadly. MP also has been buffed. It took them a while to buff his MP, because they buffed OG's MP, and then it took him a long time to buff his, but now it's buffed as well. So there's a lot of cool normal stuff. So before damage, 20% quick up for 1 turn. I like that. And now also ignores defense. Very, very cool utility. And the OC is the same with maybe just a slightly lower death chance. But again, it's pretty irrelevant anyway. So nowadays, again, this MP is good. Especially for a 3-star, it's very good, I would say. And it's definitely better for damage than OG Ku because of the quick up. But again, for MP, he really doesn't have anything in his skills to help with that. So that's also something worth mentioning, I suppose. He's like half crits, half hard-hitting MP, but kind of awkward at the same time, I would say. I think most people, if not flat out everyone, kind of agrees that OG Ku is just better. But how do you feel about Proto Ku?
I think honestly, from a damage dealer standpoint, I like him quite a bit. But Wild Beast is too rare of a trait.
Yeah, it's not common.
The only boss that has Wild Beast is Koyan, I think.
Is that true?
Yeah, there
Wow.
are a lot of servants, but like the only like boss monster, quote unquote, is
Mm.
Koyan. I'm not sure. Don't like quote me on that, but I don't know. It's uh I don't know. Yeah, and there are other servants. He's awkward. I also think if his face cards were better, maybe you can completely shift him into a main damage dealer. But as of now, I don't think that's he's good enough as a damage dealer just because his face cards are not that good, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
I kind of agree. The year one designs, the numbers are kind of stinky.
Lobo, yeah, Lobo and Shinjuku, I guess, because there's some
True.
servants, there are some servants, definitely there are weapons. So I don't know. It's
Yeah, I feel like we can't really put too much points into the Wild Beast thing because it really isn't all that common.
If he hits it, it's pretty insane. It's 100%. Like
I think last year I had him on A. I might shift him down to like B plus or just B maybe, but maybe it's too far from OG Ku. I don't know. What do you feel like?
I'm gonna be safe and put A for now. I guess I don't know.
You would think he's still in A?
I don't know.
I feel like if Wild Beast was a bit more common, I feel A, but I don't know. I'm feeling one of the Bs, honestly.
No, that's fair enough.
Because let's be real, you're gonna have both of the both of the Lancer Kus anyway, and in most cases you would just pick OG. Like he literally loses to himself.
True. OG existing is a
yeah.
Argument against.
He definitely
him
has the better
some.
crit potential, and if you're fighting Wild Beast, he just dumps on Ku's damage. But besides that, I would pick Lancer for anything else. OG, that is. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna bump him down to B plus, maybe even lower later. But let's start with a B plus for now. New to the stream, what makes Divinity bad? Divinity is bad because it never adds a noticeable amount of damage. It's a flat damage, and most bosses have like hundreds of thousands of HP per bar, right? Adding like 175 damage to all of your face cards is not gonna really do anything. It's like a dot. It's even worse, honestly. But the reason it's bad is because a lot of mechanics in the game are anti-divine. Like Enkidu stun, for instance. If you're fighting him, you're just gonna get stunned if you're divine. There's a lot of anti-divine servants out there, so it just makes you more susceptible to stuff like that while barely giving you any positives. It's like not even noticeable. So I like to think Divinity mostly as a demerit. Unless it's like a passive that's like Goddess's Core, which is in addition to the flat damage, you get a very meaty chunk of debuff resistance as well, then it can be really nice. But just a flat normal Divinity I don't like. Even an EX Divinity is like, just flush it down the toilet.
If it has more support, then like divinity specific buffs, but we only have Steno. Like from my memory, I don't remember anyone else.
I don't remember anyone else either besides Steno, yeah. Alright, moving on. We got first of all the OG Roma. We'll have the other one later as well. So 3-star AoE Buster DPS. Sadly can't farm, so he's in an awkward spot being an AoE DPS as a 3-star. So let's see what he's made of. Again, the standard Lancer deck with the same sad numbers as we've come accustomed to. They have luckily buffed a lot of his skills. So the first skill nowadays has a 100% offensive debuff resistance, so you can't really nerf his damage, which is cool, I guess. Obviously, would have been better if it was just flat out debuff res, but oh well. A pretty meaty 4k heal, which shouldn't be discounted. Oh yeah, stat-wise, let's see, how is he doing? He's actually good on stats. Just above average on attack and HP both, so not too bad. And then with the buff, he also gets a 20% battery. Now with this, I guess you could brute force a double Oberon Koyan farming comp, but just don't do it. It's ugly, it's not good numbers. No point. Now, second skill is good old Imperial Privilege. He has EX, so it means he can get up to 44% attack and defense for 3 turns on a very good uptime. And also a fairly fat 3.4k heal. Now, obviously, again, I have to repeat myself every time. I hate this skill, first of all. If you land everything, it's amazing. It's just a flat-out amazing skill. If you land one of the things, it's okay. It's actually not bad at all. But if you miss both, it's hot garbage. And I don't like that. I hate the inconsistency. And I tend to miss these. So, yeah. Potential is amazing, but sometimes you just get a heal. Now, the third skill is a targeted guts for 1 time, 1 turn with 1k HP. So you better time this correctly if you want to use it for the guts. And the target also gets up to 30% buster for 1 turn. This on a 7-turn cooldown it makes no sense. It just makes absolutely no sense, right? This should be like a 4 or 5-turn cooldown. 7 is way too stupid. They should buff this. Or make the buster like 3 turns at least. It just makes no sense to me. So he has quite a bit in his kit, but some is RNG dependent and some has horrible downtime, so kind of still with his stuff. Magic Res B is the highest we've seen so far, so it's alright. Anti-Berserker Append, very nice. The MP then, oh man. I forgot they haven't even buffed his MP, oh god. There's no normal effects besides damage, and the OC is a 10% charisma on base for 3 turns. It's not even before damage. Oh, that is a pretty garbage MP, I would say. And it's also AoE, because again, he can't really farm. Just don't do the Oberon, double over, don't do it. Like, he's not garbage, but if he was single target, even with this sad effects on the MP, it would still be a lot better. Like, his MP just does kind of sad damage most of the time. What do you feel about Rome?
Is he not garbage though?
I don't think he's Wait, do you think he's flat out garbage? Oh, okay. Okay, I mean, yeah, okay, go for it.
I think he would be serviceable if his Imperial Privilege was guaranteed.
Oh yeah, and those buffs are fat.
Yeah, but as of now, he's not even that tanky. And like unbuffed MP on a low star, and giving guts is not a privilege anymore because Santa Nightingale.
And that's one of the worst targeted guts is indeed. That maybe even the worst. Honestly,
it is probably one of the worst.
Yeah.
1 turn is so bad. Yeah, like it's just there's no point in using him. It's just I don't see a single.
I think last time I gave him a fairly decent rating, but I think I might bump him down quite a bit. Let's see. Last time I gave him a B. I feel like he should go down.
Definitely not on the same level as those 2 bronzes.
Maybe like a C or a D plus.
I think he's straight up worse than Gareth.
Because him being AoE no MP buff, he might be, honestly. Damn.
Yeah.
At least, well, they made a 5-star. I guess that was the fix.
50% crit. Yeah, it's just Romulus Cronus. Just pull the limited, dude.
Damn. Yeah, kind of sad, but it is what it is. Alright, let's talk about Hector next. I like Hector okay. I don't think he's like all that amazing, but I kind of like him. His attack is sadly a bit under average for 3 stars. HP is good at least. Standard Lancer deck with the same stinky numbers yet again. They just literally copy-pasted these numbers and these cards to most of the early Lancers. And it's bad. Alright, he used to have a garbage tactics, but luckily it's one of the buffed ones now. So get 3 turns of party MP damage for 20% on a 5-turn cooldown, that's nice. And then a 1k damage cut for the party for 2 attacks, 3 turns. Actually fairly solid. Now, I think this skill now is good. For a 3-star, you can't really ask more than this. I think this is good. It's definitely gonna give you a lot of good mitigation. Unless you get like the fattest crits on you or MP damage, this won't help. But for any normal attacks, this will make a big difference. And having the AoE MP damage on 3 turns is just nice. Good skill. Second skill is a targeted drain, but it only goes up to 80% chance. Why, oh why? And then only an 80% chance to stun, which again can also be lower based on debuff resistance. 5-turn cooldown. If both were 100%, it would be fine. It would be acceptable. But both on 80%, I hate this skill. I hate it. It's very much known that I just dislike RNG a lot. So yeah, this is meh. Or they should make it AoE at least if it's 80%. Alright, she has a disengage as well. I think it's better on Ku, but you know, there it is. I guess he has a bigger heal. I think Ku's was like 1500. So there's that, but it's a bit more valuable because the damage cut now, because he can definitely tank some hits with this, but they should buff all disengages. They should. So overall, his skills could be better for sure. Magic Resist B is okay. Riding B is actually pretty nice to have. Sadly, there are only 2 hitters on the quick, but whatever. Rider bonus Myst B. MP has been buffed unlike Roma. So he always had the ignore defense, which was nice to have. And then the OC sadly... yeah, you can tell this is an early buff, because the only thing they did was buff damage. You can tell the OC is also better than the ones we've seen so far. Because yeah, it decreased defense for 3 turns after damage, but 1, it's now 20% instead of 10%, and 2, it's AoE, so that's just flat out so much better. It's still not an amazing OC, would be a lot better if it was before damage, but it's still an improvement to a lot of the stuff we already saw. And again, the damage buff still helps, because he's a free MP5 if you play the game for, you know, an X amount of months. Ooh, Hector. He's in an awkward spot, huh? Because you can't use him for farming, and him being AoE, at least he has the buffed MP. But again, probably would be better if he was single target. How do you feel about Hector? I never really see anyone talk about him.
I think he's a better pick than Romulus if you want the AoE, you know, cheap AoE Buster Lancer. But I don't know how much that says. To be honest. Do we have good AoE Lancer welfares though? That could be an argument for him.
True.
I don't recall. I don't know though.
Do we even have any AoEs on welfare?
Eris.
Oh yeah, we have
Eris.
Santa Lily.
Oh, Santa Lily. Okay.
Oh yeah, and Ares as well. Yeah, I mean both of them are not very good though. Yeah, they're the only ones, huh? Unless, yeah, I think they're the only ones for welfare AoE. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we shouldn't bring in 4 stars, but I don't know. I don't see a reason to use them.
I don't. Yeah, he even doesn't really have.
He's better than Rom.
His first skill could be like a little esportsy, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard. Like
then it's gonna be hard to kill him off as well, because 1k damage can actually make him live.
Yeah. There's a lot of good esports options these days. So I don't.
I feel like I'm gonna place him at C, like next to Gareth. I think he's better than Roma, but yeah,
he's just better.
I like Gareth because she's single target, but I like him because, you know, he has nice utility at least. The first skill is nice.
That's his position in the metagame, just better than Romulus.
There you go.
It's fair enough.
Better than 3-star Romulus.
Better than 3-star Romulus.
He gets the last laugh anyway. Alright, let's talk about Diarmuid next. How do you pronounce his name? I say Diarmuid.
Yeah, Diarmuid.
Yeah. You don't pronounce the I in the latter part?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not the best with pronunciation.
Honestly, in JP they don't. It's Diarmuid though. So I guess maybe I shouldn't say Diarmuid, but I've said that forever now. I don't know. So, single target quick DPS. At least he's single target. But he has some competition for sure. At stat-wise, he's looking pretty sad though. Attack could be higher. Double arts, double quick this time instead of double buster. Double quick. I mean, his MP hits fairly hard, so I don't hate it. But at the same time, it's also less synergy with Summer Scotty, which is, you know, kind of sad. It's whatever. And the hit counts, despite not being day 1 servant, they're still not great. Now, sadly, he doesn't have PFA. He has a Mind's Eye True, which is, I mean, honestly, it's still a fine skill. It's a fine defensive skill. There's nothing wrong with a Mind's Eye True. It's fine. It does the job most of the time. It's not PFA rank B, I'll tell you that much, but I shouldn't trash on it just because it's not as good. It's still okay. Second skill is an AoE female attack down for 1 turn by up to 50% on a 5-turn cooldown. Like, if you're gonna make it that niche, it should be 100%. It should. I don't know why it isn't. Like, give him that. Give him that. This is his whole reason. This is his big lore thing, right? Make it count. Like, in Fate Zero, Seiba couldn't do shit when he used it, right? This means that you're still gonna die to MPs and crits and whatnot. So it doesn't really, you know, help all that much. Yeah, it's the anti-Anning squad skill. I don't really like this skill. Okay, then we get the third skill, which got a very good buff last year. This was after the tier list. I really like this buff. This is great. This is exactly what he needed. He could use more, but this is a great start. So he gains both Quick at Arts up for 20% for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. That's really good. And then 30% crit damage for self for 3 turns, and also the old 50% star gen also stays. So now, on a 5-turn cooldown, we are actually looking at a very strong skill. Now he just needs to, like, they should, like, give him a Star Bomb and some Absorb as well, and suddenly, he's actually a crit DPS. He's kind of close, but he still needs more, in my opinion. But this is a great buff. I really like this buff. Magic Resist B is okay. Anti-caster append, whatever. MP has been buffed, which is nice. Sadly, the buff removal is after damage. His Saber counterpart suffers from the same thing. And then the OC is a 5-turn curse. So, unless they make like a curse version of Honey Lake, it's a bad OC. So, it's mostly just for damage. And this should definitely be before damage, the buff strip, but... Nah. I think Diarmuid still has a ways to go. What do you think about him?
I am less optimistic. I don't know. Yeah, he is better offensively, debatably, because his skill 3 is like low cooldown, right? But I don't know. I might not even use him over Proto. For
yeah, I think Proto is the main comparison for sure.
Yeah, it's not a very good. Right. I don't know.
Maybe I would go with a B. I don't think there's a massive difference after the third skill buff, but I think I kind of prefer Proto as well, honestly. I think
he's Hector tier though. That's just me, because I don't use them a lot. Like I can't really justify a lot of my reasonings because I don't use them enough, in my opinion. But I just.
And I guess even though Proto is his main comparison, we still kind of have to factor in that Ku still exists, right? Even if
Ku still exists.
Yeah, it's still a free MP5 at some point. So. Is it Hector tier? I'm gonna put him just above Hector because 1, he's single target, and 3, he actually has a good damage steroid now. So I'm gonna put him just above Hector because of that. If he was AoE, down he goes. But like this, I like him a bit more than Hector.
That's fair enough. Yeah.
All right. There's Diarmuid. All right, 2 more to go for 3 stars. Gonna talk about Taiga next. And speaking of cooldowns, oh boy. Oof. So, single target Buster DPS. Pretty average stats among 3 stars. Back to standard Lancer deck with maybe just ever so better hit counts, but still not great. Now, let's talk about the first skill. It has a lot of cool stuff. 30% Buster up for self for 3 turns. Great. 40% mental debuff rest for 3 turns. Sure. 15 stars. Yes, please. And then 2 hit evasion, no duration. Oh, I love it. But then you notice wait, is that a 10 turn cooldown on max level? And you just realize, like, what the actual hell, dude? How? How? This should be at most 7 turns. I can't see it being 8 turns or more. It is, sure, it does a lot, but she's still a 3-star, and come on, dude, that is absolutely disgusting. This is like worse than Abigail. Oh my god. So yeah, cool skill, but man, does it suffer on long fights. Then the next 2 skills are a lot more basic. So it's a 2-turn self attack up for 30%. 5-turn cooldown. So if it was 3 turns, I would say it's alright. As 2 turns, it's definitely worse than average. So not great. And then 3rd skill. So map aside, you get 50% crit damage for 3 turns on a 6-turn cooldown. So if you're not on forest field, that's all you get. And at that point, it's not a very great skill. But if you're in forest, you also get 50% star gen and 600% absorb for 3 turns each. And then it actually becomes a fairly alright skill. It's still not as good as self mod, because I don't think +1 cooldown and the need for the field is worth just having that star gen. But it at that point it's not bad, at least. So skill-wise, she could also do quite a bit better. I do like that there's a lot of offense in it, at least. So when she's up, and let's say she's also on forest field, everything up, maybe a support or 2, she does have damage potential. But that's a lot of effort you need to put into her, honestly. Magic Rese, I very much like. Madness Enhancement E, well, it's nice to have. Sadly, the lowest rank, but there you go. And then we got the usual demerit of Divinity. Why doesn't she have Goddess's Core? I guess Jaguar Warrior is supposed to be a dude, so maybe that's why. Yeah, I guess that's why. Alright. Rider Append, whatever. And then the MP, which hasn't been buffed, sadly. In fact, she has never seen a single buff. So, Ignore Evasion for 1 turn before damage. Cool little bonus. And then the OC is base 10% debuff rest for 3 turns after damage. What? I don't get. She not only does she not even have debuffs herself, she wants to be a selfish DPS. So wait, who is this for? Your Scotties? No, I don't know, man. This is weird. So the MP is, and it's worth mentioning, she is story locked. So a lot of people definitely don't have like an MP5. So I feel like most of the time, even if she has like an attack up and buster up in her kit, the MP just won't do great damage. It's gonna be a bit of a wet noodle. Pretty much. I don't know. How do you feel about Taiga? I don't think anyone ever speaks about her, but yeah, that's fair.
I'm pretty disappointed she didn't get a buff in Lost World 7, and
yeah, why did she not? That's crazy. I was expecting her and Cuckoo to get buffed. Not Kukulkan, but OG kids.
Yeah. So I don't know. That skill 1 being 10 turn cooldown and the skill 2 and 3 being like super basic effects, I don't know. It's like field dependent.
And the MP is kind of a noodle as well.
The MP, not upgraded. I don't know. I don't.
I think she's considerably worse than Diarmuid.
Yeah.
I think she's worse than Hector, honestly. Despite Hector being AoE.
If you want to treat her as like not guaranteed MP5 as well because of the story lock, then oh boy, she is bad. But yeah, unfortunate because she's she's kind of also an OG Fate character, right? It's like a
they kind of did her dirty.
character.
I mean, that's because she never got too much focus in the VNs either, so she keeps getting done dirty.
Yeah,
I feel like I'm gonna slide her next to Roma, honestly.
I think that's fair. It's just a whole lot of nothing, even though her first skill looks like it has a lot, but I don't know.
Yeah. Alright, time for the last 3-star. Barely escaping the early game design. We got Hozoin. So he's a crit DPS, let's put it like that. He can be used for solos, but I don't think he's all that viable. His damage potential is great, but his survivability is too low for meaningful solos, in my opinion. Now, let's see what he's made of. Now, sadly, I think he has the lowest attack of all the 3-star Lancers. When you get him going, it's not that big of a deal, but for starters, it is kind of annoying. He's got a triple quick deck, which is I actually like it. It's cool. Especially for solos, it can be fun. Although now you have mighty chains as well, so it depends on the scenario, I guess. A bit better hit counts as well. First skill, ignores evasion for 3 turns and 30% star gen for 3 turns. Both are on good uptime, but are either of those effects like all that amazing? Well, one is niche, so sometimes it's useless. And star gen, yeah, he has three hitter quicks. It can be okay, but just give him a quick up instead, right? Star gen is just not a very great buff. Now, he does have a quick up luckily, so it's basically his quick mana burst, 50% quick up for 1 turn, and then 100% mental debuff rest for 3 turns and a 5-turn cooldown. Is better than most mana bursts in the game. Is it still a good skill? No. But it's gonna, once you, let's say you MP first, and then you pop everything this, go for the full, if you have a full quick chain, you can actually just melt faces, right? But that's like the best case scenario. Alright, third skill is a single target MP seal for 1 turn. 100% base chance, and then defense down 20% for 3 turns. 6-turn cooldown, I think is okay. For a 3-star, is fine. It is not an amazing skill, but it's an okay skill. So overall, I'm not super happy with his skill set, but I don't think it's complete trash either. Now, one thing you might notice, there's basically nothing for survival besides like mental debuff, res, and, you know, arguably an MP seal. So that's a kind of a problem. Alright, magic res D plus should be higher, but oh well. Lancer bonus, I would not run him on neutral, honestly. And then the MP, which I kind of like. So you get on MP5, which is free after some time, 50% attack up for 3 turns on self. There you go, that's very solid. Then 100% crit damage for 3 turns. Yes, please. Great. Instant kill immune for 1 turn. Yeah, sure. And then 1 hit evasion. That's it for defense. And on OC base, 100% star gen for 3 turns, which actually can make him dish out a very good amount of stars. But man, if he had more defense in his kit, he could be a serious soloer. As is, you can only solo archers and archers that don't hit particularly hard, because you realistically only have 1 dodge, and in the best case scenario you can maybe loop your MP every turn, but it's really difficult on solo, extremely difficult, and even then you're still not gonna be completely, like, you know, hit proof for a turn because it's only 1 hit. Like, his damage potential is nuts. I haven't even put out a video or two about his potential, but like, on solo, he's too squishy, and on team, he's a bit too unreliable, I feel like, because he's so card dependent. I think he's always had great potential, but he just doesn't work that well in practice. What do you feel about Hozoin? He's an interesting case.
I think you already put it pretty well, basically. Like, his survivability is way too bad for solos, but he is also a card dependent damage dealer, and all of his steroid is on his MP. So unlike someone like Super Orion, where he can pop all the skills and just go to town, you kind of have to, you know, start spamming his MP. So like, you will see crazy runs with him. But it's either like RNG min
Yeah, the stars have
runs
to align for that.
Yeah, where you like sack one of your supports every turn, so they reshuffle the deck, so you get a Brave Chain every turn, or you card lock with Summer BB, which I don't know. It's just the character is really fun, and
I would agree.
Really
he's very fun.
When it works out. Yeah, and it looks crazy when it works out, right? You just see him like poke someone.
Yeah, he can do some cool crits. But yeah, speaking of which, there was a good comment in chat as well, which I forgot to mention. In addition to his lack of defense, he has 0 absorb. So if you're going to run him on teams, you better make sure you have a lot of stars coming in, because Lancer base absorb, usually not enough to get consistent crits. So that's another thing he's lacking. No absorb whatsoever.
I don't know. He also for mighty chains, this is a weird thing, but if you're talking about looping your supportive MP for mighty chains, because you're not Buster, So you like if you're a buster, you can refund with both the quick and arts. But if you're
Yeah.
arts, then you're actually massively losing out on the refund with the arts that would have been boosted in the Mighty Chain, because now
Yeah.
your arts doesn't hit. So like
Yeah,
I don't
true.
know. He's very weird.
Maybe they
He's
should have made his
very
MP
weird.
quick, honestly.
If his MP was quick or buster, I think it would have been better. But I don't know.
Yeah, Buster for the crit potential as well. I would say maybe a C. Honestly, I think I had him a C plus last year. I kind of think I think I would prefer Diarmuid over him. He's easy to work with at least. He's always going to be like fairly consistent, even if he's not amazing.
I guess so.
And his solo is even not that legit.
I personally, because I like how he plays, I will put him, like if it were me, I would put him with Diarmuid at least, but I don't know. I mean, it's just small adjustments, so I think this is fair. Like he really needs a buff, in my opinion.
I've noticed that they hardly ever. I think only one buff MP character has been buffed, and she's actually on this list later as a 4-star, Liangyu. I don't think, if I'm correct here, I don't think any single other buff MP DPS has seen a single buff. So they really, I think they are afraid that they become too overpowered, because they can kind of get out of hand. I think that's why they don't do it.
Yeah, probably.
All right, like that's it for the low stars as well. Oh, did you have something to that?
Oh no, I was just saying, like, because I remember discussing with some other people like how to fix this guy, and then like even if you tag like a defense up on his MP, and if he spams every turn, suddenly becomes broken, right? So it's like, I don't know,
it's scary. I understand them, but they should still try at least.
Yeah, probably.
All right, 4 stars, and we're gonna start with someone you're kind of familiar with, I assume. Although I'm not sure how much you use Lancer, honestly. So, yeah, OG Liz, AoE Buster, a DPS. So stat-wise, let's look at 4 stars. She is just under average for her attack, but definitely not a terrible number. And now that we're back to day 1, we're back to the fun old standard Lancer deck with the bad hit counts as well. Oh boy. Now skill-wise, there's some stuff to like here. I like her first skill, even if it's kind of basic. It's the female charisma. So your party gets 20% attack, and every female in the party gets another 20% attack, except for her. I really think they should have made this inclusive, like Steno, for instance. Most of these OG charisma buffs are excluding the caster, but yeah, I feel like they should definitely give her the 40%. It wouldn't be that OP. It would be great, but not OP. But you know, at least because you're probably not gonna run her as a solo DPS. So if you're running a second DPS that's a female, hey, 40% attack up is actually quite nice. It's not a bad skill. Second skill has been buffed, so it's a single target defense down, 20%, 3 turns. And then with the buff, removes one of the latest buffs from the enemy. Sadly, another full strip. And then also a skill seal for 1 turn. I think this could have been a full strip, because it's single target as well. They were probably being a bit careful with it. Or maybe if only remove 1 buff, maybe increase the defense down to like 30% on base, max rank.
It
is AoE, I'm stupid.
AOE. Yeah, the strip is AoE.
They made it, oh my god, okay, never mind. Okay, it's way better then. Okay. I forgot this was AoE and I was, okay. So it's AoE 20% defense down for 3 turns and AoE remove 1 buffs. Okay, then it's good. I like this skill. Yeah, this is good. Okay. Thank God we have you in the chat here. Yeah, it's a good skill. And then sadly, she has a base guts. One of the few remaining in the game. I think there's probably less than 5 or something that are still base gutses. So it's a 1-time 4-turn guts on a 7-turn cooldown. So, and because it does nothing else, I would just give a thumbs down on it. Not very good. It's also her only defensive option, which is not that good. Magic Grisey is nice. Territory Christian B, well, it's nice to have. It doesn't really do much because he has 1 2-hitter arts, but you know, cool. All trigger bonus is legit for knights, for the append. The MP has also been buffed, so she ignores defense, which is nice. And then with the buff, I really like this thing. So it's a AoE buff success rate down by 20% for 3 turns. This is cool. I really like this. It means the enemy has an 80% baseline to hit buffs. Every single buff can whiff after this. It's so cool. Unless they have buffs success rate up as well to counter this. This is cool. Is she the only one that has this actually in the entire game? In any form? I'm not sure. But I think it's very cool. It's obviously not very reliable. Like if you're going to bring her to a very buff heavy enemy fight. But it's cool. I like it. It's actually nice. And then the OC is just a boring curse that no one really cares about. But it does okay damage after the buff as well. Even if she only has like, you know, the defense down and the 20% attack for herself. Not too bad for damage. So how does Mr. Plushie think about Liz of all servants?
I use her a lot,
You
but
do?
just not above level 40.
Oh.
She
You use her as esports. I see. Okay.
yeah. I have, of course I have a level 100 copy, but I just
okay.
never use her. She's a trophy.
Mm.
As main DPS, I think her only edge is I guess the buff success chance down. It never occurred to me that it could be useful. But the only thing is that it does have defense ignore, and she is, I don't know, it sometimes it might come into play, but as a support though, I would have to say, because she the
I've used her in
40%
some
attack
setups
above
as well,
debuff.
actually.
Yeah, it's a pretty big buff, especially if you combo it with the second skill. And even with second skill being AoE, I still would prefer if the buff strip was all, because
Mm.
one buff strip is really hard to control, right? Sometimes the enemy would
Yeah.
just throw in a crappy effect at the end, which is let's say like a
Yeah.
star gen up or something, and then suddenly, you know, it doesn't matter. Can enemy cast Star Gen up? I don't know. Like
They
something
can't
like that.
actually. They just get crit damage, I believe.
Yeah. So like they can like throw in like a really bad like buff that you don't care about, and then it just suddenly doesn't work. But the skill seal though, like skill seal is useful in some
Yeah,
cases where
sometimes it's okay. Yeah.
yeah, they have a nasty, you know, skill that's scripted to happen. Sometimes this can block it. So I don't know. I like her a lot as esports. Obviously, you know, esports is it's a weird topic to bring up because not everyone really care about esports.
I think it's a
But
good
even
thing
as
to talk
a
about.
yeah, even as a female support though, I think she's decent. But
Mm.
especially as esports, because she only needs to be Ascension 1. Skill seal helps her die
Mm.
sometimes, arguably,
True. That's very
and
true.
yeah. So like, I don't know. I personally use her a lot, but only for esports, which is kind of sad because, you know, it's Elizabeth. But
Yeah, I think her best use cases are either for setups or as a secondary DPS. I wouldn't main DPS with her personally. I like her as a secondary with another female DPS.
yeah, that's fine as well. But if she had a you know, charge, or like if her skill 3 had another supportive effect, I think that can push her
They
to
should buff
be
the guts.
like a
She has
really good.
potential still.
Yeah, definitely. Like she's like one buff off from being a really good
Yeah.
multi DPS damage dealer. Yeah.
So last year I had her on B plus, which honestly I might stick to. What do you feel like? Where should she be?
That's fair. I'm not gonna try to argue against, you know, Elizabeth rank. So yeah.
The higher it gets, it better.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I think she's good. All right, the next one, back to story locked stuff. We got Arturia, Lancer, Alter. In fact, is there only 2 Arturias here in this list? I think there is. Yeah, okay. Gonna start with the 4-star, obviously. So AoE Buster, a DPS, again not a farmer. 9.9k attack is good for a 4-star. Standard Lancer deck with maybe ever so better numbers, but still nothing to really write home about. Her mana burst has been buffed, luckily. I think this was a new buff. I think this wasn't last year when I did the tier list. So it's now a 3x 3-hit buster up for 3 turns. 55%, very solid. and then a 20% battery. So for the big fans of her, yes, you can brute force her to loop, but it's not gonna be pretty. I would not recommend. Take it as a nice bonus instead. So now this skill is, actually don't hate it. I think it's fine. Pretty big buster number, even if it's only for 3 busters. Second skill, it's all the crit stuff. So 1k absorb, 50% crit damage, and 10 stars. All 1-turn effects and a 5-turn cooldown. So on its own, it's not going to be consistent. You kind of need a bit more than this. But, you know, she has the potential of actually having a fairly meaty crit turn, I would say. So, should not be discounted. But, again, the downtime is there, so... yeah. And then Charisma E is back. So, need I say more? Yeah, it's not that good. It's... yikes. Alright, Magic Resp B. Good. Writing A. Again, not too bad. Writer bonus once again, Myst B. If anything, this is lore accurate to Lancers when you think about it. And the MP has been buffed, so it actually does a good amount of damage. Also, like Liz, ignores defense. 60% chance to MP seal on AoE though on base. You cannot improve on it, so I love the effect, but I hate the 60%. It should be 100%, especially when the OC is a pretty meh curse again. So it does good damage, good niche. But if the NPC was 100%, I would actually really like this MP. Now it's just I want to like it, but I don't really love it. How do you feel like Lancer Alter? I think she's okay. She has okay DPS potential, but I think she probably should have been single target as well.
Oh, I would like her a lot better if she was single target, of course. That second skill used to be like super good.
I remember when people were like, "Oh my god, one of the best crit DPSs in the game," because like back then we didn't really have all that many crit options, but that was years ago.
Yeah, and it's like a bread and butter skill, right? But I don't know anymore. Like, yeah, she got an upgraded MP. I think that's pretty huge. She has a lot of damage, right? She's kind of like it's kind of like Saber Alter, but maybe
I kind of like her maybe a bit more as a DPS at least.
Yeah, definitely. I think what could have been cool is if she also had, if she started with the off balance damage mod and then she got upgraded.
Or they could have given her the refund on the OC as well to make her loop farm better.
True. I don't know. She's a little bit clunky to use. She definitely has really high damage potential though with her buster cards, with the skill 1 and paired with the already good skill 2. So I don't know.
Last year I had her on the same tier as Liz, but I don't know. I kind of like Liz now more.
Yeah.
I'll put her into B, honestly.
I think we can move. Okay, maybe this is by. I think we can move Liz up. I don't know.
Oh, you think she should go up?
I don't know. Nah, never mind.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. I mean, we're gonna get more comparison here as we go on. You never know.
Yeah.
Right. Then we move on from the busters and more into the blue territory. We got Mr. Fion next. A lot of people hate this guy, but despite that, he's actually not bad at all. Now, sadly, his deck could be higher. It's not the worst, but it's definitely still a little bit above or below average for 4 stars. Double arts, double quick deck is fine because he's really all about the MP. His face cards are pretty trashy. His first skill used to be hot garbage. Now it's not amazing, but is passable. So 50% Stargen for the full party for 3 turns is like, for him it doesn't really do much. He's an arts character, so even with the AoE MP it doesn't help much. But now it also comes with 30% MP generation for the party, which is a reason why he can actually loop farm, so yay. Can also be useful for DPSing if you run secondary DPSs, or even for your supports is nice to have. It's an okay skill. Second skill has been buffed. It used to be 10 turns of cooldown. Now it's a 7-turn cooldown. So now his evasion is normally chance-based, but if a lot of people don't realize that if you do actually max it, it's no longer chance-based. So he gets the full turn of one turn of evasion. Then you don't have to worry about it. I don't know why this is the only evasion I believe in the game that had scaling. Like, you had to max it to get guaranteed dodge. It's just stupid. I think they realized it themselves too. But yeah, at least you can fix it. Now you get a 30% battery as well. And a taunt for 1 turn. Which, again, if you max the skill, you're basically dodging the attacks, which is nice. And then there's the demerit that if an enemy female has charm, they will basically guaranteed land them on him. So it's an interesting demerit. It's not really a big deal, honestly. It's kind of like, it's a lore thing, but yeah. Now on a 7-turn cooldown, I think it's an alright skill. It's not like amazing. Is alright. They kind of fixed it a lot. It used to be terrible. Then the third skill is literally an Arts Mana Burst by 40%. They should buff this. They really should. This is a bit weak. Would improve his farming numbers as well. Magic Resist B is alright. Divinity D is not great. Lancer bonus is like whatever. MP luckily has been buffed. But yeah, luckily he actually does give himself mental debuff immune for 3 turns. So even if he gets susceptible to female charms, he can get immunity for it for 3 turns. So yay, I guess. And then the OC is base 10% attack down for 3 turns on AoE, which is, it can be actually alright if you're running him on bosses, because his MP, if you bring good supports, is fairly spammable. So it shouldn't be discounted, but at the same time, it's not like an amazing OC either. Overall, with the buff of the MP, sadly it's just a damage buff because it's an early one. It's an alright MP for sure. I don't hate it. And now we can finally look at some of the looping numbers again. So, how does Mr. Fion do? He does fairly well, in fact. He actually, with the same numbers, he does beat Lambda, Melt, Lancer. There you go, words. And he also beats Percy as well. I'm pretty sure Percy has a much easier time looping though. So depending on the node, he's going to be better. But yeah, his numbers should not be, you know... how should I say this? Okay, words. Neglected, there you go. I found the words. He actually even kind of trashes on Sakamoto Lancer as well. Because he can't run Black Rail, so... Yeah. So yeah, he's actually fairly solid. How do you feel about Fion?
I mean, I think his only selling point is the upgraded MP. Like, in every other way, he kind of gets smashed by Percival, right? And Percival is also permanent.
I do like Percy more, yeah.
And yeah, I don't know. And also because he's older, so people are gonna have him at higher MP level. So I feel like he is a transitional stage servant. Like the moment you get a equal or higher MP level Percival, you'll probably ditch him. I don't know.
I agree to that. I still think Fion gets too much hate though. Is he perma story locked? He's perma.
Yeah.
What did I have him on last year? I had him on A+. I seem to have a lot of the looping ones on A+ from last year.
I think you can bring him down a peg at least.
I feel like, yeah, I feel like he could go down a bit. Like, as a DPS role, he's fine, and as a farmer, he's pretty good. So, I feel like A kind of reflects that.
That's fair.
Yeah, mostly people hate him because he's always paired with other, like, SSR Lancers on right up, and you always get Fion instead. And notably, it happens to be like a Reshkigal most of the time, so people really hate him because of that.
Yep.
Alright. I'm gonna talk about a servant that I actually like myself a lot. It's Lee Lancer. Single target arts DPS. Pretty decent attack at 9.6k. Double arts, double quick deck. I would have loved to have actually seen maybe double arts, double buster. But for gains, it's not bad. It helps. Skill-wise, much like Assassin, we're on a later list, you're gonna see mostly one-turn stuff, sadly. So the first skill, ignore evasion for 1 turn and 100% crit damage for 1 turn. 6-turn cooldown though, so it's not that amazing. This should at least be a 5-turn cooldown, and maybe even add 1 more effect. Then it would be really good. It does mean that he has a high damage ceiling, but again, the downtime will definitely be noticeable. At least his MP is a bit more spammable, especially bring the good supports, because his face card gains are actually, he has 2 triple hitter arts, so while the skills have terrible downtime, it's not all bad, because the MP helps a lot with that. Now he has a modified version of Mind's Eye True. Instead of the other stuff, he gets absorbed for 1 turn with the dodge, so I guess it does pair kind of okay with this, with the crit damage. And then with the buff to the 3rd skill, we have another good pairing, because he gains a 15 star bomb now as well. And they did reduce the cooldown of this actually, so it's good, but at the same time it's awkward, because now they all used to be 6 turns on max rank, now this is 5, so it can be a bit awkward sometimes, but it's obviously still good. Invul Pierce for 1 turn, he gets both Invul Pierce and Sure Hit, I guess. And then a big 50% art sub, so this is like a much better mana burst when you think about it. Is it still a broke kid skill? No, but it's definitely a better than most mana bursts in the game. So yeah, downtime is real. Magic Resist D, that's it. Not that much to say, pretty meh. Lancer Bodas, whatever. Now the MP, a lot of people don't actually realize that just how much damage he can do with his MP. It hits really hard, like super hard. So it ignores defense as well, which is cool. And then sadly the 30% defense down for 3 turns is after damage, but that's a pretty fat amount regardless. And it's considering his MP is also fairly spammable, that's cool actually. And the insta-kill is like whatever, that's just bad and, you know, never really relevant. But regardless, with the buff, the MP is pretty good. It hits really hard. Does it hit harder than Kagetora? That's a good question, actually. I think he might. Maybe not at MP1, but maybe at MP2 he would already pass Kagetora, honestly. I feel that could be... I could see that happening. But probably not at MP1. And he is story locked, so it's a bit hard to get those MP copies for sure. Now, last year, I had him at a B+. I feel like I could still have him there, honestly. I think he's a very solid DPS. Mostly just held back by the downtime of the skills. But the MP still hits really hard and it's fairly spammable, so... What do you feel like about Lee? You probably don't use him much, do you?
I don't use him much, but I agree. I think his only problem is being story locked, because like if you can consistently get him to MP2+, he's going to outperform the welfare most of the time, in my opinion. I think
for sure.
I think Kagetora is very it's a similar situation between Emiya Alter and Kuro.
Kuro, yeah.
Right? Emiya Alter just has a lot more damage if he's at just MP2 compared to Kuro. Kuro has bigger batteries, but
same with Summer Anastasia as well, yeah.
Oh, Summer Anastasia. Oh, I wasn't here for the list, but yeah, Summer Anastasia is nuts. Anyway, yeah. I think he's solid. I think B+ is really fair. He's really good. 1-turn buffs. Kagetora also has a lot of 1-turn buffs. Like I don't get that is not.
I think for the record, I do think Kagetora is a bit overrated. But if you have an MP1 Lee and an MP5 Kagetora, you might just want to go with Kagetora, honestly. But I do think she's not as good as some people give her credit for, if anything. Yeah, I wouldn't call her like a top tier welfare.
Agree. She is not. I agree. She doesn't even have the 50 MP battery like Kuro does, right? And Lee also has the ignore defense, the invul pierce. So it's a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, he's hard to get rid of. He just dishes out damage.
Yeah, his damage is going to land most of the time, so it's really good.
I guess Johanna gives him a bit more potential as well, because he's an arch crit DPS.
Maybe.
In fact, because I have my Lancer and Assassin both grailed there, I should just start running Johanna more now. Alright, next up is a fun one, I guess. Used to be a servant that was missing for the longest time on my NA account. First summer servant as well, we got Lancer Kyo. Single target buster DPS. 8.9k attack, a bit on the lower side, but not trash. Good old standard Lancer deck, with most notably increased hit count on the buster. I think she's a bit famous for that. That big flame spit. Interesting. One of the rare cases you can actually have some MP generation with the Buster if led by an Arts first. Not a whole lot, but you know, something. Alright, first skill. AoE crit chance down for 30% max rank. 5-turn cooldown. So it's actually, I don't hate this skill. I mean, I'm known for simping crit chance down and crit resistance, but like it's good uptime. It's a good chunk down, and it's AoE. That's all it does, but I don't think it's trash. I think it's a very fine skill. Considering she's mostly for bosses anyway. Second skill. 30% Buster up for 3 turns on self on a 5-turn cooldown. That's it. But again, it's not trash, but again, it's... Maybe there could be more here and there. And then another basic skill. It's the same as the Berserker one, right? So 30% defense down within me for 3 turns. Grant, should be noted that this is a 500 chance to land, so this is basically guaranteed unless they're immune. Sometimes it can be nice to have that increased chance. But then the demerit, though, it can be insanely bad, though. 20% attack up for 3 turns on the target. A lot of bosses already hit hard, and if they don't have an attack up buff, let's say they have like a Buster buff, you add this, so you multiply, so that, it can actually start to hurt real freaking bad. Now, you can maybe bring some other stuff like command codes or just buff removal to deal with this, but you shouldn't need... This is a nasty demerit. So that's the skill set. Is very basic. The effects are fine, but there could definitely be more. Madness Enhancement EX is amazing. She has double Buster with high hits, and then the MP is Buster as well. Magic Resist D, sadly a bit low though. Anti-Berserker Append, won't you love to see it? MP with most Summer Servants is not buffed, so what do we get? We get a big chance to skill seal for 1 turn, and then a burn on the OC. And again, dots definitely suck, but you know, at least with burn you can use Honey Lake, but even it shouldn't be the big argument, because you know, you can still run command codes to kind of make Honey Lake work on everyone. It does make it easier because it's a 5-turn burn on something you want to use all the time anyway, but yeah. And considering she's limited, most of the time the MP will not hit very hard. What do you think about Summer Kyo?
I think she has a 3-star skill set.
Minus the
Madness Enhancement EX, it's just so boring. Like, I don't hate Kiyohime. I know a lot of people have a burning passion, burning hatred for Kiyohime, but like, you know, I don't hate Kiyohime. Ironic. I don't hate Kiyohime, but like I think Lancer Kiyohime is it's so basic.
She should be permanent with this skill set. But they won't do that for Summer Servants. You can tell she's a Summer White Servant. Yeah.
They could have buffed her when they reran like all the summer banners, but they didn't, and they lost that chance forever. Unless they shoehorn her into like a random future event, it's looking pretty bad. The stalking as well, like I don't. Yeah, like that's her flavor, but maybe give it something so the demerit becomes like, I don't know, not that much of a demerit or benefit her. So I don't know, just give her something. She has nothing. She has like good base stuff, but it's like 1 line. Like every skill description is like 1 line.
Yeah, that's a bit too little these days. Even if the numbers are okay, she could still use more.
Yeah.
So last year I put her on B, which I think I'm gonna bump her down from.
I agree. Yeah. Especially considering limited, yeah.
I would probably not put her below Diarmuid at least, though. Maybe the same tier. Even if, again, not the direct comparison, because it's kind of unfair, but yeah. She's okay. Okay. Next up, a servant I also like. We got Vlad Lancer. Maybe not as big on the spotlight as Berserker, but he's got some interesting stuff, and we actually got a new buff that didn't exist last year on the tier list. So, stat-wise, his attack is a bit lower, but considering he's also a bit of a tank, also he's a single-target Buster DPS, but he's a bit of a tank as well. I don't hate that he has a bit more HP than usual, because of the taunt. Now he has the standard Lancer deck. Now we're starting to see a bit better numbers, which is cool. So not the worst hit counts out there. First skill is the Gramp skill, the Martha skill, etc. He has the really good version of the skill with good numbers. So he gets 100% debuff rest for 3 turns, on a 5-turn cooldown. Love it. 2.5k heal. Sometimes you're gonna activate this turn 1, so it's irrelevant, but you know, considering he's kinda not too hard to keep alive, this can be relevant too. 40% defense up for 1 turn. Great with the taunt. Very great. And then 20% attack for 3 turns. For a 5-turn cooldown, it's just really damn good. That's a great skill. I like it. Second skill has been buffed. It used to be the garbage tactics. Now we get the usual tactics buff, which first of all, 20% AoE now, or 3 turns of the buff for the MP damage. And then now also comes with an AoE 20% buster up for 3 turns. And then, ooh, I like this. This is cool with the taunt. So he gets a buff for 3 turns, or 5 attacks 3 turns. And every time he sustains a hit from the enemy, they get minus 10% defense down for 3 turns. Which again, he has a taunt, so that's cool. And it can also, like, let's say you use the taunt right, and then you get hit 3 times a turn, which is usually the most you can get hit by. You still have 2 more attacks left, so if you get randomly hit in the next 2 turns, you can still dish out a bit more defense down as well, which is nice. So now, again, this is a great skill. I love the mix of the MP damage and the Buster as well, because they also multiply each other. That's great. It is very cool. And one, they both work really well for himself too, and then also, if you're on a secondary DPS, it's even better. Third skill, 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, and then the taunt for 1 turn on a 5-turn cooldown. Is fairly basic, but the taunt is really well placed now with the buff to the second skill and the first skill being as good as it is. So honestly, I think he has a fairly great skill set. Not the best I've ever seen from a 4-star, but I think it's good. Now, Magic Rush C is the only passive, so you know, room for improvement, but considering he also has most of the turns he's going to have 100% debuff res already anyway, it's not the biggest deal. Anti-Avenger passive, well, if you're really low on Moon Cancers, I guess you can utilize that. And then the MP. I think this is the one drawback of him. His MP hasn't been buffed yet. I still kind of like it though. It's Invul Pierce, 1 turn before damage, and then anti-evil damage mod on the OC. And evil is a very common alignment on bosses, so I think he's just an MP buff away from a top tier 4-star spot. I'm willing to say that, honestly. He's already very solid, but I think if he gets a good MP buff with like a new effect as well, I think he's very close to being like amazing. How do you feel about Lancer Vlad? I think he's very underrated.
I agree. He is very much just solid all around. Good survival, good team utility, good MP with the anti-trait. As you said, if the MP gets a buff, he's gonna be one of the higher damage dealers against evil. And he is permanent compared to someone like Kiyohime, where you're going to, you know, a lot of people probably has him at
Even
high
on
MP,
same MP level, I would always pick Vlad over Kyo, honestly.
Yeah, definitely. Like, Vlad's second skill has more description than Kiyohime's entire skill set plus MP combined.
Even
like,
his first skill, honestly. Yeah.
Yeah. He just has so many good effects. Yeah.
So last year I had him on B+, and that was before the buff. Now the question is, was that too high, or was that fine and I should bump him up to A now? I almost feel like he could be A tier. I think he's really good.
I think he's close to Li Shuan though. I mean, okay, they're not close in gameplay, but like,
yeah,
one is super offensive centric, the other is like kind of half support. I don't know.
But he still has a lot of buff damage in his kit too, to be honest. He has attack up, buster up, MP damage up, stars per turn, damage mod on his MP, which is a common alignment.
The defense down is stackable. Yeah.
I mean, I kind of want to place him in A, honestly.
That's fair. I would put him at A, maybe even A+ if he had an MP upgrade, but yeah.
I mean, if he ever gets an MP buff, depending on what it is, if it like adds up 1 or 2 effects that are both good, he could be EX tier as a 4-star. He's already that solid. His MP is just like, if you're not fighting evil, it's kinda not very damaging even with all the buffs, but
yeah.
Besides that, he's still very good.
Yeah.
Good permanent 4-star. Alright, next up the first welfare, and there aren't that many, I suppose. Well, wait, how many other? 3, 4? I forgot. Anyway. Jolter, Lily, Santa, thingy. Big name. So AoE, Buster, I'm just gonna say DPS because she really can't farm. It's not pretty. So let's just stick to that. Excuse me. Attack 9.2k. Just above average, not too shabby, I guess. Standard Lancer deck again. With slightly better numbers than usual. Oh well. First skill is a targeted heal. 3k. And then 30% Stargin for 3 turns with a 5-turn cooldown. Weak. Very weak. Not a great skill. Second skill is a self 20% battery with up to 50% debuff rest for 3 turn and a 5-turn cooldown. Is passable, but not great either. Just barely passable, but I would say still on the weak side. And then the third skill, the Jolter skill. It's her mana burst. 55% buster up for 1 turn with the invul. With a 1200 damage demerit to self. So, compared to Mana Burst, you get plus 1 turn cooldown and the demerit, but you get 5% more Buster Up and a 1 turn invul. Is it better? Maybe. Is it like a good skill? No, definitely not. So, skill-wise, she is not doing too hot. Magic Resist A plus is at least nice, that's the highest so far. Avenger bonus again could be relevant depending on your account. MP then. So again, she's a free MP5, which is cool. The only normal effect besides damage is 10% debuff rest down for 1 turn before or after damage. Why is it only 1 turn if it's after damage as well? I don't get it. It's weird. Then the OC, also 1 turn buff. So your whole squad gets 10% attack on base and 20% healing rate. But again, it's after damage, so it doesn't even help her own damage. Like, these should all be 3 turn effects for 1. And hopefully the attack up should be like before damage as well. I don't like the MP. The only reason why the MP is not garbage is because it's a free MP5. I don't like the MP. I'm gonna be real. How do you feel about Jolter, Lily?
I think she's outdated. She has a high 1-turn MP damage because of that mana burst, but that's about it. I don't see anything else in her.
Yeah,
like,
I don't think there's much to say.
Yeah, she got nothing.
So last year, where did I place her? C. I might agree to that, honestly.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I mean, she's still a free MP5. And her MP deals okay damage, but everything else, there's not really much to go on with.
Yep.
Okay, moving on. Medusa Lily, also known as Ana, not the caster. Single target, quick DPS. 8.2k attack is sadly very low for a 4-star, so it might... does anyone else even have lower than this on the list? But yeah, it's definitely on the low side. Double arts, double quick deck. I do think it would have been better if she was double buster, double quick, the standard deck, but oh well. At least her arts are 4 hitters, so, you know, that's cool, I guess. She has seen a fair amount of buffs, like 3 total, I think. So the first skill is one of them. It's a 100% chance on base to charm a male enemy for 1 turn. And then also minus 20% quick resistance down for the target for 3 turns. Now, the target doesn't have to be male to land that quick res down, which is important to note because it actually helps her a lot. And the cooldown is also reduced to 6 turns. I think this is okay. It's an okay skill. I don't hate it. It's on the better side of charms for sure. Second strength kinda is really shitty though. She needs the buff real badly. She needs this buff. So it's a 1 turn attack up, 30% 5 turns. Oh my god. Like, even the highest rank monster strengths are barely, like, passable. Low ranks are just garbo. This is terrible. Absolute dog's dinner. That's what the British say, I think. Alright. Third skill also buffed. I think this is the latest buff, if I'm not wrong. Self guts up, 1 time 3 turns, 3k HP, 6 turn cooldown. Average. But then you get a one-hit invul. Cute, I guess. It can help. And now a 30% battery. Which I don't hate, even if it's a boring buff. You know, it helps. Even if her hit counts are a bit high, unless you have a lot of supports, her face card gains, from what I remember, are just not all that amazing, so this helps. Magic Grisby is okay, and then she has the good version of Divinity, aka Goddess's Essence, so now she gets 25% more debuff res. So that's a high amount, it's over 40% base debuff res. Very nice. Anti-Avenger append as well, yeah, could be useful. MP has also been buffed. So now we have another quick res down, 20% for 3 turns. Sadly after damage though. So she, in some cases you can get her MP kind of spammy. So in that case it becomes better and better, but the first MP kind of suffers from it. And then the OC is a base 80% chance to stun for 1 turn. Already on 200%, it's 100% base though, so it's not the worst scaling, but man, it should have started from 100% in my opinion. She's supposed to be, you know, a Medusa after all. But at least the MP hits fairly hard though, and it has a fairly okay hit count for some stars as well, despite being single target. So quick chains is the way to go. What do you feel about Ana? I think she's pretty good, but is she like amazing?
Honestly, I think she is a little bit underrated. I mean,
I would
guess
agree to that, yeah.
That is the fault of all of the Medusa sisters, where she's really good against males, I have to say.
Yeah, if you're running male, then she's actually pretty legit. The charm is nice.
Yeah, but I don't know. I can see why most people would pick other options over her. She does have an upgraded MP though, so I think that is
true.
That is
value.
one of her edges, because MP upgrades just boost the damage up so much more compared to some other stuff. And she is an old 4-star. Depending on how high the MP level you want to assume, the rating can be very different, because there is a welfare that does kind of compete with her, in my personal opinion, especially also on the anti-male side, which
yes, of course,
but,
of course. Yeah, I guess her existence is a thing, yeah.
Yep. So if we consider that welfare, then yeah,
and her attack is still very low, sadly. It's pretty damn low.
Yeah, probably bump her down.
So she was
welfare.
She was B last year. I feel like B is fine. I would kind of feel dirty putting her in a C. She still has some like really good stuff going on for her.
Yeah.
I can't really put her below B.
Yeah.
Okay. Next up, we're going to Summer 2. It's Raiko Lancer. Single target buster DPS. And a bit of supporting as well. Some people even run an esports copy. 9.1k attack. Just over the average. Lancer deck again, double B, double Q. Pretty okay hit counts, but sadly, not the best. First skill. 1k absorb per self for 1 turn and 50% crit damage for 1 turn, 5 turn cooldown. I feel like they could have made the crit damage 100%. If this is all it does. But, okay, I'll give it to you. Okay, there you go. There's your FA. It's gone now, though. Yeah, nowadays it's not the best skill. It's not terrible. It plays into her offensive kit and her crit playstyle, but it could be better for sure. Now we get some esportsy potential as well. Targeted, buster up, 3 turns, 40%. That's very legit. And then also a buff cleanse full. So this is a great supporting skill. Now obviously if you're using her as a DPS, you're probably going to use it on her. But it does give her some value on setups. For sure. 6 turn cooldown I feel like is fairly, okay for this. Her version of Charisma, it's one of these summer ones again, so 20% attack up for the full party, and then 30% star generation for the full party, unlike some of the other ones that only give like them to allied males, she gives it to everyone, which I can appreciate. Is it still an amazing skill? Nah, definitely not. It's just barely a better charisma, but you know, it's okay. Magic Resist is nice. Writing A+ is actually pretty good. She has double 3-hitter quicks. Mana Enhancement C, 6% Buster up. Very nice with the Buster MP as well. Divinity C, whatever. Berserker Append, great. MP ignores defense, cool. And then a base 20 star bomb on OC. Definitely helps with the crits. So there you go. I think the MP is it's alright, for sure. I like the effects. Obviously, they're not really gonna easily buff like summer server MPs, so there you go. Her kit is fairly basic, but it kind of works as well, you know? How do you feel about Summer Raiko? You probably have some esport experience with her as well.
Oh yeah, I do run the esports copy. I think she is as a main DPS, she is a little bit power crept because
I
her
feel,
own
yeah,
buffs
I remember
aren't
some
that
years ago she was like praised as one of the best single target Lancer DPSs. I think she's definitely come down from that.
yeah, because a lot of her numbers are being sacrificed because she, those are buffs instead. Like they usually nerf the numbers if they're for the entire team instead of just for herself, right? And the MP ignoring defense is always nice. I really like ignore defense.
Say, I love
But,
ignore defense and invul pierce. It's so good utility.
Yeah, but as a main DPS, I would say a little bit fallen off. But as a support, it's not that common to have a full cleanse with such high buff numbers. It's
She is
just
kind of
I feel
unique with
like
the
this
second
is
skill, yeah.
yeah, definitely. This is kind of hard to replace because she also has charisma as well, at 20%. So it combines into really good buff numbers with a full buff debuff cleanse. So I think this part of her is pretty irreplaceable. But I don't know how relevant that is if you're not considering esports. So
I mean, I do some setups too, but I feel like I don't really use her that much, honestly. But I can see cases where she can be really good.
yeah, you just need, like, when you need a debuff cleanse, you'll probably pick her. But
now last year I had her on like A tier. I might slide her down to B+. What do you feel about that?
I think in terms of support utility, a lot of times she actually is not as high as Liz personally, just
but her
personally,
DPS is better than Liz for sure.
Yeah, so I think that's actually kind of fair. It's like, win some, lose some, right?
And she's like a buster version of Lee as well. They're both like crit focused. Her MP doesn't do nearly as much damage, but she still has better uptime on her buffs.
She needs like a MP upgrade. There's a lot
of, but it's probably never gonna happen because she's a summer servant.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. All right, another looper incoming. Not too many so far. Let's talk about Parvati. So it's AoE quick looper. You can DPS with her, but honestly, I would just stick her to looping personally. I think you might have better DPS options out there. Now 8.1k attack, so we actually do get a lower number. So yeah, if anything, that's her biggest flaw. That attack is not super high. It's very low for a 4-star. Standard Lancer deck. I can talk. I like it. It works for her. Also Summer Scotty potential. Decent hit counts. Not too bad. First skill I actually really like. So it's self, quick, and MP generation for 3 turns. 30% each on a 5-turn cooldown. So 1, good uptime if you want to use her outside of farming. And 2, it's amazing for farming because it's both the stats that help with your gains. So how about that? Good skill. Second skill is like her crazy mana burst. You have 4 1-turn effects. 50% attack and defense, 100% star gen, and 100% debuff res. 5-turn cooldown. Of all the 5-turn cooldowns that have 1-turn effects, this is, I think, on the much better side. Like, definitely on the better side of stuff. It's still not like a broken skill because the downtime is pretty big, but I like it. It's simple, it works. You might not always get the biggest value out of it, like depending on if you have like an MP coming for the star gen, or getting hit with the defense or debuffed with the debuff res, but you know, it's a nice skill. Spikes her damage in farming as well for one wave. Because Scotties don't well, actually, Summer does provide attack buff, but yeah. Third skill is an interesting one. You have to pay 10% MP to use it. So if you start by 0, you can't use this. So, and it's a targeted skill to give the target up to 20% battery and then 3k healing, 5 turn cooldown. So you can use this on herself to net 10% more MP, but again, you have to have some MP to like at least 10% to use it. I feel like in farming, this is not really used, is it? I think her refund tends to be good enough that this is not even really used. So it's mostly for like bosses and stuff. It's not a bad skill though, I guess, but it's not really amazing either. Overall, I would say above average skills for sure. Magic Res A, I like, and then Goddess Assistance B, so 42.5% debuff res on base at all times, very strong. Alter Ego Bonus, again, very legit for Knight class servants. The MP, which has obviously never... She hasn't seen a single buff, I just realized that. So it's an AoE MP, 60% chance to charm enemies for 1 turn. Sadly, you can't affect that. At least... Well, if you bring some certain buffs, but she herself doesn't have them. But yeah, it's nice if it lands. If it doesn't, then... Yeah, but you can't really rely on it. And then it's also an AoE 10% battery on base on the OC. And it actually has decent value for overcharging as well. You're probably not going to do that on farming, but for some bosses you could order your MPs a bit better sometimes. Not a terrible MP. Now, numbers-wise, where does she stand? Yeah, sadly, she seems to be doing the worst of all the quick loopers. Assuming Jord has the numbers correct. She does have pretty good wave 3 potential though, but not like the hottest numbers ever. I'm pretty sure it's because her attack is so low, right? I think that's what it is.
I mean, she's probably better than Valkyrie in most cases.
She definitely beats them easily on wave 3 for sure, or whatever wave you choose to use her skill 1 on, or skill 2 on, but they're probably fairly interchangeable a lot of the times anyway. I wonder... I should have asked Jord. Do you happen to know if she can run a 50%er with triple Scotty like Traces?
It should. Because with MLB scope with double Scotty, triple Scotty with 50 should be easier than double Scotty MLB scope.
Okay.
Right?
But I assume the same also applies to all the peers as well, basically.
Yeah.
Most likely. And it also depends on the refund, like the enemies. Power of a team. I feel like they could definitely buff her, honestly. Last year I had her an A+, which I don't know, maybe I should bump her down.
I think the reason to bump her down would be that quick looping in general has taken a backseat. Like,
it kind of has.
And especially considering how many good AoE arts 4-star lancers are in this class. Like, it's so dumb. Like, I don't know. She's still solid. I think if her skill 2 was 3 turns, she'd be a really solid.
That'd be crazy
boss. Like anti-boss damage dealer. The charm, yeah, it's kind of stuck in an awkward state, right? We'll see another.
Yeah, you can never rely on it, really.
Similar to that. Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe an A or a B+.
I think a B+, just because
who
loops with quick? Like, let's be real. Like
like it's viable, but like if you have some of the other options, like I would probably run Fiona over her for sure if I had the necessary tools for both.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know. Like really, like who? Okay, who actually unironically moves so quick if you when you have like Fion, Black Girl, and
There
double
you go.
Castoria? Like
These are the
with
takes we want to hear,
Fury.
yeah.
Like
Okay.
you don't. You just don't.
Alright. Moving on to a servant I'm not a huge fan of. We got Neza. So AoE Buster DPS, again, even if you can brute force her to loop, I would not really call her a looper. Is not worth it. So at least she does better on the attack, 9.2k, just beating the average. I guess it's also worth mentioning that, yeah, Lancer modifier is 1.05, so the attack can be a bit higher as well. It's not a huge deal, but it's a bit higher. Standard Lancer deck is back, and her numbers are actually completely fine. For once, we have reached okay numbers. Great. Now, first skill. 20% quick buster for self for 3 turns and 30% crit damage for 3 turns. On a 5-turn cooldown, this is on the better side of these duo card buffs. Because a lot of them are 6-turn cooldown, and a lot of them don't even have like a triplet effect. So this is on the better side of these duo card buffs for sure. I would know because one of my waifus has one, and even after the buff is still not very good. Shout out to Okitalter. Alright. Self Guts 1 time, 5 turns, 7-turn cooldown. Pretty okay for the uptime, but nothing crazy. And then 20% battery for self. Passable. Better than regular Guts, but not really crazy good. Yeah, I think this could be easily buffed, yeah, for sure. Third skill has been buffed, and I forgot it. Maybe this was new after last year's list. I don't remember. But anyway.
I think
Self-absorb. Oh, this was new? Was this one of the anniversary buffs or something?
I don't recall if this was any, but I think this is pretty new. I recall
yeah,
making
it
like
feels
a demo
new,
video
yeah.
of it.
I remember reading about the demonic stuff. Oh, was it Road to LB4? Okay, then it's new, yeah. Anyway, absorb 500% 1 turn. Pairs well with the first skill, I guess. I really want it to be 3 turns though, because the crit damage is also 3 turns with the card types. But then she gets demonic damage 50% and demonic defense 30%. Self cleanse and a 15-star bomb. Like, it's a crazy skill, I think. If you're fighting demonic, it's absolutely crazy. If you're not, it's still pretty good, but I kind of wanted them to, instead of adding all the crazy stuff, just make the absorb 3 turns. I think that was very vital to have. Because the first skill really likes the 3-turn stuff. But yeah, against demonic, it's an EX tier skill, nothing less. Okay. Overall, the skill set, I think is it's not bad. It's alright. Magic Grise is pretty good. Caster bonus, whatever on the append. MP has also been buffed, yay. The normal effect is burns, so you can kind of neglect that immediately, unless you really want to run Honey Lake. But even then, again, command codes exist. And the OC is 20% MP damage for 1 turn on base before damage, which is fine. That's not bad. It's not amazing, but it's fine. I like it. So there you go, Neza. I kind of wish she was single target. I'm not gonna lie, because he doesn't really farm either.
Yeah, anti-demonic screams boss killing as well.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, for sure. You like Neza?
I like her quite a bit. I think the anti-demonic is not like too niche that it never happens, and overall pretty solid. I don't. It's just like I don't use her. I want to defend her, but anti-demonic, like if there's like an anti-demonic situations where you need like AoE damage, then she'd be really good. Power mod is also like one of the better form of damage boosts because it stacks really well with most other types. She also has an upgraded MP. Like I don't know what I can complain about the server. Maybe because maybe the battery's not big enough.
I think I like her over Lancer Alter personally, at least.
Yeah,
they're similar. Definitely. So I had her in B+ last year, but that was before the buff. I think I'm gonna now put her again to B+ after the buff, if anything. That third skill buff. I really wish the absorb was 3 turns though. She would be very good for crits.
Yeah, I think after she got that many buffs, it's just it's she has gradually became decent, even though people probably don't remember her that much.
Yeah, people remember her when they get spooked by her.
Yeah.
Single target MP would be so good as well.
Yeah.
Alright, moving on. Another quick looper in Valkyrie. The one who is always compared to Parvati, which we will do as well. Man, 8k attack. Just when you think it can't get lower, it just did. This could be the lowest attack of all 4-star Lancers for all I remember. That is not good. Like, sure, Parvati doesn't have a great attack either, but this is even lower. So that's a yikers. Standard Lancer deck with okay numbers. Not too shabby. First skill very similar to Parvati, shocking. Instead of MP gain, they get MP damage for 20% for 3 turns, and instead of being a 5-turn cooldown, it's a 6-turn cooldown. But it's still a fine skill in my opinion. I like Parvati's skill a bit more because the cooldown, but this is still okay. For sure. Oh, the HP is the highest of the 4-star Lancers. Yeah, it makes sense. 14k, but sadly for them, I think they shouldn't be the one to have the highest HP. It should be another like Vlad or something. This is because she's supposed to be a farmer's less DPS. This is not very good. Alright, second skill, it's a 1-hit 3-turn evasion for self with 1-time 3 turns debuff immune and a 1k damage cut for 3 attacks, 3 turns and a 6-turn cooldown. While it might not be the greatest defensive skill, I really like it because everything in the skill is purely defensive. So it negates the awkwardness, because we've seen a lot of skills that share defensive and offensive options. Worst is when a guts is shared with an offensive option, meaning the uptime of the offensive buff suffers heavily because of the cooldown from the guts. But this one, I think is a good skill. Is not really gonna be like something that might save your ass every single time, but it offers a lot of good defense. Third skill, MP per turn for self, every turn for 3 turns, 10% max rank. Same with HP, 1k, and same with stars, 10 stars. 7-turn cooldown though. This could have been 6 turns. I don't see a reason why this is a 7-turn cooldown. Also an okay skill. Helps with the looping as well a little bit, with the extra 10% gauge per turn. Overall, skills are like average to slightly above average for a 4-star. Nowadays. Magic Resp is okay. Divinity A, yikes, does not have Goddess's score like Parvati does. Rider bonus, whatever. MP hasn't been buffed either. So sure hit, 1 turn before damage, and then or actually not anti-demonic, it's insta-kill against demonic, right? Of course. So much worse. So it's a pretty shitty MP. The damage is not going to be all that high because the low attack, not too many stats. Ignore evasion is nice, but for farming is pretty irrelevant, and the insta-kill also irrelevant for bosses. It's a very low percent anyway. Not that a high percent would help against bosses either. Yeah, they really need to buff this MP. It's in a desperate need of a buff. Now we'll take a look at the numbers again. So, assuming Jord has the numbers correct, she kind of compares really well to Parvati. Depending on which turn you're going to pop Parvati's second skill, she will peak a bit more, but otherwise, Valk seems to do a little bit better, but it's not a big difference at all, and neither seem to have, like, amazing numbers. You can probably improve it by running, I think they should be able to run 50% Cs like Traces with triple Scotty, but I don't think the numbers would be all that amazing regardless. And again, you're probably better off doing art stuff if you have the option, or Buster in a couple of the cases. How do you feel about Valk? Similar to Parvati or something?
I think she is just like on par with Parvati, haha, when farming, but like boss killing, she's worse. So I don't particularly.
I do prefer Parvati myself.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat also said that apparently Parvati can loop with Black Grail and Oberon, and Valkyrie cannot, which is interesting.
That's
I guess.
interesting.
Hmm.
Yeah, that actually makes her even worse. I don't know. It's it's like I feel like in so many cases they are like a worse version of Parvati, just straight up. There isn't
Yeah, I
even
like Parvati for DPS and farming more honestly. Like Valky's not a garbage
yeah,
servant, but Parvati's I think the better one.
yeah,
Last time I
definitely.
had a full tier between them. Maybe I'll do the same again. I don't know. So Parvati's a B plus. It would place them at C plus. Maybe that's a bit too harsh.
Not really, because
Or do you
like
think it's
I mean,
fine?
I think it's fine because I think if selectability is like a consideration, then yeah, the Parvati existing is a big problem, right?
Mm,
So I yeah.
she does
So
feel better to use for sure.
I think C plus is really fair.
Yeah, we'll just go with the Savage line. We've been doing it quite a bit already in this list. Hell yeah. Alright, next up, another summer unit. Is this summer 3? I think it is. Maybe 4. I forgot if they skipped 1 year with Lancers. 4 stars. So, Summer Banana, Ibaraki Doji. Single target buster DPS with some team utility as well, but mostly pretty selfish. 9.1k attack, around average, but with the Lancer class mod, I guess it's a bit higher, so not too shabby. Standard Lancer deck with the double green red. Numbers for the hit counts, I like, not too bad at all. Pretty good. Skills, first skill, her charisma, so the standard good charisma, 20% attack for 3 turns. Then she herself gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns and self MP gain 30% for 3 turns. Is this worth the +1 cooldown? I would say yes, yes it definitely is. Now, when you have this active, her face cards actually generate a good chunk of MP. I've tried her out a bit, and yeah, she can actually have some good gains. Not too bad of a skill at all. Her version of what you call disengage. There you go, words. It comes with a cleanse, but instead of a heal, you get max HP for 3 turns, 2k. Same cooldown. I would say in most cases, max HP is better than healing. Sometimes healing is better, and the reason is that max HP can be used on max HP, while healing is useless there. But the one time where it can be worse if the enemy keeps removing your buffs all the time, then you immediately lose the max HP. So it depends. But I would say in most cases, max HP is better than healing. Third skill, self-absorb up for 1 turn, 500%. Crit damage 1 turn, 50%. And then you randomly get one of the either a merit or the merit. You either get 30% debuff rest for 1 turn, or you get 30% debuff resistance down for 1 turn. It's on a 4 turn cooldown though, so it's actually not a bad skill. It's better than many of the 1 turn crit skills because of the 4 turn cooldown, but yeah, and if you land the if you get the demerit, I don't think it really matters at all. And if you get, because 1, the random buff is all not that great, and 2, the demerit itself is also pretty small, so the coin flip doesn't really matter on the skill. Overall, average kit. Magic Wrist C is okay, but could be better. Madness Asthma D is nice, but also would be nice to see a higher number. But you know, most Lancers don't even have this, so it's a nice bonus. Anti-Berserker is very nice on the append. MP ignores defense, once again, very cool, love the utility. There is a demerit of reducing your own star generation by 50% for 3 turns every time you use the MP, so this one can actually be harmful. If you go like really fast with her, you will start to notice a fair lack of stars if you mainly just use her star cards all the time. So it can be annoying. And then the OC is a nice 30 stars on base. Very big amount. So overall, I think the MP is fine. Now, at least from my own use, her MP still doesn't really feel like it does a ton of damage. It's probably because she doesn't have an MP buff because, you know, summer servants don't really do that. And the only buff to the MP damage is the first skill with not the greatest numbers ever. And her attack is around average as well. Have you used Summer Ibaraki at all, or do you have any takes on her?
I only have her on my Taiwanese account, and I don't really play that account that much anymore. She definitely feels like just less flexible Samurai Code to me though.
Yeah, I think I
Like,
would probably prefer Samurai Raiko a bit as well.
yeah,
It's fun to go with her because, with the MP gain up and the stars coming from the MP, if you get the cards you need, then it's kind of fun, but it's also, a bit inconsistent as well.
yeah. I'm not particularly huge on the servant. I like her MP animation a lot, but
Oh yeah, the
I
fireworks. Oh, it's nice.
yeah.
It's
I'm
cute.
not particularly huge on the gameplay aspect of this servant, unfortunately.
Last year I had her on B plus. I might bump her down to B.
That's fair.
Although I kind of think maybe Ana has a bit more going for her. I don't know though. She has way more attack though, at least. It's hard to say.
Anna is upgraded MP.
Mm.
I would actually. Oh, but she's not Kiyohime tier though.
Yeah, I think she's better than Summer Kyo. Should we bump Ana to B plus? We maybe could. Maybe we should.
I propose again to move them down instead. Kiyohime down and then Ibaraki down.
Ouch. All right. Could maybe do that. I might be willing to do that.
Yeah.
Damn. Let's go with the savagery. Oof.
Because they're not on the level of
There you go. The next one is always something I always have a big, trouble rating because she's so weird. And she even has a new buff now, which, the buff is amazing, but I still have a hard time rating her. Anyway, the Panda Lancer herself, Liangyu, I don't know what to call her. Self-buffing DPS, I guess? Crit DPS? We'll go with that. She's like a 4-star Hozoin, basically. Something like that. Now, sadly, she also has a very low attack, but at least she has a lot of buffs. And the new buff to one of the skills really helps out with that as well. So it's not the end of the world, I guess. And it's not the worst that she has high HP, because she kind of wants to be hit in a certain way based on her MP as well. So the HP can be useful too, I suppose. Now she has a double arts, double quick deck, which I think makes sense. It plays to her playstyle really well. I like it. First skill, you get green and blue up for 3 turns, 20% self, and then also self 30% crit damage, 5 turn cooldown. So much like Neza, this again on the better half of these duo card buffs. So it's a good skill. Not amazing, but it's a good skill. Second skill, 6% absorb for self for 1 turn, self debuff immune for 3 times 3 turns, and buff removal resistance for self for 3 times 3 turns on a 5 turn cooldown. I really like the defensive stuff here. She's very hard to debuff, and you can't really yoink her buffs either. The star absorb, I wish was 3 turns as well, honestly. Then this skill would be very legit. I still like it for the defensive stuff, but yeah. Pretty solid. They're a bit niche defense stuff, but, when it works, it's really good. Now the third skill, this is where stuff gets really fun. It used to be like a fairly good gut skill, mostly because it was double guts, but now, dude, this is cool. So, it's a 2-time 5-turn guts with 1 HP on an 8-turn cooldown. Considering it's a double guts, I think it's very good. Comes with a 30% battery and 15 stars per turn for 5 turns. Like, damn. That's pretty damn legit. Wow. Like, not only is 15 stars per turn already on the high end, wow, it's for 5 turns. That's kind of crazy. I don't think, no, the cooldown wasn't reduced, Karlak. They did improve the uptime of the guts though to match the cooldown, so the uptime is better. Yeah, this skill is, even on an 8-turn cooldown, I think now it's very solid, because the uptime of the stars is, still 5 out of 8 turns. Very good. Helps a lot with her getting crits, because, the absorb is only 1 turn. So overall, I actually like her skills. I think they're very solid. But the MP is the weird part, really. Which I still don't really know how I feel about it. Magic Wrist C, standard. Not great, not bad. Berserker Append, very good. But let's talk about the MP. Oh my, it's always a novel to read, huh? So it gets a bunch of like conditional stuff. So on attack buff for 3 times 5 turns. This one is simple. For every attack you do, minus 10% defense for 3 turns. You can have 3 of these come from that, and then poof, it goes down. So you can get up to minus 30% defense from 1 Brave Chain. Cool. Then you get another one of these for 3 times 5 turns. And what this does, it removes enemy buffs, but only when critting. Now, I'm not sure why it was done based on times and turns. If it removes all the buffs, it's kind of weird. But I mean, obviously, it's nice that it removes all. I was expecting it to remove like 1 buff. But yeah, it removes every buff. And you can do it for 3 times on 5 turns if you crit. So that's the conditional part. And then you get a defense activate buff for 3 times 5 turns. So when you get hit by the enemy's normal attack, again, it cannot be a crit, you reduce their crit damage by 10% for 3 turns. And then what you always get is a 30% attack up for 3 turns on base for self, for MP1. And we're not done yet. The OC as well is another defensive activator. So now if you do get crit, so for 3 attacks, 5 turns, you heal the party by base 2k HP on OC. So it's I don't like the defensive activators because one doesn't want the enemy to crit you and then one wants you to get crit. And the one that doesn't want you to get crit either is going to make them crit for less as well. I don't know. I really don't. I still to this day don't know how I feel about this MP. I feel like it's not enough. I feel like it's a bit too niche. There's 3 niche things that don't help with her DPS either. I like the attack up. I like the defense down. I think there should be... Yeah, it's crit damage, it's not crit chance down, but still, it's like... I think it should have more offense to it. I really do. How do you feel about the MP, actually?
I've seen some cool solos with her, of course, like where she just out heals the enemy's damage, right? But she's like a very slow version of Hozoin. Like if she had the same explosiveness of Hozoin,
Yeah, Hozoin is just full offense mode.
Yeah, but she's trading off all of that for her defensibility, which I guess
She
in a
retains
sense,
some
fair
of it
enough.
though, but yeah, it's a lot of defensive stuff.
Yeah, like I guess fair enough because like you can't have everything, right? But I don't know. It's
Dude, imagine if Hozoin
awkward
had
to
this
use.
3rd skill with the double guts as well. That would be great.
Yeah,
That'd be
he would be
sick.
pretty wild.
Yeah.
Actually insane because then he
Mm,
guarantees if he's soloing, he gets at least 2 extra turns from that, right?
exactly.
I guess guaranteed crits. But yeah, she's like I think she's like too slow for most cases.
And her solo is
And
not like, I mean, it's better than Hozoin, let's be real, but it's still not like
yeah.
amazing. It's not cool, for instance, if you want to compare to Lancers.
Yeah, she kind of specifically needs stuff to like not kill her straight up or something. I mean, it's not easy to kill her straight up
Like
with the
it's
guts
a weird
anymore.
gimmick. Last year, I think I had her on C+, but that was before the really good buff to the gut skill. Is B legit for Liangyu?
I don't have that much experience with her. Maybe her ceiling is really high, but her floor
I
is
really like her
pretty
skills
low as
though.
well.
They're super good.
Yeah. I mean, she's trying to be a support as well, right? Because a lot of her on defense
Like the thing
effects
is,
are
if anything, a Grailed
not
copy is
just
going to be
single
way
turn.
better because she needs to get hit, but she also doesn't want to die.
Yeah, I don't know. She's weird. I have
I should try
no.
using her more. She honestly seems really fun,
Yeah,
even if she might not be like amazing.
yeah. I should try her solos because
And again,
especially with like heal command codes and stuff, you can
oh
kind
yeah,
of
true.
heal back to full really easily. Yeah.
I
So
will say this again. Every time I place her, I do think it's kind of an unfair placement because she's such a special case. You really need to have a lot of hands-on experience to rate her fairly. So if someone wants to see her like a lot higher or a lot lower, I completely understand. This is a really special case that I still just, to this day, I've barely used her much. So it's, not the most fair evaluation for what it's worth.
yeah.
All right. Moving on to another welfare, we got the one and only Kagetora. So, single target arts DPS, 9.6k attack is pretty lovely. Double buster, double arts. Is that a first so far on the Lancers? I like it for her purpose. It works. Not too shabby. first skill. We're gonna see some of the one-turn effects. So her mana burst trades 10% arts. It's like usually it's 40, so now it's 30. But you also get 500% absorb for one turn. I would say it's a good trade. It's not a huge difference between 40 and 30, and if you can get absorbed to get more consistent crits, I think it's worth. Is it still a good skill? No. It's fine, but not amazing. On a 5-turn cooldown. Second skill, her version of like Mind's Eye true or false. So instead of the other effects, you get MP generation for self 30% for one turn. Now, this can be a bit awkward sometimes because it's her, defensive skill, right? And the MP generation is only for one turn, so I would still say you probably want to save this for the evasion, although depends on if you're running her like with a Castoria, then you can probably sack the evade and just say fuck it, just get it for the MP generation, because you have a lot of invulns and special invulns coming in anyway. So I think the existence of Castoria makes this a little bit less awkward, but I'm not a huge fan of the one-turn combo here. It's not a bad skill though. Also worth noting, it's a 5-turn cooldown, so it's actually better than Mind's Eye stuff, which are 6-turn cooldowns. So a 1-turn evasion of 5-turn cooldown is the good number. Now we get the 3-turn effects. So 20% attack up for the party, 20% crit damage for the party for 3 turns, and also 20% star gen for 3 turns for the party. 6-turn cooldown is fine. Is nothing crazy good, but is fine. If anything, I wish this was self-only again. Just keep the 3 turns, make the numbers a bit higher, self-only. Boom. Way better crits. Not terrible though. Overall, the skills are like average. Magigracy is okay. Riding C. Well, she only has 1 quick, but at least it has 5 hits, so there's that. Divinity C, whatever. The append is Rider again, so not really all that relevant. The MP. So it has buff removal after damage, but considering it's only offensive buffs, it really doesn't matter if it's after damage, I suppose. So it's a cool bonus, I suppose. Not too bad. And then the OC is base 20% crit chance down for 3 turns, which I like. I always like crit chance down and crit resistance. And considering the MP is fairly spammable, you can actually stack that fairly okay and have a good uptime on it too. Not a bad MP considering it's a free MP5. Could be better, but definitely not bad by any means. So yeah, definitely has some downtime as well, like Lee, but yeah. I feel like I could still put her into like A, like just above Lee, like a plus, just because she's a free MP5, and Lee, you need like a couple of MP levels to actually out-damage her. Just because of that. How do you feel like her? You can tell other opinions as well, by the way.
I don't know. I personally find her a little bit overrated, as you said.
I do think she's a bit overrated, though. Yeah, but
I think her 3rd skill is way too small. Like, you don't really care about the team utility.
Yeah, it should be so. It should be self for sure.
And the 1-turn stuff is, I don't know. And she doesn't even have like a massive battery or something, like help her single target loop. Like, I would imagine her game plan would be something similar to like maybe single target loop, but I don't know.
I can understand why you would say maybe she should be below A, but I'm still gonna place her name myself. I think she does the job. I think she's good. Is she a top tier welfare? Not really, but is she good among the Lancers for single target DPSing? Yes. So I think A is pretty fair. She's legit. Free MP5 is still nice. If you have a really high level MP level Lee, I would probably just use him instead, but again, he's story locked, so good luck with that. Alright, next up, we got a pretty big favorite servant, I suppose. Hopefully Rio is not watching. Anyway, Melt Lancer, Lambda, whatever you want to call her, Summer Melt. AoE arts a looper. I guess you can DPS, but let's be real, she really wants to just loop. That's it. She just wants to loop. 9.2k attack, pretty okay. Not amazing, but, good. Double arts, double quick deck with pretty okay numbers. Give her the classes. Okay, let's see. Which one is it? There you go. There you go, sunglasses. Alright, skills. The first skill is basic, but it's really cool because it's a self-arts buff for 5 turns on a 4-turn cooldown, meaning if the fight goes long enough, you can actually stack this without any cooldown reduction. I always found this very fascinating. So it's a 20% arts up. It's not the highest, but considering the uptime is literally more than 100%, it's pretty cool, I think. So there's that at least. Alright. Second skill, self-invul for 1 turn, full buff removal resistance for 1 turn for self, and also a water field presence for 3 turns. This is a reason why she can also be used a little bit with some of the other servants that actually need water side field for some more, especially after LB7. Should not be really fully discounted. Would I still bring her over like some of the other supports for like card types, etc.? Probably not, but it's cute and worth mentioning, I suppose, to enable that stuff if you really want. Overall, the skill is like, I think it's a good defensive skill. I think it's good. Third skill is a fun one. So it's a party absorb for herself. So she charges up to 30% from the 2 teammates and then gets up to 60% herself, right? But obviously they need MP to get charged. But let's be real, you're going to loop her with Castoria. Even a single Castoria battery already pays for this skill. For the charisma, that is. So there's that. What else do you get? 500% art absorb for 1 turn for self, and then also 50% attack for self for 1 turn. 5-turn cooldown. So maybe sometimes you need to use this before the last wave, but ideally you want to use this on the last wave because of the attack buff. Because that's a lot of attack up for sure. Pretty interesting skill. Really enables her to loop very easily as well because of that 60% battery. Overall, I think the skills are pretty good. Nothing game-breaking, but they make sense for her purpose. Magic Res B, pretty okay. Riding C, not too shabby either with the double 4-hitter quicks. Independent Action EX, so far the only one to have this, which is a nice bonus to go with the Absorb as well, even if it's just 1 turn. Goddess's Core, better than Divinity, get bonus 20% debuff risk, so now 37.5, coolio. So passives-wise, she's actually the best one so far of all the servants in this list. Anti-caster append, well, depending on your copy, may or may not be relevant. Most people will not neutral loop with her, but, you know, she is popular, so some people have fat copies. Now the MP, so if you are on water side field, you remove all dodge buffs from the enemy, which is a cool little bonus. So that I always found it this weird, that's the only thing she gets from water side. I feel like they originally had her more waterside synergy, but yeah, that's literally the only thing, right? Kind of weird, but you know, cool, I guess. And then ignores defense, very cool. And the OC is a nice 20 stars on base. Very cool. Now, the only reason I'm not going to place her in EX, like a lot of people are screaming, is because she doesn't have an MP upgrade. That's the only reason. How do you feel about her, by the way?
Definitely. Her only problem is damage. Her sustain looping is really good, as you said, with the skill 1. Invincibility plus buff of removal res is actually an extremely...
Yeah, it's like you're not gonna die. You're just solid.
Yeah. It's insane. She also has 60 MP battery, as you've said, with double Castoria. Or even just single Castoria.
Yeah, with just a single Castoria charisma, you already paid for the battery.
Yeah, so she's able to loop a lot of like weird number nodes. Like,
and she's very flexible with the comps too, right? Because you only like for loot gains, only 1 Castoria is usually fine. Obviously, your damage is still gonna suffer if you don't bring 2, but it opens up more budget-friendly options as well, I suppose. With like Shufu as well.
If you do like double Castoria, you can probably do something ridiculous like 1-to-1 nodes or something. I'm sure Rio probably uploaded a clip of that somewhere, but she has really good flexibility for looping, and her MP has defense ignore, right? And it's just, and also magic resistance plus goddess essence.
Yeah, like 37.5.
It's just, there are a lot of like annoying like round start effects in challenge quests where they cast a debuff and then she can just pretend it doesn't exist, which is kind of dumb. But yeah, her damage is considerably low, I would have to
it's
say.
like the only downside. Her kit makes so
Yeah.
much sense, even if it, like, on the more basic side, it works. The only downside is that the damage is not the highest. I guess we should
And her
also...
wave 3 damage. I'm not sure
Yeah,
about her wave.
yeah,
Her
because of
wave
the
3 is
attack, the
pretty high.
50%, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty high. I remember because I had a debate with Rio when Vitra came out, and he was like, Vitra is a straight downgrade, and I think Vitra actually deals less damage on wave 3 than her.
You might be right, actually, yeah. In fact, even in this sheet, she does, actually, yes.
Oh, there you go.
It's not a big... it's very close, but yeah, still. That's still very cool, considering it's a 4-star versus a 5-star.
Yeah, definitely. So, honestly, I don't... I think wave 3 damage kind of pulls it back for me.
Do you think she should
I
be
don't know.
EX?
I'm
I'm feeling A plus personally.
I think whether she's EX or not depends on where you put Percival, but
I really like Percival though. Oof.
yeah.
Okay, we might let's start with A plus and see what happens later.
Yeah, probably.
For now, let's start with that.
Up,
yeah, we'll see what happens. Okay. Moving on with the 4 stars. Next up is Cadus. So AoE Buster DPS. Again, another one of the cases where I kind of wish she was single target instead. But oh well. At least the buff to her second skill is really fat as well, like the Liangyu buff. So, 9.8k attack. Very cool. I like that. Pretty high. The usual Lancer deck with good numbers. I like it. Nothing bad there. Honestly, maybe she should have been a triple buster. Maybe that would have been even cooler. She really likes red. Alright, first skill. Okay, it's a monster strength. This is like the really meh thing. Sure, it's 40% attack, but it's only 2 turns out of 5, so below average for sure. The second skill used to be like, but with the buff, oh baby. Oh, it's very similar to the Liangyu buff. I really like this. So she gets an on attack activate buff for 3 attacks, 3 turns. So you get more attack when normal attacking. So you get attack for normal attacking. You get up to 20% attack. And it's also before damage. A lot of these are actually not before damage, and this one is. So you can have up to 60% attack up for your extra attack. Sadly, these only last for 1 turn. So yeah. But your extra, if you do like a full MP BB Brave Chain and you have this just activated, that extra will deal like so much damage, it's not even funny. It's gonna melt faces. Now, the other thing you get is that you also reduce the attack of the target by 10% for 1 turn when normal attacking. Can be useful, because she is still a DPS, so not too shabby. Now, that's where the original skill ended. Now, we get 15 stars per turn again. This time for 3 turns, but it's fair because it's a 5-turn cooldown, and also a 20% battery. So, yeah, this skill is kind of correct now when you think about it. You really want to ideally use this on a turn where you have a Brave Chain, because of the way the attack up works. Best case scenario, MPBB. And that's really high damage. Oh wait, it doesn't trigger on MP, you're right. It's only normal attacks. I'm stupid. Damn. So I guess she can't have a full red chain with the extra then. You can only get 40... Well, it's still 40% attack for the extra. Yeah, it's still hard. It's still good. Okay. Yeah, and the MP gives you the crit damage. Yeah, you still want that, yeah, for sure. So it's a bit awkward, but... still workable. Alright, third skill. She gets a 3k damage cut for 3 attacks, 3 turns. So unless the enemy crits or MPs her, she will like take 0 damage. Just flat out won't take any damage. And the crit has to be kind of big too, to even like go through that. And then a self-guts 1 time 3 turns on a 6-turn cooldown. So that's like but I really like the damage cut. That's super fat. That's so hard to get through unless you hit like with MP or really big crits. So overall, after the buff, I think her kit is, I think it's above average. I don't think it's amazing or broken, but I do think now it's above average for sure. And this stuff compares nicely with the MP as well. Right, Magic Racine could be better. Madness Enhancement EX is very good for her. Again, really makes me want to see a triple Buster deck even more. Her unique version of Divinity gives 8% arts up. Doesn't do much, but it's a nice bonus. Excuse me. Anti-append is against Ruler, so that's kind of useless. MP has 50% crit damage for self for 3 turns. It's before damage, but it's kind of irrelevant because MPs don't crit. Unless they do later. Whoa, imagine that. And then self MP damage for 3 turns, 10% on base OC, so not a too bad OC at all, because it lasts for 3 turns. Basic, but good MP. It's just raw damage. Sadly, the MP itself won't be hitting like crazy high, and she's also story locked, so getting some copies of her is not the easiest part, but I like the effects at least. If anything, her crits are like the real potential, with all the shit active, and the MP buff as well. Who knows, copy, maybe. Alright, what do you think about Canis?
I like soloing with her a lot, actually. Like, as
Oh
you
yeah,
said,
the third
the
skill is
damage
nice for
cut,
that. And the
the
attack down
damage
as
cut
well.
paired with the attack down, she can just not take damage. And she can stack her crit damage a lot with her MP, can decide whether you want to do Mighty Chains to sort of stack it more, or you can do MPBB. She's really fun. Like, I don't know. I like her a lot. She's obviously not like conventionally good pairing with like this double Koyan and all that, but like especially as just a boss killer, even though she is AoE, I think she is extremely good. Extremely powerful as a boss killer, yeah.
Last year I had her on an A+, and I think that included the buff as well. And honestly, I think if she was single target, she would be an EX tier 4-star. But
Probably.
just held a little bit back by the AoE MP.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna keep the A+, honestly. I think she's really solid.
Yeah. Yeah.
That buff is nice. Matches
and
her
you don't really
playstyle.
need like insane MP levels despite her being story locked.
Yeah, because the MP
you
is
kill
not the highlight
bosses.
anyway. The MP is used to just
Yeah.
buff her crits and whatnot.
Yeah.
Obviously, it would still be better if it was single target, but yeah.
Yep.
Not too bad at all. Good servant. Alright, is next to Reese? Oh, it is. Some people get triggered when I say her name, which I don't think is correct. It's supposed to be like Erise, because that's how it's in Japanese, but I always said Erise. I don't know. It sounds natural. How do you pronounce her name, by the way?
I say Eris, but I'm not sure.
There's like a million ways to say her name. Some people say like E-Rice.
E-Rice.
Yeah, I think that's a meme mostly though, but yeah. Like there's so many ways to say her name, but yeah, I guess she is Japanese, even though her name is written in katakana, so it's implied it's a foreign name. So maybe even that pronunciation is not supposed to be mimicked, but they say Erise. So I don't know. I'm just gonna keep calling her Erise, but yeah, whatever anyone wants to do. I think the stream had a hiccup just now, but we're back. Okay. So what do we got? AoE. I'm gonna be flat out AoE arts DPS. That says a lot. That's so tragic. She really should be AoE arts farmer, but she's not because of the one stupid thing. Anyway, double arts, double quick deck. Good numbers. Good cards for the gains. I don't hate it. First skill, self arts up 30%, and then evasion for 2 attacks, 3 turns. Arts is also 3 turns. 6-turn cooldown. I like that the at least the evade is not like a 1-turn evade, so it's a bit easier to use. Otherwise, it would be way more awkward to use. So I think it's an okay skill. Second skill, ignore evasion for 1 turn, and also absorb 600% for 1 turn. At least it's a 4-turn cooldown, so it's not as bad as it could be. Still not amazing. The third skill is nice because of the power mod, basically. So the insta-kill rate is like, whatever. I guess maybe in some type of farming, sadly, it can be utilized, but I don't like it. I don't think it's that legit. Then you also get crit damage, 30% 3 turns. And anti-servant damage mod for 3 turns, 30%. Yeah, anti-servant. That's arguably one of the best damage mods in the entire game, so that's pretty cool. Sadly, it's not a high number, but it's still very meaningful. Cool. So just because of that, on a 6-turn cooldown, this skill is not garbage. Just because this exists. Her own version of Magic Res gives more debuff res against undead, so she would have base 30%, but as is, she has base 10% against non-undead. Writing C+ is nice because she has that double quick on 4 hitters. Independent action B for the 8% crit damage is okay, because she has some absorb as well. Divinity E, yikers. Anti-Lancer Append, nah. The MP removes defensive buffs, but again, after damage. Dude, imagine if the normal effect and the OC effect were reversed in the activation order. Oh my god, this would be such an amazing MP. It would remove defensive buffs before damage and then insta-kill after damage, because the OC is the problem. It's insta-kill before damage. That's it. That one thing inside those parentheses completely kills her farm potential. I'm pretty sure her gains would be good enough to actually arts. She might not be like melt looping as well, but she could do it at least. With this, she can't. It's way too inconsistent. No one wants to do that many dice rolls to, be able to farm. If these were reversed, she would be at least a tier or 2 higher, easily. Like, easily, because of being able to farm, but sadly, they're the wrong way around. And now she should just be single target at this point, because, yeah, ouch.
At least the summer one is broken.
Yeah, at least she got a really good summer version, which we'll talk about in many weeks, but yeah. Do you have any comments on Lancer Ares?
Not really. Even the insta-death AoE is just like, you have Nitocris or something, and it's just a lot better.
Yeah, because you have a full battery.
Yeah, I don't know. She's weird. You would just never use it. And especially in Lancers where AoE art
it's so contested.
It's everywhere. There is no reason to use her, unfortunately.
Like, even at a free MP5, I don't think I can place her all that high.
Like, I guess against servants she has pretty okay damage, but I don't know.
Maybe one of the C's.
Yeah, I saw someone meme farm this like new 90++ on JP with her because of the insta kill, but it's not even guaranteed.
Oh, yeah. I think I like her more than Jalter Lily for damaging, so I'm probably gonna place her just like a plus higher.
Yeah, I mean Jalter
Lily she damages servants better for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, not a big difference though, honestly. Alright, only 3 4-stars remaining. This list will end someday. Alright, next up is another welfare, and this one also a good one. So we got the Gutchan Lancer, Concert U, single target, quick DPS, and also very much anti-mail. The reason Tammy Lancer isn't as, crazy good as she used to be, maybe. 9.8k attack. Very nice. High for a 4-star. Better for Lancer because of slightly higher because the class damage mod. Standard Lancer deck, I think makes sense. Summer Scotty synergy is also real because she's a pretty good DPS. Hit counts are fine. Ooh, the first skill. So you get a Guts Self 1 time 5 turns. It's up to 5k HP. So this is one of those Guts where you can actually, if the Guts gets procced, you are not like gonna die in like 1 or 2 turns necessarily. You can probably recover from that depending on your comp. So it's worth mentioning as well. And on a 5 turn uptime with 6 turn on the cooldown, so the skill, it's pretty legit. So that's one of the better basic Gutses in the whole game. Then you always get 20% MP generation for 3 turns for self. Cool. Now here's the thing. If you're on water side, you all get another 20% MP generation. And if you're on sunlight, another 20%. And those can coexist, by the way. If you're on like a beach and it's sunny, you can definitely have both of those. So you can have up to 60% MP generation for 3 turns. And if you do, at that point, MP spam cannot stop. If you don't have either, it's still an okay skill. It's not garbage, but it's not as good as, 1 or 2 of those. But still a pretty good skill. First skill is a targeted 20% battery and self-taunt for 1 turn. The taunt is not targeted. She always gets the taunt. But I like that the battery is targeted, because sometimes, depending on your supports or other DPSs, you might want to give it to someone else, because, depending, if you have like a lot of MP gain from this as well, you might already be looping easily as is. So it's cool utility. 5-turn cooldown is alright. Then the third skill, quick up 20% 3 turns, and party crit damage 50% 3 turns. This on a 5-turn cooldown, while it's basic, is also good. Now, the one thing worth noting that she has nothing for defensive side, really, besides the guts. So, depending on the encounter, you might want to be a bit careful about using the second skill. Hopefully you have supports or mystic codes that can help with this, because even against like archers, depending on the enemy, she might get chunked down a little bit, so gotta be careful. Magic Resist B only passive is fine. Caster Append. Well, honestly, if you're fighting male casters, you might be able to bring her, actually. So the MP, let's talk about it. So yeah, it's a flat 150% anti-male damage mod on the normal effect. It doesn't scale with OC, it's always 150. But yeah, again, male, because it's a gender-based damage mod, is pretty damn common, so that's cool. And then the OC is just burns and curses for 3 turns, which pretty irrelevant. A little bit of synergy, more synergy if you run Honey Lake, but again, not really necessary. And a free MP5 means that if you're fighting males, it does kind of an insane amount of damage. And just kind of blows out Tammy Lancer out of the water, unless you have like the fattest copy. What do you think about Summer Good-chan?
She's pretty simple, but really effective. The 50% crit up is actually really solid as a bonus.
Yeah, it's AoE as well.
Yeah. It's good support. Sometimes I don't know if this will be relevant, but maybe like sometimes you can even try to like DPS with Summer Sky. But I don't know. It's weird.
Why not? Yeah, sure.
I mean, on baseline level though, it's already like super good just because of the anti-mail and the guaranteed MP5, and it's just like there's so many cases, and she does have a small battery, so like in many cases you just slap her in like a composition to kill the male. Like I see in the current JPCQ, a lot of people just slap her to kill the final boss instead of using your main DPS for the first couple turns, right? So like it's really easy to just put her in something. So yeah, I like her a lot, especially the guaranteed MP5. Definitely the highlight of why she's that good. Yeah.
Last year I had her an A+, and I don't really feel like I should change that. I think that makes sense. Especially now with that Summer Scotty exists, who did not exist before.
Yeah.
I think she's really good. Alright, 2 more 4 stars. Next up is Percy Boy. Let's talk about Mr. Smiling Knight himself. So AoE, arts, looper, DPS, and a bit of a tank as well. He can kind of do all 3 of those things pretty well, actually. 9.1k attack, just above average for 4 stars. It's actually kind of okay that, he doesn't have the most attack, because, he can do some tanking as well. He has double Buster, double Arts deck, so a bit different from the base Lancer deck. But, it makes sense, honestly. Easier ways to loop as well from bosses. I mean, his MP already refunds like crazy, but, why not have more? Oh yeah, sure, Dark. Alright, so, first skill. Self-arts up 30% 3 turns. 20% battery for self, and also party 20% MP damage for 3 turns. 6-turn cooldown. Just a nice, solid skill. It's like arts MP, go. It's like all the stuff you kind of want to see, minus MP gain. But yeah, he's pretty good regardless, even without that. So, the second skill. You have a 3-turn taunt, which is very cool. And then MP generation on damage taken for 3 turns by up to 50% bonus. So yeah, especially if you have this taunt active, and especially if the enemy has multi-hit attacks, you can just see his MP bar just, it just jumps. So it's a really cool combo. And it's a really good uptime for the taunt. It's a 3-turn taunt on a 5-turn cooldown. A lot of 3-turn taunts are a 6-turn cooldown. So this is really good for tanking. And to help with the tanking, we have the third skill, which is a targeted invul for 1 turn that also comes with a 2k heal. Pretty okay. I mean, most 1-turn invuls are base 6-turn cooldown, but this is also targeted, so pretty nice, flexible. But if you're using him on bosses, you're probably going to use it on himself because of the taunt. Unless you got all the Casturias helping you out, which is very possible. Magic Resist B++. Pretty good, I guess. Not too bad at all. Writing C+. He sadly only has 1 quick, so for him it's not that relevant. The anti-append is against Lancers, which, well, if you have like the fattest copy, but otherwise, not really relevant. And then the MP. There's a lot of stuff to like here. So first of all, ignore invul before damage. Always great. And then the lowest HP ally gets 3000 healing. So it's like smart healing. It knows where to put it at. Very cool. And then the OC is 20% MP damage for 1 turn before damage. So more MP damage. Very lovely. And his MP refunds a lot. It really does. Like, it's crazy amount of refund. It's not unrealistic to go from 0 to 100. Now, looping numbers. This is what we're looking at. So, they kind of juggle a bit back and forth with him and, you know, not Melusen, but Melt, and with Fiona as well. These 3 are in very similar leagues. But I think overall, Melt and Percy are the easier ones to loop for sure. Because Percy can loop Berserkers as well, right? Yeah, for sure. So now comes the question, how are we going to do the placement? Do you have Percy comments?
Me?
Yeah.
It's another character I've been like sort of juggling around. I used to think he is like when he first came out, I was like super overhyping. I was like he's better than Melt, and then the next day I saw him solo demonic Bodhisattva, and I'm like, oh my god, this character is actually insane. But I do think in farming comps, Melt is probably still more flexible because that's 60 MP charge. Like you can't really beat that. And also
Yeah,
her
for
wave
waves
3
that are
damage is
like less than 3 enemies, it's kind of nice to have.
Yeah, but he does have Invul Pierce though. That is right. He has Invul Pierce, right? I'm not crazy, right?
Yeah, this MP before damage, yeah.
Yeah, so like I think they're extremely close. I think they're extremely close. I think they are neck to neck.
They should probably be on the same tier, if anything.
Yeah. I think they
even if they might do
the
some things a bit better than the other, but they're so comparable, right?
Yeah, definitely. And
so
as
last year,
LB6 permanent. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Last year I had him on like EX, but I had them like this, but I don't know. Maybe they should be on the same tier, and maybe should both be on EX or A+.
Oh, this is a hard one.
It is a hard
one. This is a hard one. Maybe both EX. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe we could do that.
Maybe.
Should I bump Fion into A+ then? He doesn't loop as easy
Fion
though.
has an upgraded MP.
Yeah, he has damage for sure.
I don't know.
It might seem a bit brutal, but maybe this is how it's supposed to be.
This is fair, yeah. I think this is fair. I think this is fair.
Yeah, like, I love Percy a lot, and again, Melt is just very comparable, so it would be kind of dirty to put her up below. Not that I didn't do that last year or anything, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can understand. Yeah, I'm okay with it. I haven't used Melt as much as Percy, but yeah, Percy is freaking nuts. Okay. Alright, last 4-star in the list. And one that I really like myself. I'm probably gonna grill my JP one actually. We got the Don Quixote. Very cool from Trob. So single target. He quick? Actually, I forgot. He's quick. Yeah, quick.
He's quick.
Okay. Quick, single target, quick DPS. But they also have supporting stuff, which is cool. But yeah, we'll talk about some of the use cases, I suppose, after review the kit. So 8.6k attack, sadly on the lower side, is not as bad as some of the other ones that we've seen already for 4-star DPSs. But yeah, could be better. Has the standard Lancer deck, which I think makes a lot of sense. Really high hits on the quick, actually, so that's cool. First skill, self buster and quick up, 20% 3 turns, and then a self guts 1 time 3 turns. I kind of hate that the guts is tied to this because now it's a 6-turn cooldown. It would have been 5 turns otherwise, so it's a bit awkward. As a skill, it's not bad, but I really wish the offensive buffs had better uptime. Oh well. Second skill, self attack up 3 turns, 20%. MP per turn every turn for 3 turns, 10%. And then 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. I think this is a pretty good 6-turn cooldown. It makes sense. It's easy to use. It gives you all the offensive stuff. It's good. It makes sense. Then the fun third skill. So this is like the anti-Melt Lancer skill. So you're going to drain your entire gauge to 0. Like, it doesn't matter. You have to, okay, first of all, you have to have at least 30% gauge before you can even use this. But even if you have 100%, to 0 you go. There's nothing you can do about it. You will always use all of your gauge starting from 30%. Now, what do you get from it? All your other party members get 30%. Like, it's kind of cool. Even if you yourself only use it at 30%, your other 2 party members both get 30%. So it's very cool in that sense. And then you also get a 20-star bomb. It's on a 5-turn cooldown, so the uptime, you can actually use this fairly often. But the thing is, they're still a DPS themselves, right? So now comes the question is, like, would you ever really use this that much? It's hard to say. And if they were an art servant, I think this would be way better, because Castoria MP is broken as hell. And you can still use Castoria with Don Quixote as well, but you gotta remember, they're quick and they only have 1 arts card, so there's a lot of lost value. Like, Scotty MPs tend not to be all that amazing for neither Caster nor Summer. Like, I haven't been able to really figure out a good comp where this skill is gonna be like very well utilized. So it's kind of weird. It's definitely backwards, but I guess it makes sense lore-wise. Alright, Magic Resi, that's kind of sad. Riding E, also kind of sad. Wish it was higher. And then insta-kill resistance, 20%. Hardly ever will be relevant, but, you know, cool, I guess. Rider bonus, whatever. Unless you use them for the third skill, pretty much irrelevant. Now, the MP has a lot of cool stuff. So you have a 150% giant damage mod, which is nice. It's not the most common thing. And I think, personally, I think they should combine giant and super giant into one modifier. I think it's stupid that they're 2 different modifiers, because they're all big targets anyway. It makes no sense. It will make them so much easier to use. But oh well. Then you have a 1k HP demerit, which is not that bad. That's fine. And then a party charisma, 20% for 3 turns. That's all normal effects. And then the OC is party crit damage 3 turns, 20% on base. So it's like a DPS MP, of course, but it's also a supporting MP when you think about it. So they're definitely like half DPS, half support, but it's like I don't think they sadly have a very good spot in the game, right? Like, you have better DPSs and you have better supports. I do love them though. They're so awesome. But like, gameplay wise, it's hard to find like a really amazing spot for them. What do you feel about Don Quixote? Yeah. The third skill, it's really the bummer.
If the third skill was a transfer, I think that could be interesting. Like, if you had 100, then it transfers it to your team.
Like scales for the whole. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Then that could maybe be kind of okay.
It'll be probably broken, but yeah.
And then their MP is like, yeah, their MP is actually pretty decent support, but you kind of had to loop it, and they're like a they're a quick single target with anti-battery. It's not gonna be very easy for them to use it more than once.
So right? Like they want them to do like different things that are like working against each other.
Yeah, I guess that's really cool lore-wise, but yeah. Kind of
So this
unfortunate.
they didn't even exist last year, so now this is a fresh placement. Obviously no buffs or no nothing, so
I don't think they're too good, but
is C plus too harsh? I think Ana might be better. She's a bit more
Ana's better.
straightforward.
I think
Yeah.
Ana's definitely better because of the upgrade MP as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She definitely does more
unfortunate.
deeps. And she doesn't transfer her own MP to the allies.
Yeah,
It's not fun having a dead skill. That's eh. Still love them
and
though.
they're
I
story locked, right?
yeah, they're story locked as well, yeah.
So your MP level's not gonna be too hot.
Yeah. And if you're not fighting giant, the MP is never really gonna do like amazing damage without the buff and whatnot.
Yeah.
Very cool servant though. I liked when they try goofy stuff, even if it doesn't mean the servant is like, kind of mediocre. Okay, it's time. We got, maybe 13 something SSRs? Here we are. I guess Shisho is the first one, because there wasn't day 1 SSRs for Lancers. I guess there wasn't for most classes. Okay. I'm about to make a lot of people upset. Alright, Shisho, Skahak, whatever you want to say. Single target quick DPS. Very much standard Lancer deck. Attack is 11.3k. So across SSRs, that is just below average. But I guess with the Lancer class affinity, the damage mod, it probably rounds out to average, if not slightly higher than that. So it's okay. Her hit counts are fun though. The real big problem is the 2-hitter on the quick. I hate that. It's so bad. A 1-hitter MP combined with 2 hitters on your main card type, it's bad. It's seriously the biggest problem. Her MP hits insanely hard, but the refund is poo poo. I wish the hit counts were as good as some of the other cards.
I think they purposefully nerfed the hit counts just because the MP has a 500% stun regardless of
Yeah, true.
trait.
Yeah, the stun really holds it back, doesn't it? That's a good
Yeah, like
call.
if you could like spam that stun, that would start to become really
Yeah, it
stupid,
has to
right?
be that actually. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Alright, first skill. We have an 80% chance to get crit damage, 50% for 3 turns, and 80% chance to get 500% absorb for 3 turns, and a self evasion for 1 turn. Now, this is on a 5-turn cooldown, so it's better than most 1-turn evades. And normally, I would trash the hell out of this skill because it's 80%, but luckily, they did kind of deal with this. This never should have been RNG to begin with, but at least they gave us a fix. Because the second skill was buffed. So now it's a targeted 50% quick up for 1 turn. Most likely just going to use her on self, especially because of the buffed thing, which is increased buff success rate by up to 20%. Funny number, huh? Might just make these 100%. Yeah, for 3 turns. This might as well be 1 turn as well, but I guess it's nice. And then also a battery for 20%. Now, yeah, another annoying thing is that this is on a 6-turn cooldown, while this is on a 5-turn cooldown, so sometimes maybe you should hold back on using this. And another awkward thing about this skill is that, yeah, it's good uptime for the evasion, generally, better than most. It's still your defensive skill tied to one of your main offense buffs you have here, so these don't match on cooldown, and this is awkward to use. And she's not a Castoria servant, so you can't like necessarily willy-nilly sacrifice your evasion always for damage. A bit awkward for sure. Alright, third skill, the fun stuff. So yeah, couple of power mods. For 1 turn, you each get 100% undead damage and 100% divine damage. The undead damage, most of the time, pretty much irrelevant. There's not that many like big bosses that are considered undead. It's mostly mobs. And she's not a farmer, of course. But the divine mod is good, because a lot of bosses definitely have divinity, so that at least, good. Got a 5-turn cooldown, which, yeah, it's a lot of damage, but man, it reminds me of like Artemis's second skill, because it's basically the same thing. I think her skills could still be way better, honestly. You can tell they're old, and no pun intended there. Okay. Yeah, I guess Summer Wu can help with a little bit with the undead thing, I suppose, but you would not bring Summer Wu as a support for her. It's not worth it, honestly. This is a 1-turn buff. You would just bring Scotty's or whatever instead, even if it's cute. Alright, Magic Grisey is the only passive, but at least it's okay. Lancer Append, meh. And then the MP has been buffed, but considering it's a very old buff, the buff sucks. They only improve the damage and the instant kill chance on the OC. Oh joy. But luckily, it has a broken normal effect, which is a pretty much a guaranteed stun for 1 turn on any target, as long as they're not stun or debuff immune. So that's cool. But at the same time, like Plushie said, it's probably the reason why her gains are so god-awful to begin with. So it's a good and a bad thing. But of course, it still deals good damage, because it's a buffed single target quick MP on an SSR that already has a big steroid for 1 turn. What do you feel about Shisho?
I mean, definitely she has sustained issues, right? She doesn't have good MP gain, she doesn't have long-lasting skills, but I still think just on a baseline level, she's still pretty decent. Like, for one, you can't get anyone that deals more damage against Divine. I mean, maybe you can, but like, I mean, like,
Yeah, it's hard.
she just does so much damage, right? And actually, I have seen quite a bit of solos pulled off with her, because she has the stun
Really?
as well as a 5-turn cooldown evade.
Oh, I guess
So
Mighty
if
Chains
you
would help
really,
with that too, yeah.
yeah, if you really try hard to, and her like high hit count buster actually refunds, which is pretty funny. I saw someone mention Enkidu
Oh yeah,
in the
true,
chat.
she's one of those cases, yeah.
Enkidu actually doesn't do anti-divine damage. He only
Yeah,
stuns.
he's anti-divine stun. His power mod is threat to humanity.
Yeah, it's threat to humanity. So like, you still can't. I don't know. I know a lot of people say she's outdated, which fair enough. But,
I'm the one saying that, at least.
I mean, I think fair enough, but I still think her baseline is strong enough that she's like still really good.
I think she's relevant for sure, but I think she needs more love. If she was released
probably.
nowadays, she would be broken. I can guarantee you she would be broken if she was released right now.
Probably.
So another victim of early game design.
Yeah.
Last year I had her on A tier. Would you agree to that? I might place her in the same tier. Yeah. Like, her damage potential is still really nuts, but the uptime is not that great and her gains are low. But man, when she hits her highs, it's really high.
Yeah. I would have personally put her a little bit, but I don't know. There's a lot of good stuff.
Like higher or lower?
Higher. There are a lot of good Lancers, but I guess we can take a look at other ones first.
Okay.
She's still really good.
Oh man, next up we have another one that kind of suffers from early game design. Man, this man could use more buffs. I remember like 3-4 years ago, after he got the MP buff, I was like, dude, Karna is the best AoE Lancer. Oh my god, he's so good. But nowadays, no one talks about Karna anymore. He has fallen so much. Okay, let's see what the problems are. So 11.9k attack is very solid. Good high attack. Standard Lancer deck numbers are not terrible either. So at least on this side, there's no real issues really. But then when we talk about the skills, cracks start to appear. So I like that he has basically a guaranteed MP seal. Because first of all, it applies this first skill applies a 50% debuff res down with 500% chance, so you can't really whiff it unless they're immune. And then, because the MP seal happens afterwards, it gains a bonus 50% chance to land. So it's a 150% chance to land the MP seal for 1 turn, basically. But this on a 6-turn cooldown, no business. Absolutely no business nowadays. Either they need to add at least 2 more effects to this, or reduce the cooldown to like 5 and maybe add 1 more effect. This is not good anymore. This is too slow. Just too slow. Second skill, his mana burst. Well, it's arguably a little bit better than a normal mana burst, because, you know, it's 2 mixed buffs totaling 50%. It's worse for your face cards, but better for your MP. So you total 50% for Buster and MP damage, 30 and 20 each, respectively. But again, it's 5-turn cooldown. It's slow, it's clunky, it's old. Most of the mana burst, well, maybe not most, but a lot of the mana bursts from SSRs at this point have already been buffed. This should have been buffed long ago.
Mana burst. God.
Yeah, or do you know who has the most broken one? Freaking Arthur, dude. Oh my
of
god.
3 turns. Yeah.
50% MP or buster up for 3 turns with 30% MP gain. Yeah, get that shit out of here. Karna needs that. And then the third skill. Okay. 25% battery. Enough said. Yeah, okay. No scaling. But also self 50% star gen for 3 turns and 40% crit damage. Again, 6 turn cooldown. Why? First of all, the battery
not
is a
even
stupid
50.
number. Yeah. Like they should all the numbers should be higher and the cooldown should be lower. I don't get it. This is supposed to be like a really cool lore skill. It's Uncrowned Arms Mastery. It's him flexing, but this skill ain't flexing for shit, dude. It's just so weak nowadays. Like nothing in his skills are like great. These are all like way below average SSR skills. This is one of the big problems. The skills. Magic C, standard. Writing A, it's okay with the double, triple hitter quicks. Divinity A, again mostly a demerit. Writer bonus, meh, unless they're divine, I guess, maybe. Even then, MP has been buffed luckily, but the only normal effect they added is a buster resistance down 20% for 3 turns. That's great, but then remember, it's after damage, so it's not as great as it could be. And then the OC is 150% base over power mod against Divine, scaling up to 200%, so the standard numbers. It would already be quite a bit better if the buster was before damage as well, but it's not. It still deals good damage, especially against Divine, but that's it. That's really he is his MP. There's nothing else. He just is his MP.
To add insult to injury, Arjuna Alter does it before damage. Why?
Yeah, and he has a fucking power mod that scales based on debuffed enemies as well. Like it's a double whammy of just absolute middle finger. And also, I can relate, but I can very much relate to this because Okita Altered also does it after damage, which I'm sad about. So yeah. And so does Ivan, I believe. Yeah, he does after the buff, yeah. Oh man, Karna. Do you have any more comments on him?
Like, I thought the crit up on his third skill is 50. It's not even 50.
Yeah, it's 40.
It's hilarious. This character is just, I don't know. Like when you're doing anti-divine, usually you're going for like single target anyways, because like a lot of times killing bosses. Like unless there's like a 3 divine farming node, but then his battery is so bad that it's just 25 is just 20. That's true. 25 is 20. Right?
Yeah,
25 is
is
20 unless you're like you don't have a lore for your append skill or something.
Yeah, if you have a level
like
6 append, then you have a bit better, but yeah.
Yeah, like I don't know. He's a one turn nuke, but it's like worse than like Skahak, like so much worse than Skahak. I don't know. I guess they're not comparable because he's AoE, but like anti-divine a lot of times.
Yeah, I mean he's not really a farmer either, to be honest. So yeah,
he's not a farmer either. Yeah.
So last year I had him on. Okay,
like
go on. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, no. I'm just saying I don't like his gameplay.
Okay.
Much.
I had him on B+ last year, but I might be willing to bump him down to like maybe even C+.
Oh yeah, because I think C+ a bit mean.
Yeah, I was a bit generous for SSRs just because they had good numbers on base, but I don't know, man.
I think B is fine. B is fine. He's
you think we should go B?
He's kind of like
okay. At least he has the buffed MP, right? It does good. Against Divine, it still nukes. It still nukes.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. We'll settle with a B. Oh my god. Well, we're gonna see really good servants sooner than later. Alright, Bryn is next then. At least she's single target. So ST Buster DPS. Cool stuff. 11.4k attack is pretty much the average, but with the class mod it's just a bit above maybe. Standard Lancer deck. Numbers are not the most generous, but I think she does fine. She has the same first skill as Karna does, so the mana burst, but hers is even worse. This doesn't even go to 50%, this only goes to 40. Ay. Yeah, it's not a good skill. It's not good. Second skill has been buffed, so she gets a 30% battery. Cool. It's not 25. And then one enemy minus 50% crit chance down for 3 turns. I like that. I like that a lot. The one turn minus 30% MP damage hardly ever will be relevant unless you're running some weird comp with damage mitigation stacking stuff. That one kind of meh, but I like the battery and I like the crit chance down. 6 turn cooldown is fair, I think. Yeah, it's a good skill. I wish the MP damage down was something else though, like a defense down or something. Alright, third skill also has been buffed, so it's a targeted 3k absorb. It's like Johanna levels, basically. So you can guarantee someone stars for 3 turns. And it has a good uptime because it's a 5-turn cooldown. Then it also buffs the target with, you know, Karna numbers, 40% crit damage for 3 turns, and gives them a fat 3k heal. It's a good skill. I think it might be a bit misplaced on her. Because I would prefer to see her like be full DPS as is, maybe up the numbers and be self only. But you know, I guess a bit of, if you're running double DPS, it's maybe okay. But I would not bring her just for this skill. For the record, I don't think she is worth bringing just as a support. They clearly made this because they want to give it to like Sigurd or something, and I also hate that because that's the reason Sigurd doesn't have absorb in his kit, because they're like, oh, you're gonna get it from Brynn. No, give him absorb on his own, like Jesus Christ. Okay, enough of that. Overall, I think the skills are weaker than average for sure, with the highlight being the second skill. I guess this gives her good crit potential at least, actually. Yeah, I like the second and the third skill both, they're good. First skill is kind of bad though. Magic's B is fine. Writing A, pretty okay. Divinity E, no thanks. Anti-Lance Repend. Even against Brynhild's Beloved, I probably wouldn't bring her unless you have a fat copy. MP has been buffed, woohoo. So you get a 50% star gen for the party for 3 turns after damage. Could have been before for a couple more stars, I guess, but not a big deal. Not the greatest effect either, to be honest. And then the OC is her own unique trait thingy. It's normal scaling from 150% to 200. So needless to say, a lot of... it's mostly males that have Brynhild's Beloved, right? But I'm pretty sure there's a lot of females that have it too. Or maybe some even non-gendered ones. So it's a good niche. It's pretty common. I like it. Not that hard to come by. If anything, the MP is, again, one of the highlights of her entire existence. She actually does really well in the looping sheet as well for, like, again, maybe not the best data here, but it's worth showing that with her niche, she is just behind Enkidu on his niche. She even does more than Shisho, actually, with the possible back-to-back-to-back setups. Shisho has to use, sadly, a K-scope because her gains are poop, but with the double Oberon, that's why she's not higher. Again, this might not be the most realistic scenario, but it's always fun to see cool numbers. Like, even outside of that, she's still high here. Like, the only one that does more damage without a niche in these types of setups is Enkidu, and he's kind of busted anyway in that, so her MP potential damage is good. What do you think about Brynn?
I don't like the fact that I have to open a spreadsheet just to see what extra damage she has, but I have seen
true.
like crazy like damage mods that he has. The one edge she does have against Shisho is that Buster's maximum damage is just so much higher, right? Because Oberon's skill 3.
Exactly.
Do remember it's still a 50% mana burst, right? So like I see her do like actually insane amounts of damage, but other than that, I feel like her kit is a little bit just normal. I don't see it as too insane.
Honestly, I probably won't place her below Shisho at least. I think that would be wrong.
I think they're like very similar.
So it's like
Shisho
a baseline of A at least.
Yeah, and also Shisho's MP itself doesn't have the mod, so like you can't like if you MP twice with Brynn, she's gonna do
true.
the
She always has to. If
anti-damage
it's active, it's
she,
always there. Yeah.
So and because of like I would use her. I wouldn't say she's like one tier above Shisho, but I would say that like if I were to use her as main damage dealer for like maybe challenge quest min turns or boss min turns, I would take Brynhild if I remember the beloved things. But
Maybe she should
yeah.
be A+, honestly. It's like a half tier, because it's a plus.
I don't know.
Hmm.
I don't know, cause Shisha has the stun. I really like the stun.
Yeah, the
I think
stun
the
is
stun
pretty
is
good
pretty
though, yeah.
broken.
Okay,
Yeah,
we'll,
and
we'll,
the
we'll maybe
evade.
leave them there for now, yeah.
I think that's fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, next the servant that has aged kind of okay at least. She used to be
Yeah,
like
it's fair.
a wet noodle, but nowadays she actually kind of has a role in the game, which is cool. So Lancer Arturia, the 5-star kind. 10.9k attack is definitely below average, so, you know, could do better there, I suppose, but, you know, still, could be worse. Standard Lancer deck, maybe double Buster, double Arts would have been better for DPS purposes, but, eh. And the numbers are also pretty low. They have buffed her Mana Burst, which is very nice. It's kind of an interesting buff, though. So it still stays. I wish they changed the Buster as well, because it's still a 1-turn 50% Buster up on a 5-turn cooldown. But they added 2 new things. They added 2 power mods, 50% each, Chaotic alignment and Evil alignment. So I like that they're separate, though. If they were combined, it would be a lot harder. But yeah, when they're separate, this can actually be relevant. Especially because she can be used for some higher level farming, and usually those always end with a Servant. And seeing Chaotic and or Evil on them is not all that uncommon. So while it's not like a crazy good buff, it's, you know, it has its uses, so, for sure. I really wish they did something. They should have made this 3 hits, 3 turns. Dude, her farming would be so much better as well. Please. Yeah. Alright, normal Charisma B. Not much to say. It's kind of lackluster, but, you know, I guess more buffs to the farming could be better, though. Third skill, her 50% battery with the self-cleanse, 6-turn cooldown. Pretty standard when it comes to 50% batteries. Not the craziest, but, you know, not the worst either. It works, and also important for her farming as well, I suppose. Overall, the skills could definitely be better. Kinda not much stuff going on. Magic Resist B is okay. Writing A, also okay. Ruler Append, yeah, miss me with that. Now, she does get Invul Pierce on the MP before damage, which, again, always nice. And then the OC, which is, again, very important in making her farm. You get the good old Arturia refund, base 20%. And this also enables her to run a fun little CE as well, the Rising Mud Rain, right? To utilize more MP damage as well. So, let's see. Does Stuart have all these numbers in here? Okay, he does, like, have all this shit. Okay. We have the Super Scope, the Bunyancy, and a couple of the Rising Mud Rain comps. So, clearly, the Double Witch Oberon Rising Mud Rain one, this one, is the superior one. It's still, like, not, you know, the greatest numbers ever, but certainly not bad either. I would say these are pretty okay numbers. Should be working on, like, all Lancer stuff, or, not Lancer, Archer stuff. Maybe not for 90++, depending on your copy. But, you know, not bad at all. It's fun when you can, you know, use these Black Grail, like, you know, whatchamacallit, alternatives for Buster looping. So there you go. What do you think about Lancer Arteria? She can farm, which is nice.
Yeah, she is one of the OGs that could Buster loop before Koyan Light or something. I think it's pretty dumb. It's like double waiver plug something.
Oh yeah,
because she has a 20 recharge on her MP. But
Mm.
now that she kind of lost that niche, I guess it wasn't really a relevant niche. But the Chaotic
Yeah.
Evil is nice. I wish the power mod could have been 3 turns, maybe. I don't think that's a stretch.
That would have
But
given her
yeah,
more boss presence for sure.
yeah, her damage is just not great, right? Like even with
The
the
low
anti-chaotic
attack
evil
and the low charisma, the 1-turn Buster up.
Yeah, especially not in like a boss scenario. She's definitely a little bit power crept in my personal opinion. Not power crept, just
Yeah,
her
like,
things just last too short.
yeah, I do think, for instance, Ereshkigal is just straight up better.
True. Yeah. So I don't know. She's
I think
not
an A
like.
tier is pretty fair because she can actually do some okay farming now. She might not be the best DPS, but her farming is not bad. Where would you place her?
Yeah, I I would have placed her one tier lower, to be honest,
Like a half
cause
tier, like
like
a B plus?
yeah,
Hmm.
cause like Buster looping is just. Do you have 50? You have 50. All right, sure. Like right, like it's just it's not like a refund thing as well. It's just like you said, Erish Kigal can do it, right?
Mm.
So I don't know.
I kind of agree with
Like
Jord that says that she's kind of like a really good MP buff away from being like potentially top tier.
one MP buff. Wait, how? Is she able to do Black Grail? I don't know.
And she can do
It,
Rising Mud Rain, which is very close.
which one was Rising Mud Rain again?
It's the Black Grail that has Overcharge. It's a little bit less MP damage for
Oh, because
Overcharge. Yeah,
overcharge.
yeah, yeah.
Ah, that's interesting. Actually, I never thought of
Hmm.
that. Huh.
So
That's kind of
if they
cool.
ever give her an MP buff that also maybe increases even more damage, like besides the damage buff, maybe she could be like really damn amazing.
Yeah. I mean, okay, like I would still put her below
I think I'm gonna
because
put her in A myself, because
who has Rising Mud Rain?
well, yeah, true. But I feel like
I
getting one
don't.
copy of that is not that unrealistic.
I
Even then, it
guess
probably is better than the other options.
it's just so specific. Like when you say, "Oh, can you do Black Grill?" That also means you can do any CE, right? Or can you do like 50 MP charge?
Well, to be
Uh,
honest, she can also do like 50%ers as well. So it's just it's
yeah,
like a bonus option for her. So I feel like it's not so much like do you have it or like hey, here's another great option if you do have it. Because most Buster Loopers can't do 0% CEs like she can.
yeah. I mean, I just feel like she's not that special. I guess the chaotic
Hmm.
evil is common enough. I don't know. I don't like if it were up to me, I would put her in B plus, but I mean it's not my list, and I didn't do
Okay.
like a lot of homework. She's not
Yeah.
my
Well,
most
yeah,
familiar
same,
summon
honestly.
anyway.
Honestly, I can kind of see both, but I'll probably keep her an A for now. I kind of like
Mm.
that. There you go. And now comments know that you would have loved to have seen B plus, so they don't have to attack you for maybe be placing her too high. I don't know. All right, let's talk about Summer One again. We got Tammy Ladser. I love this girl, but man, she has fallen off a bit. Needless to say, back
Ah.
year one before year two, she was like EX tier, easy EX tier. But man, as years went by, more options.
I mean, they buffed
Mm.
her third skill, which is really
True,
relevant
it's
in
a
my
good
opinion.
buff. Yeah, it's really good. But I feel like she has still like there's stuff that we're gonna talk about that is not that good. So first of all, Tammy Lancer, yeah, the first big problem, 10.7 attack, pretty low for an SSR. Not it could be obviously worse, but it doesn't help when you factor in the competition as well. The standard Lancer deck I think is completely fine for her though. I kind of like it. She can both generate a good because her MP gain is actually super high, so she can both generate MP and stars fairly okay. Now there's your wet T-shirt. Now the skills. Now she has the bad version of the Summer Charisma. I mean, none of them are really good, but yeah. So it's 20% party attack, and then only male allies get 42% star gen for 3 turns. It's meh. It's just not a great skill. 5 turn cooldown. Yeah, it's just weak. Second skill is a 100% base chance to charm any enemy, and then also reduce their defense by 30% for 3 turns, which is pretty good. And a like a curse whatever. But there is the demerit, and boy is it a demerit. It gives them 1 MP tick. Now, obviously, if you time this when they're about to MP anyway, it's basically a free charm and a defense down, plus the curse, I guess. But you kind of would like to use this immediately if possible to get the cooldown rolling. And speaking of which, it's a 7 turn cooldown, which I feel like is pretty brutal. Sure, the defense down is pretty big, and a charm on any target is nice, but I feel like it could have been 6 turns with that demerit, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the third skill is interesting. Like, it used to be, you could play around it with the command code, but they did buff it, so you don't have to do that anymore. This skill is now kind of cracked. So for 1 turn, you get an invul for self. For 3 turns, you get 50% crit damage. For 3 turns, you get 50% star gen. For 1 turn, you get 50% MP gain, 50% debuff rest, 50% healing received, and 30% battery. Now this on a 6-turn cooldown is pretty damn nice. Like that's now there's only good stuff. There is no demerit. Like they removed the demerit and they added stuff. They increased 2 of the durations and they also added a battery as well. Like this is really, really good now. Great, great skill. Can give you a bonkers turn with no downsides whatsoever. I guess it's worth noting, yeah, that archers have a 3-tick bar on the enemy side, so getting them to the MP turn and then using the charm, it's a bit faster, I suppose. That's a good comment from the chat. But yeah, this skill is great now. Riding A is nice, same with Territory Creation A, so she has permanent 10% arts and buster up, so both these will have good gains as well. High rank of divinity, but doesn't really matter. Anti-berserk is great, and then the weakest part of her entire thing, the MP. No normal effect besides damage. Anti-mail is great, but you gotta keep in mind she's a limited SSR. Not unrealistic to have like really high MP levels. So against males, it does pretty good damage. It doesn't like blow the bank. It does good damage for sure. But then if you try her against non-male archers, especially at like MP1, you will probably be disappointed most of the time. It's just is not a pretty sight to see. So her numbers are great, her gains are good, her 3rd skill is nuts, but those are like the real highlights. Everything else, yeah. You have comments on Tammy Lancer?
I mean, that 3rd skill buff definitely helps a lot, and I really like her because of her good face cards. Like her face cards, as you mentioned before, is extremely decent. But yeah, as good as her 3rd skill is, all of it only also lasts 1 turn, so it's not like too insane, right? Yeah, I
mean, 2 of them are
I
3 turns, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't think she's on the level of Shisho and Brynhild, definitely. So yeah.
I think I'm okay with a B+, honestly. I think with the 3rd skill buff, with her good numbers, she is definitely relevant, but I think I would kind of prefer Shisho or Bryn as well, I think.
Yeah.
And good shot existing, being a free MP5. If you have an MP1 Tammy Lancer and a good shot MP5, is not even close. She just takes a dump on her damage.
Do them more than half a tier below them. I guess. I mean,
I don't think that
Karna,
after the
though.
3rd skill buff, I don't think I can really place her lower than this. It's really stacked now.
Yeah.
And her numbers are so good. Like her numbers are way better than Bryn and Shisho for gains. She gains way better than those 2.
Her face card is really good.
Yeah, her face cards are nuts. You should try using her, Seth, sometimes if you haven't. She generates stars and MP like crazy. But again, all of that is not the best thing when the MP doesn't hit hard. So, but yeah, still. I'm okay with a B+ on her.
Yeah.
Relevant, but, you know, has fallen off a bit. Okay. Next one is a big one. Whoa. I'm going to talk about Mr. Clay. Enkidu.
Oh,
whoa. I think that, honestly, this is not really a hot take. I think the worst stuff is up here. The low attack and the stupid deck. These are the 2 things that are bad about him. Everything else, not so bad. So yeah, he's a single...
Thick HP. His thick HP can
True,
be
it's actually not that bad in
yeah.
hindsight, yeah. It's not all bad. So yeah, he's a single target buster DPS. Attacks, again, certainly on the lower side, but honestly, no, yeah, when like Plushie said, it's not the worst thing, considering he has a fat heal as well. So yeah, you know, in his case, it's not all bad, and he's definitely not short on damage anyway. Now, I kinda still to this day hate his deck. Because he has a Buster MP, I don't like that he has a triple quick. I just don't like it. It should have been standard Lancer. It would be so much better. It is what it is.
Yep.
At least with a full quick chain, he can still generate a good chunk of stars, but you can just get stars from so many things nowadays. I don't think it really is that big of a deal. So double Buster would have been definitely the way to go.
The year 1 assassin deck with the Carmilla,
Yeah.
so I really
I guess
don't
they
like
wanted
this
to make
deck.
him a unique or
Horrible.
something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well. But that's mostly the bad stuff. Like, now we're gonna see some of the better stuff. So his first skill is also is not that great, but it's definitely better than the Mana Burst, because you get the 50% buster after 1 turn always, but then randomly you get either 50% attack or quick or 50% quick. It's like a coin flip. So especially in solos, it doesn't really matter which one you're gonna get. You probably want the arts, to be honest, because you want to do mighty chains, but you know, at least you can guarantee use of either of the buffs, which is cool, I guess. And on team comps, it's not that unlikely to... I mean, if it's the arts card, it's a bit harder, but the quick one, it's kind of easy to find it. So this is his weakest skill by far. But it's not like a garbage skill. Second skill I really like. So it's a 1-turn evasion or 5-turn cooldown, which is already better than most 1-turn evasions. And then a 50% crit chance down for 3 turns. How lovely for 1 target. And also, if they happen to have evasion, that's gone too. So it's a good skill for sure. I really like this skill. It's a great defensive skill with good utility as well. Good stuff. That enemy won't really be critting when this is active. Very good uptime on this too, with the 5-turn cooldown. Then the third skill, which he actually buffed after my last year's tier list as well. So it's his infamous 10k heal, which again is kind of nice that he has more HP as well. Full self-cleanse, and then they also added a 50% battery now. Like, some people might say it's like crazy overpowered now. I wouldn't say so. It's still balanced because it's a 10-turn cooldown. You gotta realize that. It's still really, really high cooldown. It's nice, but it's not as crazy as some people think it is. But, you know, I don't think he needed this. He was already very, like, super good. But you know what? Sure. Why not? There it is. So, yeah, pretty good. Magic Resay is the only passive, but at least it's a high amount. Anti-Berserker, because, you know, he needs to do more damage against, you know, good classes. And then the thing that truly originally made him, like, just absolutely crazy is the MP buff. So yeah, the OC in particular is really crazy. So it's a 3-turn defense down by 30% base before damage. Like, it's Jinako's MP basically, but he has better damage potential. So there's that. And then he also gained a not 150% damage, but 200% flat threat to humanity damage mod. Because again, why not? And then if the enemy is stunned and they're not debuff immune, they will get stunned no matter what for 1 turn. So yeah, this MP just does a crazy amount of damage. Even without the threat to humanity active, it is very damaging.
Yep.
Like, he's just flat out at the top. Like, he's at the top with the damage mod, but even without it, he's the top without mods taken into account. So yeah, he just slams.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I might debate putting him in A+ if he didn't have the anti-threat to humanity, and also if not every single recent major story boss have been threat to humanity, where he just destroys them. It's ridiculous. It's,
I will definitely put him in EX. I think he's still the best single target lancer in the game.
Yeah.
He is pretty damn nice. One of the most wanted spooks for people as well, I suppose. Moves them from existence. There you go. Nice pun. Alright, next one is a fun one as well, huh? We're gonna talk about Ereshkigal. So, we got AoE, Buster, DPS, and honestly, Shlas Farmer as well, yeah. And with some support utility too. So, much like Enkidu, sadly, and much like, I guess, Lancer Arturia, they don't seem to like giving some Buster Lancers high attacks, because, yeah, her attack is also a bit on the lower side. But, you know, she still has a lot of stuff going for her otherwise, so it's not, you know, the worst thing in the world. She at least has the standard Lancer deck, although what is not standard about her is her 6-hit arts card. And if anyone's ever used her, especially if you crit with that, especially if it's overkill, it's an easy full MP charge. It's kind of nuts. It's a fun card to have. Even if it's only one in her deck, it's a lot of gains. So that's real the highlight of the deck. Now skill-wise, I like her first skill because it's only defensive stuff. So you get a guaranteed invul for 1 turn, 6 turn cooldown. So it's the standard, but then also debuff immune for 1 turn. Cool. And actually, wait, that's already chance based. So the next 3 are all 80% chance, which I'm not a huge fan of, but honestly, it's not like the end of the world if you miss some of them. The invul is obviously an important part. So 80% chance to get debuff immune for 1 turn, 80% chance to be insta-kill immune, and 80% chance to have buff removal resistance. The first and the fourth are the real big things, but yeah, at least you get the invul guaranteed. So I would say it's still a good defensive skill. Nothing like broken, but good. Yeah, I would agree, her worst skill. Now, her mana burst is actually good, unlike most of the game. So she gets a plus 1 turn cooldown, but in trade, she gets a 50% battery. I would probably take that trade deal 100 times out of 100. So yeah, needless to say, this is very good. And also the reason she can loot farm as well. So off the base unbuffed mana burst, this is probably the best one. I can't see anything else that would be better. Enkidu is okay, but this is definitely better. So that's nice. Good numbers. Fair cooldown. I actually loved her third skill the most, though. I think this skill is really good. So first of all, you give your party a really unique buff for 3 turns, the Blessing of Kur, that does stuff with her MP. But then your party also gets 20% defense up for 3 turns, 30% MP gain for 3 turns, and 3k max HP for 3 turns. And because max HP, you can pop this turn 1, no freaking problem. You get immediate use of all of this stuff on a 6 turn cooldown. That's a lot of nice stuff. I still to this day love this skill. It's one of my favorite skills in the game. It's just so solid. People don't realize how good this skill actually is. Everyone always talks. I mean, yeah, you probably want to max your second skill first because of the battery, but man, this skill is. I think this is the better skill for sure. Very good for bosses. Keeps everyone alive and happy. Magic Res D, sadly on the lower rank, but at least she has Goddess's core, so she gets way more here. So what is that? 35% debuff for on base, pretty good. And then because the arts card couldn't be crazier, she gets 11% arts up permanently. So yeah, that one card is truly magical. Anti-append is Assassin, which pretty irrelevant in my opinion. Now her MP used to be kind of a noodle, I'm not gonna lie. But man, this buff is one of the best MP buffs to this day in the history of the game. I love this buff. This is how you buff an MP. They added so much nice stuff. So obviously get the damage up, of course, from the buff. But now, 150% Earth damage mod. Very good. The second most common attribute. Then you get the old stuff, which is 20% attack up for allies with the Blessing of Kur. Sadly, it's after damage, but, it still helps with the looping as well. Now, the more new stuff includes party crit resistance by 20% for 3 turns, and also make the insta-kill immune 3 turns for the party. And the OC is 10% buster up for 1 turn before damage. Like, this is a pretty damn stacked MP. Is not the maybe so unless you're fighting Earth, it's not the biggest deal for farming besides the damage up, but for bosses, that's a lot of really good stuff. I love this MP. This is such a good AoE MP. Oh man. Now let's take a look at some of her looping numbers as well. So we get some options. She cannot do 0% obviously, but with a good old triple support setup, she can do 50%. Are the numbers like the highest ever? No. Are they workable? Yeah. But again, very similar to like Lancer Arturia. She peaks a little higher on wave 3, but she loses a bit on like wave 2, for instance. So I guess it kind of balances out. Maybe not the best farmer, but definitely usable. And a lot of people have like really fat copies of her, so for them, I guess she's gonna be really damn amazing. But if anything, like, her presence against bosses is so good. So good. Mm-hmm. What do you think about her, Resh?
I think she's really solid. I think her already solid face cards, and now with an upgraded MP, which was her biggest problem.
I agree.
It's just really good. I don't think there's there's any complaints I can have. She's good in buster looping if you want to do that, And anti-earth, once again, as you said, super common, very common against like normal mobs as well,
True.
like farming node enemies. A lot of them are earth, so
Mm-hmm.
really good. I
I would say
I
top
think
tier
she's better.
personally.
I like her better than ruler, not ruler, Lancer Artoria. So I would
Oh
put her
yeah,
at A
that's not
plus,
even a
but I don't know.
comparison. I would
Yeah.
say she's top
So,
tier personally. I think for me it's an easy EX after the MP
huh?
buff. I think I did this last year as well. You don't sound too pleased.
I mean, I think she's A plus because
Okay.
there's another EX I have in mind, but yeah.
I mean, yeah, sure,
But
of course, but yeah. I still
yeah,
can't. She's so good though. She's so good. Even if, another servant exists that we're going to talk about a bit later.
yeah,
Like, she's so solid. Like, you can't go wrong with her.
I guess.
The
Huh.
only reason, like, you could argue that Erish is missing is 100% battery, but, like, come on, dude. That's not realistic normally. Okay. Anyway, let's move on and talk about Bradamante, I guess. Oh boy. Oh no. So AoE quick looper, I guess. Not really a DPS either, honestly. 10.8k attack. Better than some of the ones we've seen, but honestly, with her kit, it should be like over 12k, honestly. That she deserves a high attack or something. Double quack, the quack, yeah, that's a new type. Double quick and hard stick. Yeah, makes sense. Like, she even has a good skill to go with that. Yeah. Let's talk about the skills. So, the first skill is literally just the duo buff. There's no third effect. This should definitely have a third effect. But I guess they are 30% because of that on a 5-turn cooldown. So, it's okay. It's not, like, amazing, but it's okay. Then the second skill, Self-Guts 1 time 3 turns on a 6-turn cooldown. Again, pretty standard, nothing out of the ordinary. And then Self-Defense 30%. I do like that it's only defensive stuff. That's nice at least. So it's not an awkward skill. Easy to use. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Third skill, 20% targeted battery and also a cleanse for the target. 5-turn cooldown. This should just be on a support. This makes no sense being on her. Why does she have this skill? This should be on a flat-out full support unit. Is weird. They should give her like a 50% battery with like an attack up or something. I just...
Yeah.
These are...
It's horrible.
It's too little. It's not... We need more. Magic Crusade is fine. Rider bonus, eh. I actually do really like the MP. FX-wise, it's actually really good. It's a 60% AoE stun chance, which again, not reliable, but for bosses, it's nice to have some of that landing. I like the 20% crit chance down for 3 turns, and also MP damage before damage for 1 turn, 20% based on the OC. Like, FX-wise, the MP is actually great. It just doesn't do the most damage. Yeah. They should either buff her third skill, maybe even the first one, and the MP. She needs a lot. Ay. They should give her a taunt. Yeah, maybe a taunt could be cool as well. Yeah, the buff was Brit, even though Brit is not like top tier either. Alright, so looping wise, this is just double Scotty. It's not bad, but it's not really like crazy good either, honestly. Oh man. Do you have any Bradamante comments?
I think she's worse than both the 4 stars. Okay, probably, I don't know. I don't like. Okay, she's straight up worse than Parvati, right? Because like the stun is
she
very
needs a
similar to her
super
charm.
scope.
I don't know. I don't like her design. Not like you know.
Yeah,
Not
I
the
got you. I
ass
got
part,
you.
right?
Yeah.
But like, but like, she's so mid. Like I don't know. Not even mid. She's so below average. I think she's like below average in like almost every aspect.
Is C too harsh? That would be like below average.
It is not too harsh at all.
Yeah. She needs... I still can't believe she hasn't received a single buff to this day. It's crazy. He's a permanent too. It makes no sense. Alright. Let's talk about the Roma. A very cool servant. So AoE Buster DPS, and I guess also a farmer to an extent. I think he definitely shines more against bosses though. Alright, now finally we have a great attack. 12.27k. That is good with the Lancer mod as well. Nice. Double Buster, double Art Stick, I think is perfectly fine. Can still do a full Buster chain with the MP. Gureto. Good numbers as well. So up here, everything is A-OK. First skill, his version of Charisma, which is a very cool one. So you get the 20% attack for 3 turns. Also 20% crit damage for the party for 3 turns. And then also, if your allies are Roman, they get another 30%, so up to 50% bonus crit damage. He always gets this, right? I believe. Yeah, he always has the Roman trait, so he always gets the 50% no matter what. And then also applies the Roman trait to all enemies for 5 turns. That's very cool when you remember this is a 5-turn cooldown. So unless you whiff it, which is basically impossible unless they're debuff immune, you will always land it and have 100% uptime on Roman trait. Like, this skill is his bread and butter. This really enables everything to work. Is kind of nuts. Really good. Second skill, self-invul for 2 attacks, 3 turns. I like the flexibility. 30% battery for self and a pretty small but okay star bomb of 10. I think this is a good 6-turn cooldown. Not crazy like the first skill, but a good skill. I like that it's 2 attacks, 3 turns instead of 1 turn invul. Easier to use.
Yeah. A lot more flexible. Yeah.
Alright, self buster up 30% 3 turns. Self crit absorb 500% for sadly only 1 turn though. And then on active attack buff for 3 turns. And when you attack, you inflict a Roman trait again. But you have to crit though for 5 turns. But that's not that big of a deal, honestly. I guess it can help with stacking it, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's cute. That on a 5-turn cooldown also pretty good. It would be kind of busted if it was 3-turn absorb, but I kind of wish it was, to be honest.
Yeah.
Anyway, overall, he has a very nice modern skill set. I don't really see big problems at all. Offensive and defense. Magic Grisay is nice. More crit damage from Independent Action B+. Nice. His version of Divinity is good because it has 9% buster up, so it's not just a demerit. Ruler bonus, yeah. Even on the meme, like the lore fight, yeah, don't think so. Ooh, and then the MP. It's a good MP because you can make your own niche, huh? So the OC is 10% charisma for 3 turns. Sadly after damage, but the number is kind of low anyway. It's like, it's a nice bonus. But then we get the normal effect. So, first of all, your party gets Roman trait for 5 turns, which is nice. You can enable them to get that crit damage as well if they weren't able to do that before. But you probably just want to pop it turn 1 anyway, because he's most likely going to be your main DPS, and he always gets it anyway, so it's just a nice bonus thingy. Also, the MP itself inflicts another Roman trait on the enemy for 5 turns. And then the damage mod. So, you can have up to 10 Roman traits on the enemies for max damage. So it's like how does dude I'm so bad at math. How do you like count this? It's like 100% base plus 20% times the Roman stacks, right? So it can do up to 200% more. Is that how it goes? Damage. So it can do
it's triple damage.
Yeah, he can do triple damage on max stacks to normal damage. That's kind of nuts. Obviously, it's not easy necessarily to get 10 stacks, right? But, you know, even on lower stacks, you will still feel like a good increase on damage, for sure.
Yeah.
Now, sadly for looping, is you know, because you can't really stack it that much, it's not going to be like the highest damage. But for extended boss fights, yeah, you can definitely already see good numbers. I kind of, because this... Roman trait, is this before or after damage? I assume it's after damage because it's not mentioned here. I'm not sure.
It's after damage.
Yeah, if this was before damage,
after damage.
Yeah, if this was before damage, his farming would be a lot better for sure.
he'd be a little
But
bit
still,
too
for
good.
bosses, it's good. Numbers-wise, again, not as good as maybe some of the other ones. He does actually pull his weight against the Reshkigal, at least for what it's worth, you know? I mean, let's be real, no one really compares to Melusted, so... yeah, he actually does pretty well anyway, yeah. He actually does well. Maybe Larturia with the Rising Mud Rain comp just, you know, is the, like, the second best option you have of the Lancer Buster looping, but you can still make him work for sure if you want to farm with him. I still like him way more on bosses, same as the Reshkigal though. Alright, any Roma comments?
Plot twist, the EX tier Lancer I said I wanted to put there instead of Eresh was him.
Oh, you okay?
I mean, Melusine is also, I mean, spoiler alert, you know, I don't think I have to explain that part.
Yeah, okay.
But his damage potential is so high that his MP is doing like single target Lancer damage.
And
you
also
are able to use him.
Yeah, it's cool because all of the Roman traits he afflicts are 5 turn durations. It's not even 3, it's 5. And his gains can be like pretty good too.
The entire duration of the fight almost. So he is... I think he's wild. Like, I personally don't own him, which is really unfortunate, but I have tried... No? Yeah, I have tried comps with him and it's already insane, and one of the things that actually makes him insane is you can like double up his skills with Koi and Light, which I was not able to do.
The cooldowns are low,
so
yeah.
he's wild. Like in challenge quest his damage is wild.
Yeah
so I personally, like, maybe because I'm too like absorbed in this like min turn BS,
I mean it's good to get all the POVs.
Yeah, but like, damn, bro, that damage.
Yeah. Oh well, for what it's worth, I had both of them at EX last year. Him and Reshkigal.
Yeah.
Probably gonna keep it that way. Like, there's a reason Arjuna Altar is good as well. Any servant that can make their own niche happen with ease is obviously gonna be great. Like, it's so strong. You literally make your power mod activate.
Yep.
Alright, so only against debuff immune, he's gonna fall off a little bit. But everything else, he's just gonna get Romaned.
Get Romaned.
Yeah. He builds a city on top of you. Alright, Ritra time. As much as I love her, she's not like all that amazing necessarily. So we get an AoE arts DPS / farmer. Kind of good on both, but not really like amazing on either, really. At least on the lower numbers. At least her attack is really high, much like Roma. So she's winning there, which is cool. She has the gains deck of double arts, double quick. I don't dislike it. I think it fits. Good numbers. First skill, self arts up 30% for 3 turns, and also arts absorb for 1 turn. 500%. Pretty good. It's simple, but you know, it makes sense. It's very much arts focus. Second skill, party divine damage, 30% for 3 turns. I kind of wish it was self only, but oh well. And then 30% battery for self. Yeah, they should make it like 50% self only. Then this would have been even better.
It's barely a niche in my opinion.
Hey, it helps Karna do more divine damage. Okay. Yeah, it's an okay skill. Third skill. Excuse me. Self guts 1 time 5 turns on a 7 turn cooldown. So again, pretty standard for 5 turn gutses. You get 10% MP for her every turn for 5 turns. Pretty good uptime on that as well. And then party MP damage for 1 time 5 turns for 20%. It definitely should be 3 times. Or self only 3 times. It's like it harms in her farming as well because it only works for the first MP.
Yep.
I don't think you can really save this either. Yeah, because I was about to say you need the 10%, right? Yeah, it's a bit tight sometimes. So overall, her kit, it's a bit basic, and it's not like, it's not Roma crazy or anything like that, but it's not the worst either. It's not Bradamante, but it's still not like amazing. Magic Grisey is fine. Her Dragonkin passive is really good. 10% buster up. She only sadly has one buster though. But then a little damage cut as well. This is definitely better on Ibuki, but, you know, lore, I guess. This damage cut won't really do much, but, you know, it's nice to have, I guess. At least this is much better than, like, 180 Divinity. Damage cut is way better than flat damage.
Yep.
Anti-Avenger, sure. If you're lacking on the Moon Cancers. The MP, there's some good stuff here. The skill seal, I'm not too hot on. It's okay, but the 20% crit chance down for 3 turns, me likey, same as Bradamante. And then she does have an AoE Arch Risk down for 3 turns, 10% based on the OC, but it's after damage. Oh, if that was also before damage. Like, if this was before damage and this was 3 times 5 turns, the MP damage, and this was like self only 50%, she could do a lot better numbers, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't hate the MP, though. Maybe they could buff it at some point, though. So, let's see. What's her comparison here? Well, she does pretty well. But she's not, like, fully, like, escaping the 4 stars, though. That's the thing. And some of the 4 stars are going to be easier to MP up as well, I feel like.
Yep.
And her refund is definitely not as good as, like, Percy and Melt. Definitely not that good. But you know what? At least she makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So, could be worse. What do you feel about Ritra? I think you've used her way more than I have. You even minterned the latest CQ with her.
Oh yeah, I recently been using her for a lot of minturns, but it's not because, you know, she's like super extraordinary. It's just because she's MP5. But
oh yeah, okay.
But it's
Fair
like
enough.
I mean, she's not like I know some people call her like the arts Bradamante, which I think it's way too underestimating her.
Yeah, it's not
but she
just like a
definitely
conversion
has,
of card type. She's a bit better than that for sure.
yeah. It the main problem is definitely like some of the awkward points you've pointed out already. The skill 3, the MP damage up, not being able to be carried to the 3rd wave, and also her competition being this strong in the AoE Arts Lancer you know, class. And there was an argument of Melt Lancer being rarer than her technically because she's limited, but now we have Percival, so
yeah.
So it's like, I don't know. She's and her niche is too small. It's like,
yeah,
she's
it's
supposed to
30%.
have an anti-divine, but it's not really an anti-divine, right? It's a 30%. It's kind of low.
I'm
So I don't
feeling
know.
like an A tier on her. Or do you think it's too high?
I go B plus, to be honest. I think she's better than Karna, but
oh yeah,
I
I would also agree on that.
But I think she's like a B plus.
I kind of like her, like, Fion, depending on the MP levels, is easier to MP up and loop, but I still prefer her much in bosses like, over Fion. I would definitely pick her on bosses over Fion. Her face card games are way better.
It's supposed to be more harsh on 5 stars. I don't know. I guess A is fair, but I think she's definitely like a little bit underpowered in my opinion.
Yeah, could maybe use a buff, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh, we got 3 more left. We're still doing these in order, so I guess next up we're gonna talk about the next 5-star NA we'll get. And yeah, it's a pretty talked about one, huh? We got Melucid over here. Yeah. So, what is she? Single target arts DPS, AoE buster DPS, AoE buster farmer. Yeah, she's many things. So, attack 12.1k. Definitely very solid. Not the best one in the Lancer, mind you, but still good for sure. Rocks the double buster, double arts deck, which really makes sense when considering she can have either an arts MP or a buster MP, so makes a lot of sense. Good modern numbers as well, so nothing really to complain here. And then some of these skills though, oh my god. First of all, self-attack up 40% for 3 turns. Already higher than usual. 500 damage cut for 3 turns. Cool bonus, I guess. 2k max HP for 3 turns. Yeah, better than a heal in most cases. And a 30% battery for self for 3 turns. Or not 3 turns, just flat out 30. Yeah, for a 6-turn cooldown, this already is starting to look like a pretty damn strong skill. I don't know why the attack is 40%. It feels a bit too high, but you know what? Okay. There it is.
It's Melusine, everything's too high.
Yeah, especially the 3rd skill.
Yeah.
So of course she's a Lancelot, so she has to have a 4-digit absorb, casual 5k for 3 turns on a good uptime. Okay, dude. And then 10 stars per turn every turn, and a 10-star bomb when you use it. Like, yeah, you want her to be a crit DPS? Done. There you go. Now she's a crit DPS too. Be it AoE, it doesn't matter. It's just a crit DPS with this skill. It's a really good skill. All the stars will go to her with a 5k absorb on a Lancer class. Every single one. And then the fun part. So, if you're using an Ascension that is 1 or 2, you get a 100% battery and a self-invul for 1 turn. Now, it's a 5-turn cooldown. Luckily, you can only get this 1 time because it transfers you into stage 3. So what does it do on Ascension 3 then? You get 30% MP damage for 3 turns and the same 1-turn invul as well. Yeah, casual 100% battery. It's kind of nuts. It's just really stupid. Absolutely cronkers. That's a word. So yeah, needless to say, her skills are pretty insane. Like everything. There's not a single bad thing about the skills.
Even the stage 3 effect is broken.
Yeah, it really is. Especially in her use case. And the cooldown.
Yeah, how much MP damage of this 5-turn cooldown.
She's the servant that can stack the most MP damage in the game. With ease, at least. Not counting some, like, really long setups. Even if you start an AoE form, her damages are still insanely high. Yeah, true. Very true. Alright, passives are a little bit more tame, okay? We can relax. So, Magicus B, cool, and then Territory Creation B+. Is pretty good, actually, especially if you have her on Ascension 2 or 3. Now, Lance Reped, you can absolutely run her on neutral, especially if you have a fat copy, so yeah, why not? Now, what does the Ascension 1 and 2 MP does? So it's single target arts, right? You have the same fun Lancelot effect of flat damage taken increased by 1k for 5 turns. That's pretty like, no one cares. That's like, whatever. It's a cool debuff. That it doesn't really do much. You get a 10-star bomb as well. But then, even before damage, the OC is 20% MP gain for 3 turns. Like, it's actually fairly easy to loop her single target version if you want to. Now, sadly, that does mean you can't use her 3rd skill at all. But considering how cracked her 1st and 2nd skill already are, and this MP already having this effect, you could still make an argument that she's still like a top-tier single target Lancer as well. Yep. Absolutely. Even without using the 3rd skill, ever. Like, yeah.
There used to be a bug that actually allowed that.
Oh, what was that?
If you like force quit the game when you press skill 3, she won't transform, but she'll get the charge.
Oh, wow.
It's really stupid, but it got fixed.
My god. She would have been the best single target DPS in the entire game if that was the case. Alright. Anyway, so then let's talk about the Ascension 3 MP, then the AoE. So it's Buster AoE. You get Ignore Invul for 1 turn before damage. A burn as well, why not? Not that big of a deal. But then the OC as well, oh my god. 20% Buster on base for 3 turns before damage. Like, come on, dude. She already has so much. Why, dude? Oh my. Yeah, why is this 3 turns? Come on, dude. Why? It's already a good amount and it's before damage. Like, why is it 3? This is such a really strong OC, man.
Yeah.
Someone in the development team absolutely loves her, dude.
Yeah, it's really stupid.
Alright. Damage numbers then. Kinda crazy. Like, look at this peak, dude. It's stupid. And this is MP1 on neutral, dude. 440k each.
Oh, black girl moment.
What the hell, dude? Oh my god. Even the Bunyan one, like even without the black rail, you're still doing really good numbers, right? Oh my.
Yeah.
Ay, 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 ay. So, do you have comments on Melusin?
Okay, so here's how we're gonna do it, right? So the single target version is A plus, and then the AoE version is EX plus.
Hmm.
Right? Or
So,
something
I feel
like
like I could still make the tier, honestly. I did it last year. Because she is
she's so
kind of
dumb.
above and beyond. I normally reserve that tier just for like the game account changer supports. But I think as a DPS, she kind of is that special.
Yeah. Melusine tier, right?
Especially because
Like
you can
even if
both
you
run single
ignore
target and AoE as well. That's
Yeah.
that's such a unique thing.
If you ignore one half of her servant, she's still EX. Like why? Even if you ignore the art servant part, it's still EX. It's so stupid.
There you go. Fun
Yeah.
little character.
It's like they already came up with a broken gimmick, but then they made sure all the numbers were also like above average. So she's
Like there's
obviously
nothing bad about
really
it. Not a
dumb.
single thing is even average in her kit. It's crazy.
Yeah,
It's
not a
stupid.
single thing is average. Yeah.
Everything is good or really amazing.
Yep. You just roll for everything
You
during
could-
Lost Belt 6. Yeah.
Yeah, you could even make the argument that she is the best DPS in the game. It's definitely an argument.
Because she's 2, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, 2 more to go. Let's talk about another servant NA gets this year, which is Sakamoto Lancer. Now, he definitely gets kind of a bad rep, because again, there's a lot of arts competition for sure. But let's still give him a fair share here. So sadly, he doesn't have the high attacks some of the other ones have, like Melusid. He, again, one of the lower attacks, 10.7k. Also, he's AoE arts, in case that wasn't obvious. He's a DPS and a farmer for sure. You can do both, no problem. Double Buster, double Arts deck, again, much like Melusin, definitely makes a lot of sense here. I like the deck. So, besides this low attack, I think otherwise the numbers are good. Now, the skills then. So, they got like 2 different arts buffs. So, this is the one that's the AoE one. So, AoE arts, 3 turns, 20%. Party crit damage as well, 30%, 3 turns. And then also party overcharge 1 step, 1 time, 3 turns. So, it's a pretty good skill. It kind of makes sense, but it's not. Is it like anything crazy? No. If anything, he should have maybe had more like self-only stuff, but at least there's some of that too, so it's not all like party stuff. So it's alright. Second skill is a 50% battery on a 6-turn cooldown, so pretty standard, but nice to have. Now what his one does is it gives him buff removal resistance for 3 turns, not 1, but 3 turns. And then also debuff immune for 3 turns. So if you buff him now with this active with some defensive buffs, he's like good to go. You're not going to kill him. He's just going to stay there for that 3 turns. No debuffs, no way to remove anything from him. He's solid. So I think it's a very solid skill actually. Super good. And the third skill, the selfish one. Self, arts, and buster up 30% each. Very nice. And also 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Pretty fair on a 6-turn cooldown, I would say. I like this skill. I like the second and the third skill a lot. The first one is alright, but it's not like crazy. So overall, he can have plus 50% arts up just from his own kit, which is cool. Very, very nice. So skills-wise, at least, doing pretty okay. Nothing like, there's no like hard defensive skill or anything like that, but considering, you know, Castoria exists and all that, it's not the end of the world. If anything, it's more nice to have these instead of like an Invul because of Castoria. So, yeah. Magic Risk C+ could be higher, but not bad. Riding EX, well, he is a 5-hitter, but it's only 1 crit though, but yeah, okay. His unique passive gives him a 10% crit chance resist, or critical resistance. Very nice. And also 10% crit damage for himself. Very nice passive. Anti-alter ego append. Very solid for night classes. And then the MP. This is like the weakest part about him for sure. It's a 50% defense up for 1 turn before damage. So yeah, I guess there's some more defense for you. Kind of weird though. I think it's a lore thing, but yeah, okay. The OC at least is really good. It's 20% damage, MP damage for 3 turns before damage. So That's nice, but yeah. Hmm. It's, maybe there should be like one more thing in this MP. Feel like. I think it's missing something. And obviously the defense up is like you're not always even gonna get value out of that. Hmm. For farming, it's also kind of useless. So looping numbers. What are we looking at? The last of the artsy characters. Well, he definitely loses to Ritra, because he can't. His refund is not good enough to run Black Grail as is. With double caster is not enough, but I assume it would be enough if you're running like double caster or Oberon, right? So I guess in that sense he could have better stuff, but I don't know. It would probably just make the others even better as is, right? As well, if you do the same thing.
Yeah.
He would probably be similar to Ritra with the Black Rail setups with Oberon, but
I mean, his MP scales a lot better with Oberon.
Yeah, because of the overcharge being so good.
Yeah, so it'll be 60%. It's gonna be like Space Ishtar.
Yeah, he might just do more than Ritra then, with that in mind. I feel like he gets a bit of a too bad of a rap. He's definitely not bad.
His skills
People
are really
usually
good
trash him when they talk about him.
Yeah.
So what's your comments on him?
His skills are really good for challenge quests, of course, that's obvious. But actually, I really, really like the scaling MP. Like any MP that self-scales their damage.
Yeah, then he can get one OC buff on them as well from the first skill, so even more MP damage.
Yeah, so like his damage is actually like pretty solid in challenge quests and stuff. And of course, you know, challenge quests you can easily just make up for the refund with one extra face card.
Yeah.
Right. So he's actually I think he's pretty decent. He's just it's just like people usually care about farming. That's why a lot of servants, especially like Arts AOE Lancer, people are kind of like getting tired of them, and like so that's maybe why he got a bad rep. But he's actually pretty solid. Yeah.
Is A+ too high? Because I feel like I should put him above Ritra actually.
I think Vitra does have an edge in farming though, like because not being able to use Black Grail is a pretty big like.
Unless we factor in the triple support setup though, because I think pretty sure then he could do it, right?
Yeah, but you know, sometimes I don't know, like.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's a bit more effort, I guess.
How much people care about plug suit? It's a really.
I feel like nowadays with the animation skips as well, people don't really care too much.
I guess so. I think they're close. It's I think they're close. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these AoE Arts Lancers are fairly similar, at least in farming.
Yeah. Can he do Black Grail with one append, like level 1 append?
I do not know.
Append 2. Maybe I should try that.
If that enables it, then maybe he should be higher, but I don't know.
I'm gonna open up my game. Well, okay, we can go on to the next one, I guess.
Yeah, sure. We'll leave it there for now. The next one is actually the last one, even.
Here's actually the hot. I don't know if this is a hot take, but because I was a little bit afraid of making a video about it because that this is really hypocritical. Because I made a video specifically roasting her, but I actually think she's really underrated. Yeah.
Oh wait, what is she?
I think she's really underrated.
Oh, really?
But
wow. Okay.
Obviously, she has a fatal, flaw. But yeah, I guess we can get into it now.
All right. Yeah, so we're gonna talk about Brit as the last servant, Britomart, the latest Lancer added into the game as well. 11.8k attack. So it's somewhere in between, like in the middle of all the SSR farming Lancers. It's not in the low side. It's not in the really high side. It's somewhere in the middle. So it's fine. Okay, I'll give you your FA. Okay, there you go. Has the standard Lancer deck. So I think it's fine. I like this Summer Scotty synergy as well. Good modern hit counts as well. If anything, her face cards actually do feel pretty good from my own use as well. She has a self-invul for 2 attacks, 3 turns on a 6-turn cooldown. That's pretty good. Self MP generation 30% for 3 turns, and self crit resistance 30% for 3 turns. I like the skill actually. For farming, only really the MP generation is relevant, but for bosses, you're gonna have a lot of good stuff. This is good. Skill 2, 10 star bomb, and then 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Debuff immune for 3 turns for self, and also self 30% crit damage for 3 turns. There's a lot of stuff. I like the crit synergy stuff. 3 of them go with that, and then the debuff immune is not awkward because, you know, it's just nice to have whenever possible. So on a 6-turn cooldown, I think this is also pretty good. And then the duo, we get the green and the red buff for self, 30% 3 turns, and a 30% battery for self as well. 6-turn cooldown. Now, at least they gave her, like, everything is self only, right? I like that.
Mm-hmm.
They finally did that. Like, they seem to like doing some AoE effects on all the kits nowadays as well, even for, like, single target or AoE DPSs. In her case, it's all self only, which is cool. So there's some defense, we have some crits, we have some main card types, yeah. It's a pretty good kit. Magic B is alright, sadly nothing else. Avenger bonus, if you're lacking those moon cancers, is okay. And then the MP, it's a fun one, huh? I like the Invul Pierce for 1 turn before damage, but then we got the 2 different niches. So the first niche is a 50% damage mod against riding trait enemies. Now, that's not the rider class, that's the riding trait, which is, you know, on most riders, and maybe a lot of sabers also have it, and some other servants. Also before damage, important. And then the actual big damage mod is literally against the rider class. So 150% to 200% scaling, the standard. Interesting. And basically, like, I would say, is there any riders that don't even have riding? Most of them definitely have it. So
Kintoki doesn't, which is I think that
wait, he doesn't have it? Do they? Yeah, they don't count motorcycles? That's what? That's lame.
But they should, because Koya
because
does.
Yeah. And dude, and riding passive would be amazing on him because he's so quick. Yeah. Oh
he
my God.
He got nerfed. He got shadow nerfed, dude.
Yeah, that was clearly a nerf. So yeah, I still to this day don't really know how I feel about this MP. Like, I guess she could do pretty good damage against riders with the MP, but only this smaller, the riding buff, is the one that lasts outside the MP. The big damage mod is for the MP only, so your face cards might still not do all that, like, crazy damage against riders. And this is basically still, like, these two combined are basically like normal full class advantage, so basically an assassin attacking a rider, when you think about it. And that's mostly just for the MP alone. So have you tried her too much against riders? Is it worth?
I mean, it's approximately the same as an assassin, but then again, she's wasting her damage mod to do anti-class damage against an extra class when assassins can have an additional.
Yeah, they always have it,
mod,
like both ways,
right?
All the time. Yeah.
Right, yeah. But the only thing is, like, that even makes her competitive against assassins is because assassins have like 0.9 base.
Yeah, true. The
mod, which
damage
is
mod
horrible.
sucks. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, but like, I don't know. It's funny. I think she's solid, not because of that. It's just because her skill sets her skills are all pretty solid. Her refund is pretty good, which I guess we'll get into later.
Like there's everything you could need here.
Yeah. And the Invul Pierce on MP. I think her only flaw is the attack stat, which is pretty low, but yeah.
And I would also argue that the riding and rider stuff is also a flaw, because again, you're probably better off running an assassin. But even then, like if the MP was better, she could probably be, you know, way better overall.
Yeah, it's like for mixed nodes and stuff, which is like, do I really care? Probably not.
Yeah. So she has some options for farming. With the triple Scotty, you can run Black Grail, which even works against Zerk, which is cool. For double, you have to run a 50%er. But with triple, it's actually fairly respectable numbers, actually. Like, compared to some of the better ones, like Charlie, Okitan, you know. Is not quite up there, but fairly respectable regardless, I would say.
Yeah.
Well, like, definitely like top 15 quick loopers in the game, like, easily. for sure. Hmm.
Yeah.
I still feel like maybe she's better off in just like DPSing than farming.
Yeah, I mean, because quick looping really is kind of
Yeah, true.
like you really need to be really good for people to want to quick loop
Mm-hmm.
with you. But I do think like a lot of comments like she's just slightly better. Bradamonte is like a way understatement. Like
Yeah, I don't
she's
think she's
like
only
Bradamante
slightly better. She's
3
like 2 to
Bradamontes.
3 times better, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's just I think it's just her timing is really unfortunate. Like she came right after Hu Yan, who was
Mm.
almost the same. She also has
Yeah, they were like
Voltaire. It's like
almost the same but different class. And it's funny because Huyan is an assassin and she also wants to be anti-writer.
yeah, it's just really bad timing for release.
I'm thinking maybe a B plus. How do you feel about that?
That's fair because like yeah, I think that's fair. I think because of the quick, maybe because inherently quick is like less good in challenge quests compared to arts. Um, she should be a tier lower than like Ryoma and stuff. I think there
Mm.
could be an argument to bump her up to A, but I don't know.
Yeah, I've used her myself quite a bit. I actually have her maxed. I even have the battery append maxed, but I feel like she's a bit lacking still.
Yeah, that's fair. Her attack stat is like really low.
Yeah, it
I
could be
think that
better.
is really what like destroys her because if she had Melusine attack stat, maybe people wouldn't react like that, right?
Or a 40% attack up as well.
Yeah,
That's nice when you have a high attack to begin with.
yeah, it's really good.
Uh,
It's like a buff without having to use a skill for it.
hmm. I guess now we have completed the initial placements, and before we lock in, we should do some kind of a discussion, maybe if some stuff should be moved. So you can say stuff and chat can say stuff, I guess. I'm not most stuff probably doesn't get moved, but let's see. There's always room to
Yeah.
wiggle. Hmm.
Yeah, this looks pretty fair.
I'm liking this a lot already.
Yeah, Parvati to A.
Hmm.
Let me see. Well, where's Parvati?
He's
B
B
plus.
plus.
It's just, do you use quick though? Like, I don't know.
Hmm.
Karna. No, I don't think Karna is on B plus. If
Yeah, I
like
think B was
compared
already
to.
kind of generous. I'm not gonna lie. He only has a
Theon.
hard-hitting MP against Divine, and that's it. Nothing else.
Okay, I'm
There's
seeing
not much to go
Theon
with.
A plus, which I guess they aren't a full tier apart. The arts AOE's, the like melt.
Oh, you
But
mean yeah, like Percy
but but
and Melt.
but I think okay. So here's my argument. I think in terms of looping, Theon doesn't even necessarily lose, right? But in terms of like higher difficulty content, I think Theon's taking quite a bit of a. Is he good in CQ? I don't know.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think he's good in CQs. I don't. I don't think he has a lot of stuff.
He has a one-turn taunt, and that's nice. But outside of that, his downtime is pretty atrocious.
Isn't that just worse versions of Percival's thing? He has
It's so
taunt
much
and
worse. He has a 3-turn taunt, and
yeah,
his
it's just
downtime is way better. It's like so much better. His cards are so good.
yeah.
Feels kind of unbalanced to not have any SSRs on A plus. I don't know. I kind of think this is. I mean, honestly, a lot of Lancer SSRs are like not like all that amazing. Some are really good, but some are like good to like not so good. It just happens to be like that.
It's gonna be very hard to impress with a SSR Lancer after the monster, in EX plus tier. There, so it's just kind
If
of
anything, the only one I would maybe consider is like Sakamoto to A plus.
maybe. Okay. By the way, bad news. I just tested. It doesn't work on Zerks with Black Grill, even with Penskill.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, that's true. I thought the New Year's Mystic code would work, but
Mm.
it didn't. It was like 3 off, which is really sad. It's Sakamoto. I guess I just didn't use him enough, which is kind of funny because I think I spent over 1,000 quartz on him. It's like
Damn.
pre.
Oh yeah, that was before.
Pity.
That was just before pity.
Yeah, it was horrible. But I don't know. I guess I don't know. I don't think he's better than Vitra though. Because his refund is so bad. It's like actually so bad. It's very good in harder content, yes. Buff removal res. I would say buff removal res is usually
like it's hard
you can
to
usually
find.
deal with it with Santa Gale, but this is just Santa Gale. But debuff immunity is actually pretty. It's also pretty rare, so yeah.
That one guy really wants to see Parva TNA.
Look, Britomar has debuff immune as well. We aren't bringing her up, right?
Yeah, just because of that. I could maybe honestly myself see the argument of bringing Parvati to A. She feels good to, use at least.
I guess. I just feel like her skill 2 should have been 3 turns. If her skill 2 was 3
I think it
turns,
would be too OP at 3 turns. They would have to remove one of the effects at least.
I mean, her skill 3 is also not like a real skill though.
Maybe some of them should be 3 turns, not all of the effects.
Yeah, maybe the attack up should be 3 turns. Was it attack up on skill 2? It was attack and defense, right?
Attack, defense, was it debuff, resistance, and it was a crit damage, was it? I forgot what the 4th effect was.
Yeah, maybe the attack. I mean, sure, Sakura factor. Sure, there you go.
Ibaraki
You
deserves
lost the
B.
Melusine part. You don't really have to listen to the Melusine part to know why she's EX stuff.
I'm sleeping on Ana. I could maybe bump her to B+, honestly.
Oh no.
Which supports, she's actually pretty good.
The most
really high
recent
damage.
crazy
MP.
thing I saw with Ana was against like the Woodwoes Super Recollection quest. I think she soloed it because it's a male, yeah. But Steno also soloed it, even though it's kind of a loophole because she can guarantee loop her MP every turn with the Mighty Chain. So it is like a 300 turn run. It's kind of ridiculous on Twitter. I think I retweeted. I don't know. I forgot.
Do you think Ibaraki should go to B? Some people were saying that.
Ibaraki? Where's Samaraiko?
B+. She would still be lower in B.
I don't think so. Because Samaraiko, even Samaraiko as a pure DPS is not necessarily worse than Ibaraki, right? But then Samaraiko also has the support aspect to her. So I think they are a full tier apart, in my opinion.
I do think Ibaraki should probably be on B, honestly. I think C+ feels a bit low. She's actually pretty good. The only downside is that her MP doesn't do the most damage, but it's pretty spammable, honestly, even as a Buster MP.
I guess.
And she can dump a lot of stars from her MP as well.
I do agree she doesn't belong with the other ones in C+.
Yeah, I would feel kind of dirty with that. I can't copy. Benkei is just chilling over here.
Nobody's gonna defend Benkei. I don't think anyone can even try to defend him.
No, he was just memeing. He was like, he's just lonely in there because there's like a full gap between the next people.
So sad.
I don't know. I'm getting more and more like inclined to just lock this in.
This looks pretty good to me. I mean, obviously, there's always going to be like a small tier adjustments, but it's pretty fair.
I think I'm okay with this.
Give Benkei another gap, Jesus.
Yeah, he needs to go down more. Oh no.
Oh, bro.
All right. I think with that, I'll just lock it in. Who knows what happens next year? And of course, if buffs happen, with my buff breakdowns, I sometimes just move stuff as well, retroactively. Also, another reminder for people watching the stream, or if you're watching this later on YouTube, I'll be hopefully, if I remember to link this template in the description, so on a later day we can press this button and it shows like averages of where usually people play stuff. So it'll be like a fun little breakdown for like maybe future videos or something. So you guys can fill your own lists, and then we'll see what happens in a later day. I don't think I linked them in the Saber and the Archer list, but I'm gonna update the descriptions to those videos as well for people wanting to do that on those as well. But yeah, I'm happy with this. Again, not everyone will, no one will ever agree 100% on everything, but I'm happy with this. We were a bit more savage this year, for sure. Not the biggest differences, but certainly a bit different. So again, I want to give a huge thanks to Plushie for being here for like what 5 hours just now, pretty much. Thank you.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, I'll definitely check out his content because he puts a lot of effort into pumping out a lot of good content. Very informative, good setups, all that kind of jazz. If there's new updates, he usually covers a lot of stuff as well. And I guess is the next list Rider, I think that's usually the first of the cavalries.
Oh boy, Rider.
So yeah, that's going to be another fun list, and hopefully again next week. I apologize for the 3-week gap again. I'm not gonna lie, my voice kind of took a hit here, but I actually managed to do this until the end, and if this is only once a week, I think I'll be able to do this. So let's hope that ends up being the case. So yeah, I guess we can just wrap up. So if you enjoyed this video and you're watching this later on YouTube, and especially if you watch the full thing, first of all, you're madman, and second of all, press the like button if you enjoyed it. Even if you disagree, I understand, you know, it's not easy to agree on stuff always, but you know, it's still a lot of effort that goes into making these, so would be nice. And do subscribe not to miss out on the upcoming lists and other fun videos as well. And I hope to see you in the next video episode. Ooh, there we go. So yeah, very cool.
Yep.
I'll gladly have you on again for future lists as well if you have the time.
I'll see, because
Yeah.
I'm not sure if week 1
No
of,
pressure or
school
anything
is
like
gonna
that.
be hectic.
Mm.
Yeah. I'll chime in to like talk about how weak Rider Carmilla is. Don't worry. for like
I
5
see how
minutes.
it is. Okay. Well, I'm
She's
gonna let you
back,
go now already. Oh
Alright.
yeah, that's gonna hurt. I'm not gonna keep you
Yeah.
for any longer, so I'll just let you do your thing. So I'll
Alright.
just roll my own games now and then just end the stream as well. But yeah, thank you so much for being here again.
All right, no problem.
Real cool.
No problem.
Yeah,
All right,
and
see ya.
yeah, have a good rest of your day. Good good way to wake up, right?
Yeah.
All right, take care, man.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, see you. All right, there we go. Good guy. Awesome to have him around. Definitely helps with my throat as well when I can pause during some periods to let him talk as well. Hope I didn't talk too much over him. Well, sometimes it may have seemed like I talked over him, but when he was talking about something, I wanted to add something specifically to the point that he was talking about whatever he was talking about. So sometimes I like cut in to add like a small comment like, yeah, like something like that, or agree or add something more. But yeah, I tried not to cut him out too much this time. And hopefully he managed to say all he wanted as well. Alright, let's see. So for tomorrow is subsat. The reservation game that I'm gonna play is counter side. It is what it is. Also, apparently it's not loading. Let me refresh. So we're gonna play a little bit more counter side. Can't wait to see all the shameless stuff again. But I'm still gonna roll like 1 or 2 more games, of course. Let's see. Okay, we got singles only. Let's see. Let's do 1 to 33. What else am I gonna play tomorrow? Number 5. Who is behind number 5? It is Ahmed, and the game is... Wait, what is this? JoJo Heritage for the Future? What does Fightcade mean? What is this? This is a JoJo game? Wait, what is this? Is this a mobile game or something? Is this a gacha game? Oh my, it better not be a gacha game. Wait, Fightcade is an emulator? Oh my god. It might be a bit too much to... God damn it. Do I have to like set up an emulator to even play the game? Oh my god. Okay, I'll roll some more stuff. This might not happen. We'll see. Okay. Let's go with 12 next. What's behind here? Oh, it's like the Mugen stuff or like fan-made stuff? Okay. Gravis, and Gravis was actually the person that gifted me Persona 5. Oh, Warframe, okay. I think I played Warframe like a really long time ago. It's kind of a cool game. I'll revisit some Warframe. I might just start again, because it's been so long, but we'll see. Just in case, we'll roll a third game as well. So, number 3 is gonna be Sparky, and the game is Oblivion. Hey, there you go. That's a classic. Fun game. Love that game. Elder Scrolls, that is. The game before Skyrim, Jax. Okay. So there you go. We're gonna probably start with some counter side. And we might even play both Warframe and Oblivion, because I'm not sure how much time I'll spend in counter side. I'll definitely try to play the game this time more as well, not just Coom based on the skins, but yeah, we'll see. It might be a triple game day. We shall see. Gacha games are a little bit like, you know, it's kind of hard to entertain myself, but oh well. Again, we'll see how long it takes. It could be 2 hours, I don't know. But that'll do it for today. Hey, my voice actually lasted until the end. I don't feel like completely... honestly, at some point, I feel like my voice started feeling better. Like, I feel like around... this was like a 5-hour stream. I think around the 3 to 4 hour mark, it was like at the worst. But after the 4 hour, I don't know. I just kind of not feel like garbage. Like, it doesn't hurt or anything. So maybe that's a good sign. So hopefully tier list next week as well. But yeah, we'll be back with tomorrow with subsets. For today, oh yeah, fuck, dude, resubs. Shit, okay, let me see if I can spot some. We had Braindead 17 months. Fletch with the 27. Uma with the 5 gifted. Actually spotted that. That was very cool. Thank you so much. Legion with the 13 months on tier 3 as well. Big. Tarek with the 30. A brand new sub from Elminster. Welcome, welcome. Anyong with the 8 months. Robbie one with the 8 months, and Gravis. Oh shit, I actually don't have alert box on right now. Let's fix that. There it is. All right, Gravis, just in time as well. 29 months.
And
thank you so much, everyone, and welcome to the Go Gang. Very much appreciated. So thanks for all the subs. Thanks for the resubs, the gifted subs. Thank you the bits, thank you the dips, thank you for the follows, and most importantly, thank you so much for being here. This tier list will be updated, or up tomorrow early on YouTube, so maybe like 12 hours from now, maybe a bit more. You'll be seeing it if you want a refresher with timestamps, etc. And yeah, there you go. We'll leave it at that. I tend to only rate people that I know myself, Clay. So, sorry, man. And none of them tend to be online when I end. Anyway, take care. Have a great rest of your Friday, Saturday, or Jets, and yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Alright, peace out.